you still taste the cheap 99-cent ones. So if you guys are ready, we can begin with the schedule. I have a schedule, not a schedule, like a outline, guideline, the pirate code.
Oh, okay. Pirate code? Let's go.
Yeah. It's more like guidelines, but so first things first, introductions. If you guys would like to introduce yourselves, Poodle, if you'd like to go first. Pressure, all the pressure.
Should I say like what I normally say on a podcast? Or,
Just tell us about yourself. What what do you stream? How did you start streaming? Well, tell us about yourself first, and then tell us about your streaming career.
Hi guys, my name is Tatted Poodle. I am a variety streamer on Twitch, obviously. Outside of streaming, if you haven't noticed already, I'm like a weeb. I love anime. I love traveling, even though we can't travel this year. And I have a massive Funko Pop collection. I guess that's like something I could tell you guys about myself. As far as streaming, I mostly play first-person shooter games, but I play pretty much everything. My favorite game is Apex, Overwatch, and yeah. Hi.
I have failed my command. Yeah, I've actually played some Apex with her. Have we played anything else? I think we played. So that works. Wow.
Wow, Lank, you already failed.
Lank doesn't like me.
Shut up.
Lank
What are you
doesn't
talking
like me.
about?
None of this stuff is working for me. It's because I'm late.
It's true. It's true. You must be punished some way. So, dude, how did you get into streaming?
So I actually was a viewer before I was a streamer. I used to watch XQC.
Oh,
back when
XQC.
Overwatch- Yeah, back when Overwatch was
Interesting.
like super duper like massive, like everybody
Super fun and not tilting and
not
toxic.
and
Yeah.
sweaty right now, yeah, totally. And then I play Overwatch a lot, Overwatch and Monster Hunter a lot. And my friends were like, you know what, you should stream. And I was like, what? I don't even know what to do. I don't even know where to start. It was like just stream off of your PlayStation and start there. So I started with PlayStation and a PlayStation camera, and then now.
How long ago was this? Like, when did you start?
Like officially, my account, because I was watching XQC, was August 2017, but I didn't officially start streaming until around 2018. So about 2 years.
I see. And why XQC? Just out of curiosity.
He's funny.
He's weird. I met him.
Toxic, and
He's
I love
toxic.
it.
Dude,
He's very toxic.
he had this stream once. I didn't stay because it was a long stream, but he had a stream where he was just sleeping. That's it. I don't know if he does that multiple times, but he was just sleeping, and he had 17,000 people watching him sleep.
Could you imagine that? Oh my gosh.
He's just making money while he's sleeping. That's doing it right, because you're making money when you're sleeping. That's nutty.
Aren't you supposed to like get suspended for that?
So you can do it, I believe. I don't know if the rules have changed. You can do it if your channel is properly moderated. So obviously people can't be posting weird stuff, saying bad things, stuff like that. You can't. So if mods are in there constantly controlling it, then it's allowed, I guess. I don't know.
I think that's the biggest thing that Twitch is concerned about. They just don't want people to get out of hand on the platform. So
yeah,
because it looks bad for them.
I've seen somebody else do like a sleeping challenge where they try to fall asleep while they were streaming, but every donation alert that came on was like a super loud mega alert to wake them up. And then and then one of the guys made the bot say, hey Google, tell me my address. And the guy woke up automatically, was like, wait, no, you can't do that.
Oh my god, dude. People are nutty. That's terrifying. Did it actually give it to him, or did he stop it, or it just wasn't working? Like, that's scary. Did he get the address?
That's very, very scary. No, he stopped it before before Google said the address. Like, he woke up like straight out of his sleep, because you gotta remember the alarm is like super loud, like horns, music, just everything is super loud. He had like a big like bass speaker near his ear, basically. So anytime somebody donated, a loud sound would go straight into.
How do you sleep like that? How are you supposed to even sleep? I can barely get to sleep as it is, and I don't have that in my ear. Apparently, Asthma Gold used to do that he would take naps for long queues and WoW Classic.
Dude, I would get so angry if I heard a loud noise while I'm trying to sleep.
You have it?
But I
I read
should
it
have
a
it
couple
clip.
weeks ago. Okay, I want to see this clip. Moobler throwing $2 at him. That's toxic for $2, bro. Come on. Let's see this.
My ears. Oh my gosh.
God, I gotta lower it.
Mm.
My God. Why doesn't he freak out? How does he just do that so calmly?
How is this dude sleeping with his lights on too?
It's fake. It's fake.
It's fake.
He's faking it.
Not the guy that I watched. I gotta find a video. But this guy, he really was asleep. And then they would randomly do it. Like they wouldn't do it like back to back. They would just randomly, when he was like in a deep sleep, somebody would donate, and then just a loud noise would come on, and he would just be like, "Oh my gosh, what is going on?"
That dude just reacted like normally. He's like, "What? Who's waking me up?" I would be terrified if that was in my ear.
I would be like you.
I'd be mad.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that'd be scary.
I hate when people
But
wake
yeah,
me up.
that's what that reminded me of. If you're saying XQC that did it,
I see.
had done it before.
It's people do some weird things on stream. Some are allowed, some aren't. So, Nyquist, what about you? Tell us about yourself.
Okay. I'm Nyquist.
Hi, Nyquist.
I stream mostly FPS games like Rainbow Six Siege. Now maybe a little bit of Tarkov, but outside of playing games, I love playing hockey. I used to, and I don't anymore. I used to write for high school sports. I used to cover a lot of basketball games. That was like my first job right out of college. That was a lot of fun, but then I just recently lost that job because there's no sports to cover right now.
True.
So they were laying off people.
Dang.
So but anyways, so that's outside of streaming. Now I do TikTok, all that great stuff. You know that, and yeah, I don't know what else.
Yeah, we've been doing like a little like TikTok community kind of thing where we make TikToks and we kind of support each other on TikTok. It's actually really interesting. I think I like the way you described it the other day. Excuse me, where you were talking about it's a weird place, but it's fun and it's good to grow. It's good for growth.
Well, dude, I started doing it maybe like 2.5 months ago, right? And I was like embarrassed that I had the app, right? I was like, this is so weird, because like none of my friends had it, because I'm a little older. I'm 29, so it's like,
wow.
Yeah.
You're so old. Wow.
I feel like a boomer.
Damn. Damn, look at these boomers. Is this a boomer podcast? Oh my god.
This is a boomer podcast.
This is a boomer podcast.
Anyways. So,
you have an emote that says "Okay, boomer."
I do. I actually do. My chat calls me that all the time.
I mean, but if you think about it, like a lot of people, and I know TikTok's been growing a lot lately because of this pandemic that's going on, and a lot of people have been running onto it. I've been a lot older. Like the millennials are switching to it. It's kind of weird, but it's also cool because you do these like. You guys watched Vine, right? You guys did Vine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Vine is great. It's basically Vine.
I watch Vine.
Sometimes it's a little more cringy than TikTok. You don't have a TikTok, Poodle?
I do.
Do you do TikToks? What? Like, do you make them? You should. It's a great way to get, I guess, exposure. It's like the algorithm is a way that you can easily blow up, I guess.
Yeah. I have a friend that basically all of her TikTok videos go viral. She's almost at 10K now.
Damn.
She just started, I think, when the social distancing thing started. Now that's what 3-4 months ago, and now she's almost at 10K. So
wow,
I totally see it. It's not my cup of tea, only because I have so much going on. It's like you go from Instagram, and it's like now people are back on Twitter. Now you got TikTok, and it's just like I can't keep up.
I had this feeling the other day. I think I posted on like all of my social medias, and I felt so proud. I was like, wow, I really covered YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, like all those social medias. Wow, I really did that, because I don't know, I'm not used to that so much, but I did it and it felt good. How many followers do you have, Nyquist, on TikTok?
Today I just passed 2,500, I think.
Damn, dude, let's go. How many likes? Do you know?
like 110K, something like that.
Damn, nice. So it, like I said, it's an easy way to, I want to say expose yourself, but don't expose yourself. For exposure, I guess. Like, if you're a content creator. So I definitely recommend it. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I think you can find your little niches in there. What you do, what you like to watch, stuff like that. Like
Exactly.
I know our teammate Jonathan, he pops off for like Minecraft videos and Animal Crossing videos, but now he's like making his own creative content and it's actually popping off too. And Nyquist does a lot of Rainbow Six content on there. And I kind of popped off recently with an Apex video. I got like 45,000 views on it, and it's gotten me up to 11,000 likes in total now. So it's really cool.
Yeah. Once you like aim for the crowd that you want, it starts like working out really well. Because like you said, I'm posting most of my stuff about like Rainbow Six Siege, or I'm posting stuff just like random stuff about like streaming.
Yeah.
And it brings a lot of people into the stream, which is kind of cool at the same time. But I don't know. I feel kind of weird that it's like I'm 29 and I'm doing TikTok, but
I definitely felt that way, and I still feel that way sometimes, especially when you see some of the trends. You're like, ugh, what am I doing here? I don't know about you, but I see that. Like, I even made a video of today. I was like, I hate it here.
That's my biggest thing. Like, it's all about doing what's popular and kind of making it your own. And I mean, I don't mind doing it, but I feel like it's so time consuming just for me. I'm like,
Yeah.
I just
It
try
is.
to do like the simple ones. I don't mind, because if I don't have to do any special effects and all this other stuff, then sure, I'll do it. But some of these videos, you would have thought like a professional director did it.
No, they do.
Oh,
The way
yeah.
that
They get
do it
into
on
detail,
TikTok.
and then it's like, shit, I want to do that. I feel like I've had moments where I'm like, damn, I have a really good idea for TikTok, and then I like sit down, I open up the app, I'm like, how do I do this? How do I like? What do I do? What's the process? So it's definitely, and I think that's why people blow up sometimes, just because they do have that editing, that making a video directorial, I don't know, something that they have.
I also think it has to do with, I don't think a lot of people think about this. Like, when you have multiple platforms, you're always going to have your weakest platform and your strongest platform. So just because somebody is TikTok famous, if you look at their Twitter or their, I don't know, Facebook, if they have a fan page, that might be lacking compared to like their TikTok. Like me in particular, I'm not glowing at all, but my Instagram is at 16K because
Okay.
of my cosplay.
All right. Okay. That's
My
good
TikTok, I have like 74 followers because that's my weakest social media, because I don't pay attention to it. I'm already tugging myself to other social medias, and it's like, okay, here's another one on top of that. Have fun with that. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
That's like that's a bit of what streaming is nowadays, though. Just it's all of that. I think that's kind of what we have for one of the topics to discuss is sort of that, like, growing and doing all this other social media stuff that you got to keep up with. It's all a lot. It's like there's so much little things to do.
Yeah, some people don't think it's a lot, but doing like at least like 3 social medias is literally so time consuming, and it's tiring. I mean, we don't, it's not like we go out, we're like running around doing stuff. We're sitting, a lot of times we're sitting in front of a computer, but it's very tiring.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And even if you're not streaming, you're probably still doing something. Like,
Oh, yeah,
you're
exactly.
related to your content.
related to your content. I'm always busy, so like I kind of feel bad when I tell somebody that I'll play like a game or something with them, and then I get caught up doing something else for stream or making other content or something like that. But speaking of content, yo, Nyquist, you didn't tell us when you started streaming, why you started streaming.
Oh, okay. So I started streaming, or actually, I started streaming probably late 2017. Then I was streaming Battlefield 4, I think it was.
Oh, I love Battlefield 4.
Yeah, I loved that game. I maybe had like 2K hours in it. That was when I was on Xbox, so I had the little Xbox Connect as my camera and everything like that. And then I had this microphone because I was going to start up a podcast a couple years back with a buddy of mine. We were going to talk about like hockey or something. So I had this really cheap microphone. It was honestly probably the worst microphone I've ever used.
What was it?
I don't remember the name. That's how bad it was. Anyways, so I started streaming Battlefield 4, and then I took like a 6-7 month break, because I don't know, just wasn't really feeling streaming. I didn't really want to like take it anywhere, so I just like stopped, gave up, and then I came back and I actually like put some money into it. I got like equipment and stuff like that, so it was I think it turned out a lot better after that. And I was just playing like Rainbow Six and stuff like that, and then I don't know, I just fell in love with streaming and talking to people. So
Nice, nice. So, what do you enjoy about streaming now? Like, what is it that drives you? Poodle, thank you for the
honestly,
host.
just trying to entertain people. I love talking to people. You know, I'm kind of I would say I'm a socially awkward person in real life if I don't really know you. So like being on Twitch and streaming, it's a little outlet for me to like meet people and talk. I don't know.
I think
It's
that
just
is a cool part of streaming. Like, how would you have ever met? Like, I know people from across the world, from Norway to Denmark, everywhere in Europe, and even some, like in Japan and China. Like, I would have never met these people if I hadn't streamed. So like, I feel like that's worth it. Britainland, yeah, Britainland too. So I don't know. It's cool. It's a cool, like you said, it's a cool outlet. It's cool. I don't like. Would you guys have met some of the people you've met without streaming? So
no, I probably wouldn't have met you like.
oh, I'm so
Because
happy I
I
met you.
I met you through Bowie, which I met through Jordan. So
Yeah. So I met Bowie through joining my stream team, and then like he and I are really good friends now. And I met him in, like January 2019. So it's definitely really cool. I wouldn't have some of the friends that I have now without it.
Oh no, exactly.
Personally, I think that because we met in person first, didn't we? At
Yeah.
TwitchCon?
So we met at
Like-
TwitchCon last year, 2019, and I just see a Lifeline. She was cosplaying as Lifeline. Really good cosplayer, by the way. You guys need to go check her out.
I actually think I saw you. I'm not gonna lie.
At TwitchCon.
Yeah.
I'm
but
kind of sad I
didn't
didn't know you because we could have hung
No,
out.
no, no, not like.
No, I know.
think
Right,
saw
right. I'm
you.
just saying.
Yeah, no, not you.
Okay, never mind. Anyways, yeah,
in
no.
a big doc walking around.
I
that was
actually-
me.
I saw, yeah, she was strolling, she was pushing it around. I saw her, and I told Bowie, because I was hanging out with Bowie, I was like, yo, that's freaking awesome. And then I was like, hold up, I want to go get a picture of her. And then as we got closer, he's like, oh, that's Tatted Poodle. And I'm like, wait, you know her? He's like, yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, so Bowie actually knew her too before I knew her. And then I went and got a picture, and then, we became friends. It's really cool.
It's awesome.
I think that my most experiences, I can say I have met people through streaming, but I think I have a deeper connection when I actually get a chance to meet people in person. I think that I feel like when people actually try to meet up, you know how you meet somebody in game, not even streaming, but like when you're playing video games, and it's like, you ever seen that meme where the people play with each other for years and years and they never met before?
Yeah.
And then when you finally meet, it's like you guys are basically family.
Mhm.
I feel that when I'm streaming or when I'm playing video games and I play with these people for so long, and then we get to go to like a convention together and I finally get to meet them, like, hey, oh my gosh, like you're you and you're you, and
Yeah.
then you just have like a deeper relationship with them. So I've been friends with the people that actually got me into Overwatch since the game launched. I'm still friends with them, like to this day.
Do you
And
still
I
have
met them-
Overwatch installed?
I still have Overwatch.
I uninstalled it like 2 weeks ago, and I feel like the weight has
Why?
been off. I don't know. It pisses me off a lot lately, so I don't want to play
But
it.
it's all you gotta buy the skins.
No, I will not go back. It's like a toxic relationship. I will not go back just because of one thing. I will not go back because of skins. I see cool skins. I'm like, nope, I don't care. Not gonna look at
come
it.
on,
Don't
man.
care. No, I hate it. I hate it here.
I still go just to buy the skins, even if I don't play. Only because like I've had the game for so long, I committed for so long. The least I can do is buy the skins that I like, and
I
then
s-
just like turn the game off.
Just like Nyquist, I started off streaming, but on Xbox, so I played a lot of Xbox. I started off on Xbox Overwatch. I actually got to top 500 on Xbox. I know it's not the same.
Wow.
Console is not
Oh,
as
you
good as PC.
fancy.
But I got to top
Ooh.
500. I was a Diva main because Diva was my girl. But and then I got to PC and I'm plat. I'm stuck in plat. I hated it.
That's how
I-
it usually goes.
Yeah, so like I don't know. I was so proud of my top 500 and like always being grandmaster on Xbox, and then I come to PC and I beat myself up because it's a lot different. It's definitely even just getting used to being like PC, because I think we all came from console, if I'm understanding correctly. Knight came from Xbox. Poodle, you came from PS4. Yeah, and then I was here playing PS4 Apex. I'm like, you should play PC. She finally did.
Crazy? I'm better at PC Apex than I am PlayStation Apex.
Do you use controller?
Yes, on controller, on PC. And I'm just like,
D.Va's the best.
Why can't I get these kills on my PlayStation?
It's the resolution. That's the issue. You see clearer. Yeah, you see clearer. I know, and then you finally played on a.
I wanted
PC.
to actually show you too.
Oh, I want to see.
Because you said Overwatch.
Oh. Oh, how much was that? That's badass.
Oh
I feel bad because all I was gonna show you is this. Yeah. That's a big Lucio. Awesome. That's freaking awesome.
So I got that when I went to BlizzCon. No, it was on pre-order. And I got it BlizzCon 2018 pre-order, and then when it was released, I was like one of the first 100 people to actually receive the figure. So
people meme on Overwatch, but Overwatch was pretty hype back in the day. I mean, it's still going now, but like it was really popping back in the day. Like, yeah, it was pretty fun. But yeah,
I wish it would be fun again.
Same. Maybe Overwatch 2. I'll play Overwatch 2. If it pisses me off, I can't decide that yet, but like I'll play
Overwatch 2. When I went last year, it was fun, but it's like you know how they have those events. Yeah, you know how they have those events on Overwatch, where you had to like protect the payload from like the bots and everything.
Yeah, it's basically PvE,
that, but it's like a mega game.
It's like
that's
PvE.
all it is, but with a storyline.
Which is kind of weird because I feel like that could be a DLC, and that would be kind of nice for existing players, or and then just update it and it says Overwatch 2. I don't know.
No, I agree with you. Totally.
You got a Ragnaros? What is Ragnaros from up there? But my dog is right here. He's bugging me, guys, so I gotta let him out. I gotta use the restroom real quick. So I will be right back, and then we can get into the actual first topic. Or I guess, I don't have to introduce myself, right?
Introduce your doggo.
This is Ezio. Yeah. Come here. No, come here. He really wants to go outside. Come up. Ah, this is Ezio.
Ooh, oh my gosh.
He fluffy. He is the star of the show tonight. So he will be taking your questions. Okay, get down. All right, you guys are in charge while I let him out. So I'll be right back. And then we can start with the first topic. And the first topic is what Shroud said about Mixer. But we'll be right back.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, I'm glad he's leaving because now I can research. What did he say?
he said something about how in the long run Mixer's gonna beat out Twitch, which I don't know, man. I don't know if that's right at all. I don't know if Lank wants to just save and wait till he gets back, or wants to jump in when he gets back, but I don't know.
I can get my thought process together about that, because I don't know why he was feeling so controversial.
I feel like he has to say that though. I feel like if he says that, Twitch is still going to beat out Mixer, he could get in trouble on that, because that's not good advertising for Mixer. He gets paid by them, so. I don't know.
His thought process, if it wasn't a brand move, why would he say that?
I wonder if Lank's gonna play the video, because there's a point in this video I want to touch on if he actually plays the whole video.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it. Also, is it a way to flip my camera, because it's the wrong way?
Flip it. Let me see.
While we're waiting. In camera settings, maybe?
Maybe? I don't know. This is the first time I think I've used video on Discord instead of a video call, so I don't know.
I don't see an option to do it.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Did I miss anything important?
How do you flip your camera?
How do I flip my camera?
Well, not
or
your camera. Like your camera.
Let us see real quick. Go settings, voice and video
I don't see an option for it.
in Discord.
Yeah. It's okay if it's not.
You normally have it flipped. I think I normally have mine flipped too, and I can't tell whether or not this is the right flip because I flip it on OBS. But I don't think you can
Mine's
flip it.
definitely flipped.
I don't think you can flip it on Discord unless there's a secret setting that I'm not aware of.
Okay, I'm gonna
Oh, okay. Let us know when you're done so we can. All right. Anyways, the first topic is that Florida man. No, not Florida man. Twitch will lose out to Mixer in the future, says Shroud. And he basically goes on to say that Microsoft is a huge company and they can just basically sit and wait for Mixer to get bigger without really losing in too much, investing in money because they have that money to invest in the Mixer. And it's a lot. He says it's a lot harder to grow on Twitch right now as it is, and Mixer isn't as hard. That being said, I believe Mixer has like 1% the audience that Twitch has. I could be wrong, but I think that's where I've read somewhere that it's only 1% of the audience. And he says that there's not a lot of issues with the ban system. You know how there's always controversy with banning and all this stuff on Twitch? He says that there's not a lot of issues there. But again, 1%, so it's probably easier to review cases and stuff. So what do you guys think about what he said, that Mixer will win against Twitch in the future?
How far in the future are we talking?
Huh?
I said, how far in the future? It's gonna take them.
I mean, I think if they want to, they probably want to keep improving and keep making better improvements. I know, like, just the whole I don't know what it's called on Mixer, obviously, but you can stream. Like, if we're all playing the same game, if we're all playing Apex, we can squad stream it. Like, you know how it's called squad streaming here, right? We can all stream it. You have to be one of you has to be partner. Like, whoever initiates the squad has to be the partner. You can do that over there without being partnered. So
yeah, but here's the thing. I know with that, when they launched that, they said they were going to release that to affiliates at some point. I know it's been like a year or 2 years, whatever it's been, but I feel like once Mixer starts pushing more stuff and they see Mixer growing more, I think Twitch is going to release more stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that because I feel like competition will drive Twitch to get better. Even the whole latency thing. I know that Mixer had the low latency first, like the no latency or right. Minimal latency. And then Twitch was like, oh, guess what, guys? We have 0 latency here. So I think competition is healthy. I don't think they're quite there yet, but I wish they were because I think we'd get a lot of benefits here on Twitch if they were.
Does Mixer have anything like the affiliate program here? Like, can you sub to somebody who's not partnered on Mixer?
There's no so you have to be partner on Mixer to get subs and stuff?
I have friends that are on Mixer. They're if you're not like, I guess, the grandfathered in, like the first people that were on Mixer, and you're just regular streaming, they don't have an affiliate program. You either go straight from streaming over to being partnered with Mixer. Like, they don't have any middle ground with it.
And do you know the partnership program requirements for Mixer?
I think theirs is
like 50.
Similar. I was gonna say it's close to Twitch's. How is like your viewer percentage versus how many subs you have versus how many times you stream. But it's like at a lower rate than Twitch. Like, right. It's lower requirements compared to Twitch. I think personally the competition that Twitch has is YouTube, not Mixer. Only because
that's what I was.
And I don't think they're still not close, are they? Like, Twitch is still the dominating force, right?
Twitch is the dominating, but if you look at the percentage of how YouTube has grown as far as live streaming, their percentage over the year has actually increased by a lot compared to Mixer.
Yeah, that's
why I think YouTube is going to be more. There's more streamers on Mixer than there's viewers.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's true. I mean,
yeah. And also Chris said that it gained 2%, I believe, in I think it's viewership. Mixer gained 0.2% viewership over COVID, like during COVID, and YouTube gained 80%. So
yeah.
So that's kind of telling. I'm not sure. But what were you gonna say, Nyquist? I apologize.
Most of the Mixer streamers, since it's Microsoft, aren't they mostly console? Like take for example, I stream Siege, right? I gone over to Mixer and tried to watch like any Siege streams over there, they're all console streamers.
Hmm.
There's literally no PC over there. So it's like, are- aren't most of the big streamers like out there? Aren't they all on PC? Most of them, at
On
least.
Mixer.
Or
No,
just on
not
PC. Or I
just
mean,
on
just
PC in
just like
general.
let's say for
Or
R6,
just
like
I mean,
the
on like
most of
any
streamers,
streamer, any streamer.
like on YouTube, Twitch, or Mixer, most of them
Yeah.
are on PC, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
I'm not
Oh,
sure
it's like
because it's more accessible, especially if you have like a thing like Mixer or like, you know, PS4 has its own streaming thing. It's more accessible to have a PC, a PS4 or an Xbox than a PC. PC is more expensive. It's more intuitive, or no, less intuitive, I guess. More expensive to operate and update. So I'm not sure. I'm looking at a statistics right here. It says Twitch viewership distribution. And it says top 5,000 channels have 75% of the viewership. And then the other 4.4 million channels have 25% of the viewership. So that's the top 1% of the top 1%.
So I mean, that's the one thing about Twitch that's different from Mixer. Obviously, is it's really hard to grow on Twitch if you're just doing Twitch. But Mixer, do they still have the hype zone there?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I would
they still
assume
have hype
so.
zone.
I would assume they haven't gotten rid of that. Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, that's cool. That was adorable. That's his dog, not
I
somebody
was about
being
to say, do you
not
have a
somebody
dog?
being murdered, not
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
being
no,
murdered or anything like that.
I have a beagle and he likes to randomly just howl. So
That's what
Aw.
beagles do. As Howard the beagle.
that's
But okay, so you said that most of the streamers, let's say for instance R6, are console players on Mixer. Now, is that a good? Let's say you were to transfer over, since you're a PC streamer. Is there a market for PC streamers? Would that be a good idea?
oh, nice.
Bjorn, thank you for gifting subs, man. I appreciate that. I turned off the alerts just because we're doing the podcast, man. But I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for giving me a sub to Suwa, to Rybread, to Addict, to Gerp, and to Ridge. I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Please say thank you to Bjorn.
That's what I think. Like with the Siege community, I feel like if you're on PC and you're actually decent at it, if you went over to Mixer, I feel like you'd gain a decent following over a console because I don't want to say like Siege. If you're using a controller, it's really hard to kill somebody that's using a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah,
That's why
I learned that the
on,
hard
like,
way.
Yeah, that's why on like Xbox there's a huge problem with mouse and keyboard users. And I've actually had another talk with another Siege streamer about this, and he said if we switch to Mixer and we stream Siege, we probably have a good following. But the only thing is like I don't think there's a big community for Siege on there. I think most of them are on Twitch, so you'd probably get the same amount of viewers you're already getting. But that would still be you'd still be like the top in that category. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I think like again, is it a good thing that you could potentially fill that gap? You know, because there's not a lot. There's maybe they want to see some, but they just don't, and they really prefer Mixer over Twitch. And then even for people like Shroud or Ninja who traveled over there, they don't get like half their viewership that they had on Twitch, right? Obviously they're getting money, but the loyal ones, their fans, I guess you could say, they'll move over. But then you have the people that are fans of R6 or you know whatever they play, they're fans of that, so they'll be like, okay, I'll just go watch the next person over. You know what I mean? So there's people that are gonna go with you. I'm sure like you have people, if you guys were to switch, you have people in your community that would go with you. Some wouldn't, but some would. And then those people that stayed here would just find the next person, you know, to watch. They'd find somebody else to watch.
I think that has to do with your content, not the game. Because if your content is that good, people are going to travel over wherever you are. You can travel to the moon and people will still watch you on the moon because they love your content.
True.
So I think that's why, well, in the beginning when Ninja switched over to Mixer, he was getting massive numbers. Like, oh my gosh, he's getting, I think, like 50,000 viewers or whatever when he first moved over. And everybody's like, all right, cool. That was fun, but
gotta go back.
Your content, not coming for Ninja. I mean, he's rich, so it doesn't matter.
He's
not coming for
weird.
his content.
You can go for him if you want. He weird. It's fine.
I'm just saying, like, people probably went over just to check out what Mixer was about. Like, why is Ninja and Shroud switching over to Mixer? Let me check it out to see if it's something that I do enjoy. And then it's like, okay, well, we really we really like Twitch over Mixer, and we don't feel like your content is strong enough for me to just stay over at Mixer, especially if it's only two people. Now, if they had multiple people, like if Mixer is throwing out cash to like massive big streamers and everybody's coming over to Mixer, then I can see an audience starting to travel over to Mixer because all of their favorites are going to Mixer. But I think that they're too small right now to have people dedicate themselves to another platform when people are so used to Twitch. In my opinion, it's similar to like if somebody's switching over from like an Android phone to an iPhone. They're so used to something, it would take like a legitimate reason for them to switch over to the other one.
Right.
So that's how I feel.
I think
Yeah.
I don't know, just that you brought that up. I'm thinking that maybe if Mixer had, okay, so they got the big dogs, right? They got Shroud, they got Ninja. What if they had kept that up? Maybe not necessarily people the size of Shroud and Ninja, but what if they had kept up bringing up like smaller, bigger streamers? Would they have kept the momentum going? Would that have helped them?
Maybe if they would have aimed maybe at like people on Twitch that maybe average what, like 200 to like 500, something like that. Or is that what you're talking about?
Maybe not 200, but like, in the thousands, maybe like 1,000, 2,000, stuff like that. Because Shroud and Ninja, they get like in tens of thousands, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe people just under them on the big streamer scale. That way they get like, they keep getting different crowds, like Shroud FPS, Ninja FPS. Like, what if they aimed for the WoW players or something like that? If they got different audiences. And then if you've been onto the Mixer site, it's kind of a nice site. Maybe it's just because I'm used to Twitch that I go over there. I'm like, wow, look, this is shiny and new, but it's kind of nice. Like, the layout and stuff like that.
Some good stuff.
I have a Mixer. That's the funny thing.
You don't have a Mixer?
I have a Mixer. I just don't use it.
I've streamed there twice, I think. I've tried it out. It's interesting. It's cool. I like the features. Like I said, it's different looking. It's kind of shiny to me. It's like new and shiny. So I'm like, wow, this is cool. But I don't know. It's just like Twitch is kind of you always come home, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that's what Shroud was trying to talk about. Is in the future, you're starting to aim towards the people that might be on Mixer in like 5 or 6 years, whereas everybody that's on Twitch right now is going to stay on Twitch, but they're trying to bring in newer people. That's what they're trying to do.
I mean,
but the thing is, when they brought over Shroud and Ninja, those people that are friends of Shroud and Ninja, they're only going to watch them on Mixer. That's the only thing I think of. You know what I mean?
I mean, even Tim the Tatman, I'm pretty sure he still plays with Ninja. He stays on Twitch though. So I mean, You're talking about friends of Ninja and friends of Shroud. I don't know.
I mean, they're still doing the same thing, so they shouldn't have to switch over.
They got paid, that's for sure. Like, they got money.
I think Dr. Lupo signed a contract with Twitch. I think that honestly, I think Mixer was a good thing only because it lit a fire under their butt. Like, you're gonna lose big time streamers if you don't get it together. Like, Mixer's doing what should have been done a long time ago, where you have your big time streamers. Yeah, make them be under a contract. Give them the money of a salary. Like, this is their job. Like, have them have a salary, and then maybe the small time streamers fix your algorithm so people can be discovered.
Yeah.
And people can have diversity instead of just the same 10 big time streamers on the front page or the
that's the problem with Twitch. So I agree with Shroud when he says it's easier to get discovered, all of this, because I think Twitch got complacent because they get money. What they're doing, they just sit there, they get money because there's not competition. If there was competition, they'd kind of be scared. They'd be, we got to fix things, we got to switch things, or we're going to lose out to Mixer. But as it is now, I don't see them losing out anytime soon, unless something revolutionary happens with Mixer or with YouTube streaming. Twitch is still going to be top dog for a pretty decent amount of time. Maybe in the future, but I don't know. The only thing is, Microsoft is a tech giant. They have innovations in technology since the 90s, something like that. Amazon traditionally is a
like a grocery
big box online store, I guess,
or something.
Stuff like that. Yeah. So like traditionally they have the history, but I mean Jeff Bezos is about to become what, like a trillionaire soon?
First trillionaire.
That's
ever
crazy.
alive.
That's a whole ass other topic, but that's crazy. Like, that's insane. But I do agree
Want
with
his
Shroud.
401k.
His 401k.
I just want his 401k.
I'll take a percent or a percent of a percent. I don't care. Like, I'm sure that'll be a lot of money anyway. I don't want to do math, but
If he has pets, I want his pet salary. That's it. Like I know they're making
his
math.
pet's budget, like he spoils his pet.
Right.
Well, yeah, I do agree with him that it's easier, obviously, because there's not as many people. And that goes back to like stuff we're talking about, content, creating content on different sites. That we probably, if Twitch was back in like, I don't know, I started streaming in 2015 and I didn't take it seriously. I just did it off and on. I played League of Legends. And then I started taking it seriously like around 2017, spring of 2017. But if we had started sooner, I think we wouldn't have to worry about creating other content to get noticed on other platforms, because we would already have easy ways to get noticed on Twitch, because it was a lot easier because we didn't have to do all this stuff. I mean, it's good to still do it, but we probably wouldn't have had to, if that makes sense. Like if we started earlier.
No, and that makes sense. That's if Mixer starts growing, I think that Twitch will come up with some algorithm that makes it so we smaller streamers get discovered more, because that's the biggest problem with Twitch. There's just millions of streamers.
There's a lot, and it's
Like,
only probably gotten more since the whole COVID situation. People are like, "Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'll stream."
And that's why I said I feel like YouTube is going to be the top dog eventually, because they're as. Can I curse on here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
I am your
as
Joe
shitty-
Rogan, and Joe Rogan curses all the time, so go ahead.
As shitty as YouTube's like rules or whatever they have, their algorithm has always been like one of the best out of any social media platform. You can be a small time YouTuber, and if you're using the right tags and you're constantly uploading and you're doing what you can get discovered. So it might take some time, but it's way better than Twitch as far as like the gaming, in my opinion. True.
I mean, for me, what works for me is nutty, but on YouTube, it's reaction videos. People like reactions. I don't know what it is, but I guess they're like, hey, wow, I want to see what other people think. They're like, always looking for other people's opinions to hopefully validate their opinions, to validate what they were thinking when they were watching this video and stuff like that. So that works for me. Is it because you're saying their algorithm? Is their algorithm transparent so you understand it? It's kind of like I don't know if TikTok's algorithm is transparent, but it's quite easy to get to kind of pop off on TikTok. So is YouTube's algorithm, are they transparent about it? Because it seems like Twitch sometimes is not as transparent as they should be.
So with YouTube, you have hashtags to help you. So
those actually help a lot. Like I've recently discovered that.
Let's say hashtag react video.
Yeah.
You're gonna have an audience that's strictly looking for reaction videos. So if they look in reaction to I don't know, the Shroud controversy.
Right.
And then you're gonna be there because you put that in your tag to be discovered like that. Like I've found super small YouTube channels teaching how to use PCs, computers. Like I learned how to build my PC with the smallest YouTubers. They literally have like 200 subscribers.
That's how I did it. That's how I did all of my PCs. Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that they're like top 10 recommendation for me to watch, that shows you that YouTube's doing something right.
Yeah. For me, for like the reaction videos and stuff like that, what I will do is, let's say I react to a music video, right? I will take the music video's title, the title of the video, whatever it may be. I'll put it in my title, and then I'll put -reaction. That's it.
Yeah,
and like, let's say somebody searches up the music video. Well, mine has the same title, so it matches all those parameters, and it just depends whether people click it or not, and then it just kind of progresses. It snowballs from there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
One thing I wanted to add to there, like you guys are talking about how it recommends you guys videos. So like for example, Twitch's homepage, whenever I go just like twitch.tv, it posts the videos of streamers at the top on the front page. But then it goes live channels we think you'll like. 3 of these streamers I already follow.
This is recently,
Yes,
right?
oh
This
my
has happened
God.
recently. This has
I
happened
hate
recently.
that.
I'm just like, of course I'm gonna like them. I already
Yeah.
follow them.
Follow them,
Streamers we think
yes.
you'll like, and it's like, I follow this dude, I follow this dude, random person, I follow this person, I follow this person, random person. It's like, what? How is that? I don't know.
Right now, my recommended smaller communities is literally your stream right now is the top one, Link.
Let's see. I'll go.
I'm literally
I don't-
on your stream.
I don't know what it is, but yeah, I've seen that too. Let's see. Let's go to mine real quick. And then
Like,
now
their
they switched up the
algorithm is so
the
bad.
browse category, and it's a sort by. There's a little option on the right side that says sort by, and it says recommended for you or viewers highest to lowest. So if you click on recommended for you, it's literally going to show you probably people that you've already seen or that you already follow, which is nonsense. Look at that. I'm looking for follow.
They really need to fix that.
If they change that to 3 streams you've never seen before, I feel like that'd be a lot better. Just because that's right on their front page.
Okay, so I clicked on their front page, and it's Bud Light Soul Calibur 6, and it's like, you must be 21 to view this content. What am I watching? Twitch? Is this you?
Bud Light. Yeah,
Live
Bud
channels
Light,
we
dude.
think you'll like. Random person, it says sponsored, so it's sponsored. A
Yeah.
person I already follow, one of my teammates. And then, like, you know, Zekwas, he's another one of our teammates. He's a good dude. While Zekwas is offline, and it shows Bowie, who's, you know, I follow him. He's one of my good friends. Like,
you offline streams?
no, it says while this person is offline, which is interesting.
Oh, okay.
Live channels, we think you like the first 4 people I already follow.
All aboard the hype train. First person.
And 3 of them are partnered.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
It's kind of
Yeah.
it kind of sucks. I see a lot of new people recently going on the For You page. Okay, sorry. I hear my dog barking. I gotta let him in. I'm sorry.
Well, then you go down to, like, say, the main game I stream is Rainbow Six Siege. I literally go down here. There's recommended streamers. I literally know all 3 of these streamers. Like, I've been in their streams like hundreds of times. Give me somebody new.
these are. Oh my gosh, the 8 people that are being recommended to me.
Words are hard.
Seven of them I follow already, and 1 I don't.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with Twitch's algorithm. That's why people are
So it's
pissed
weird.
off
And
about
it's
that.
like, I don't know how you guys like find streamers, but like how do you guys find streamers actually? And like, how do you stay like, oh shit, I'll watch this person because they're pretty cool. Like,
browse.
browse,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm laughing at-
I find a lot of people just because people rate them or people host them, or I'm like,
That
oh,
too,
okay,
yes.
I'll check them out. But like, if they're just showing people you follow, how are you gonna find new people?
So I'm a weirdo. I'll go to like some random game that I don't play at all, and I will go and see whose Twitch layout looks the best.
Ah,
And if it looks the best, I click on it and I'm listening and I'm like, do I like your content? Yes or no? I'll sit in there for like 5 minutes, don't say anything. I'm literally lurking. And if you say something interesting, then I'll start typing. If not, I'm on to the next one.
Hmm.
So that's how I discover.
one of
I think I
my
discovered like a couple of people that way, and I still follow them still.
one of my friends says that he will go into a stream, he'll close his eyes and he'll just listen, and he's like, you know, is this a type of, I don't think he used the word vibes, but is this the type of vibes that you would like? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I've never done it, but I kind of want to try that and just go in there and be like, what are they talking about? I don't know. It seems interesting. I do agree that the algorithm is kind of dumb and the whole setup is kind of dumb. They need to fix that, but I don't think they will unless someone is giving them competition.
Well, I mean, like Poodle said, like I feel like YouTube will give them that competition, so they need to change something there. I don't know.
I really hope like Mixer or YouTube starts stepping it up, where they start getting Twitch to start shaking.
Well, yeah, because it's better for everybody if they do that, honestly. Because the competition between Facebook, or not Facebook, YouTube, Mixer, and Twitch would actually be great for most content creators. I feel like.
Facebook. You know, I've thought about, I don't know why, but I've thought about streaming my stuff to Facebook as well. Because I don't know about you guys, but I get recommended like streamers on Facebook all the time. You know, just scrolling and it'll show one person live with 100 viewers, 1,000 viewers. I'm like, huh, interesting.
I've tried to navigate Facebook's like gaming streaming stuff, and it confuses me. I get lost.
I actually have a Facebook page. And I want to change my name because I used to be Lanksta Gangsta, right, on Twitch, but I recently changed it. Listen.
Lanksta Gangsta?
All right, guys, that's the end of the podcast. Thank you guys for stopping by. I'll see you guys later.
Can we talk about that?
It was an Xbox gamer tag. Dude, you know Xbox. You know what I'm talking about.
I mean,
First we got the childhood photos. Now we got links to gangsters.
Dude, okay, let's talk about like first gaming names.
I hate it here.
You guys want to talk about first gaming names?
Poodle's reaction hurt my feelings. I hate it here. I'm gonna drink.
Anyways,
what was yours?
WLC Big Joe 69. WLC was my high school, and then Big Joe, that's me, and then 69.
At least I didn't put my high school in my gamer tag. What was Poodle's?
Poodle's,
what was yours?
Dude?
What was mine?
Yeah.
My last name. Literally just my last name.
And you laughed at me.
But you're Lankster Gangster.
I am.
You're saying my first streaming name or first?
No. Your first like gamer tag or whatever online persona in the video game industry, video game world. Oh god, they clipped it too. You've always had tatted poodle, so you've always been a tatted poodle. So you've always had tattoos. I see.
I had. So you got to think about it. Like before I became a streamer and a serious gamer, I was a cosplayer. So tatted poodle came from. Well, tatted poodle doesn't come from cosplaying, but I had the cosplay name for about 10 years now. So I'm not Lankster Gangster.
Blood Bunny.
It's just been tatted. I'm calling you that all night.
It's okay. That's okay. That you know what? I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. I don't know. Put it in the Discords. It used to be Lanksta Before Gangsta, all right? Because there was this. Okay, so when I was in middle school, Halo 2 came out, right? And my brother, who was in senior year, he would always bring his friends over and they would play multiplayer, and I would wipe the floor with them as a little kid because that's all I did. I was a nerd, right? That was my first online Xbox Live experience was Halo 2. And one of the dudes, he called me Little Chief. But when I went to go play the campaign, for whatever reason, because back in the day on Halo, you'd make your own profile. Like you'd change the color. You could change the color of your chief, of your Spartan. And you make your own name, right? When you're playing, this was like LAN parties, basically. And for whatever reason, I played the campaign on this dude's profile, and he was a tall dude. His name was Lanksta Before Gangsta. That's what he went with on his gaming profile on my Xbox. I played the campaign as him, and then when I finally got Xbox Live, I already had my campaign whatever on that, so I just used that for my Xbox Live gamer tag. It just stuck around. That's it.
Okay. All right.
I don't know what else to do. Like
Twitch page called Lankster
kittens.
Lankster Gangsta. Can you please
my Xbox gamer tag. Hey, Nicholas, you want to add me? It's still Lanksta Gangsta. You know the funny thing is, I wanted to change it to Lanksta. I just wanted it Lanksta when I changed my name, but Lanksta was taken. So I typed in Lank. I shortened it even more. I put in Lank, and it was taken. And I got frustrated at that point, and I just kept spamming enter, and it worked. So I got Lank. Lank is on Twitch. Lank is taken everywhere else but Twitch, and I don't know how I got lucky. Some dude even hosted me the other day, and he was like, I went in. I don't know if you guys do this, but I'm nosy, so I went and looked at his VOD. He's like, all right, we're gonna host somebody. Like the dude was like Lank. I like that name. We're gonna host him up. I was like, there you go. And then people are like, wow, that's so. How did you get a 4-letter name? I was like, oh, it happened.
I wanted to ask you that too.
Sometimes
how did you get such a short name?
There's rare occasions in life where I'm really lucky, and yeah, I get lucky. Most of the time, I'm not lucky, but Lank was lucky.
I just want to know why I can't get Poodle.
Poodle?
For some reason,
who is Poodle on Twitch? Probably nobody.
There's no Poodle.
Yeah.
There's no Poodle anywhere on Mixer, Twitch, Instagram. Facebook, they just won't let me take it.
I have a lot of like, like on Apex specifically, I just want LANK, and it's taken. But this person with LANK doesn't play games. He doesn't have any friends. He doesn't do anything. And I want LANK because people like, oh, like if I join a randoms party on Apex, they'll be like, TTV, because my name is LANK TTV, by the way, BTW. They're like, TTV, are you a streamer? I'm like,
dude, I do that to Z all the time when I play with him.
Z got us stream sniped all the time on Valorant just because he was freaking Zekwas TTV. Good thing I'm Lanksta. I'm just Lanksta on Valorant, so it doesn't happen as often.
But you still have Lanksta Gangsta on Valorant.
Just Lanksta. Just Lanksta.
I did not know that was. I'm learning a lot.
Like Lanksta B Gangsta. You know how like Lil Wayne is like, and the F is for? It's like, and the B is for, I don't know, something. We'll figure it out. Bussy.
What?
All right. That's enough bullying, Lank, dude. I don't think that was a topic. But we did it anyway.
Yeah, we went from talking about Mixer and Twitch to bullying and like.
It's
rapper name.
It's not a bad rapper name. All right,
gosh.
You guys ready for Florida Man?
Sure.
We're ready for the first. I got two of them actually. Poodle. I found one today. I got an email from Reddit that was in you Florida Man story. So we got two of them. One is a surprise for you guys because you don't know about it, but the other one I already showed you. And the first one is Ocala Man. This is Ocala, Florida. I've never heard of it, but Ocala Man accused of lewd behavior at Walmart. And it goes on to say that this dude was trying to steal stuff at Walmart and also masturbating behind old ladies. And he has a pointy head. That's what the article says. He has a pointy head. The article literally, I don't know if you guys read it, but the article literally says he had a pointy head.
Where does it say this at? Hold on.
Maybe it was Reddit. I'm not sure, but I saw somewhere it was like pointy head dude or triangle head dude.
Because some article said that's not good.
He followed like old ladies, 7 elderly women, and masturbated near or behind them, unsuspecting victims. And this went on for where does it say? It's, I think several hours before he tried to leave the store with some stolen goods. But like, why wouldn't you? If you've seen this, I'm assuming that like he tried to leave the store.
Hours?
I'm assuming he tried to leave the store. Well, actually, one of the secret shoppers, I'm pretty sure, was following him around because I used to work at Walmart and we had like a bunch of secret shoppers. One looked like Santa. We called him Santa. We didn't know him, but we called him Santa. But like, I'm assuming he was following him around. So this dude was just following him around and not saying anything while he did this to several ladies. He did this to 7 ladies. So I'm assuming it was a long time.
One of those things where like
Florida Man.
The worker can't get involved.
Yeah,
They can only call the police. Or call
I worked at Walmart and Home Depot, and both like the theft, the loss prevention, they can't unless they try and leave the store.
Right.
So if they try and leave the store, then they can do something, but they're not allowed. Like you have to minimalize. Well, you have to minimalize. This one time at Home Depot, this dude was hardcore resisting arrest, and the loss prevention team there, they handled the people, but this dude was like, he was struggling. So I went and helped, and then like the dude pulled me aside after, and he's like, "You're not supposed to do that, but thank you." Right. So like, you're not supposed to, but when people are weird, they're weird. I don't know.
I think it's only because like they have to consider like keeping you safe, because if something happens to you, then technically that's a lawsuit.
They like the person stealing something. Yeah, exactly. It's all about, even like for the whole Twitch thing, like with bans and stuff, they're just trying to protect themselves. It's the same for other companies like Walmart. They're trying to protect their money, so they don't want to get sued just because a Walmart employee tackled the shit out of somebody for stealing a pack of gum or something. How do you guys feel about? I don't know, but how do you guys feel about Florida Man? Why is there? We were talking about this earlier, Nyquist, when he just joined. Why is it that Florida, like, it became a meme? I think the origin is like, so many stories developed from Florida that just said, like, the tagline was, a Florida man did some weird shit, and that's where the meme came from, because Florida Man was doing so much weird stuff. Like, it's not just one person; it's men in Florida.
It's too hot there, dude.
Is your chat anybody from Florida?
Anybody from Florida? Why y'all weird?
Why y'all weird?
I was gonna say because it's a shitty state, so I don't want to make sure I'm
It's
not
weird.
offending anybody.
Yo, okay, so like politically, remember when 2016 was going on? Like Florida was indecisive. Like, there was mixed reviews, and all my friends were like, "God damn Florida!"
They always indecisive about
They're always doing
everything.
weird shit. I don't know what it is. I guess it's too hot. Someone was saying there was a theory that like it's the heat, and nobody ever has like hardships when it comes to weather because it's always just warm. So they go a little bit nutty. I don't know.
I can believe that. But I also think it's because it's, in my opinion, it's like a tourist living area. Like people move to Florida from where they originally are from. So then you have so many mixed personalities all in this one shitty state.
Shitty
then-
state. His
Like, I'm gonna
boot-looking
continue to say
state.
it's shitty. I hate Florida.
His boot-looking state.
I hate
What did Florida do to you?
Yeah. What
lot.
did Florida tell
Hello?
us? I would like to know.
Politics,
Oh,
the
God.
voting, the weather's horrible.
True.
They got crocodiles.
True.
Do I need to keep
There
going?
was one like it's not a funny Florida man story, but there was this one thing that I saw. It wasn't even looking up Florida man. It was just on the news. A bunch of people caught an alligator. It was like a rare species of alligator, and took pictures. Like kids and parents and stuff took pictures on top of the alligator right before it was euthanized. And it's like, damn, that's just mean. Like,
Funny, one of
Hunt is
the
from
alligator
Florida.
ate one of them.
Hunt is from Florida, and he feels that shit. I don't know. Florida.
I'm sorry.
He feels
wait,
it. It's okay. No, he
he's-
feels
yeah,
that
he's
shit.
not from Florida.
Florida
I
man
just feel
tries to
like
fuck a porcupine.
they're always in the news, like nationally, and I feel like that's a bad sign. If you're always in the news for bad stuff, I feel like you're a bad state. That's just how I feel.
There was one Florida article. It was a little bit older, but some dude burnt their house down. A Florida man tried to burn their house down with spaghetti. I don't know. This
What?
next Florida. I got the next one. This one came out today, apparently. Sebastian, Florida. Sebastian man arrested for battery after his sister didn't offer him spaghetti. How mad do you have to be that somebody didn't give you spaghetti?
Throw the whole state away. Just
Can we just
do
like,
what Bugs Bunny did? And
yeah,
just cut
saw it
Florida
off, saw it off, and then ship it off, dude. We're done. We're done with it.
Let it be his own state. I mean, his
That-
own country.
That's what I was saying. Like when this whole pandemic thing started, because of all the spring breakers and nobody wanted to leave Florida. I said,
That
just
one-
just cut the state off.
That one dude, he was like a frat boy, and he was on the news, and then he ended. He was
yeah.
just talking. He's like, no, it ain't gonna stop me from partying, bro. And then like later, it's like he got sick. He had COVID. Spaghetti is important, but I don't know if it's beat your sister up important.
Oh, you can throw
And
the- yeah,
I
you can throw the
remember
spaghetti at her.
I seen a video. Was it on Facebook? I think it was on Facebook. It was this girl twerking in Florida in this like on the sand, and it was a toddler in a stroller, and she was twerking in front of the baby. Yes, exactly. That's why I said throw the whole state away.
I don't know how to feel. Like I want to laugh, but I don't want to laugh.
Toddler said
Like,
that was me.
you get a nice show, toddler.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Florida, it's like an enigma. I don't know what to think about it, because it's a tropical. Would you say getaway? Because you said a lot of people go there, so the weather is. It's not cold. I guess that's why people
No.
like it. Old people like
mean-
it. It's called God's waiting room.
I
Sorry.
mean,
You've never heard that before?
No, because like all old people go there when they retire
a
until they
monkey.
get it. Yeah, my grandpa's not there, so
Okay,
he's
good.
keeping his ass where he's at
Good.
now.
So, I mean, it's always had a label on it. I mean, even before memes were a thing, it was still called God's waiting room. So,
well, think about it. When you go to Florida, you go there for vacation. You're there for a week. You want to leave literally after like the 6th day. You don't want to be in that state anymore.
that's true. That's true. Like, it's nice to maybe visit occasionally, but then you don't want to stay there.
Exactly.
And then that was,
I don't know how people live there.
you know what I think where the meme originated from, or got like some momentum, was that one homeless dude that had bath salts, and he literally like ate somebody's face off.
yeah.
He ate
Yeah,
another. Do you remember
That's
that?
that's where that started,
another
right?
what?
Yeah.
He ate another homeless dude's face off.
Yeah.
Like
People
okay,
thought,
the drug
like,
bath
zombies
salts.
were gonna come.
You remember
Oh
the
my
drug
gosh.
bath salts? I don't know.
Yes,
I'm sure it's
dude.
still around.
Hold on, let me Google this.
But he literally like was high on bath salts and ate some dude's face off, and people were freaking out. They're like, "Oh shit, this is where zombies comes from. This is how it happens." And I'm pretty sure that's where like the meme picked up like
2012.
national traction.
What about Mike Tyson? Isn't he the one that bit somebody's ear off?
Yeah, but that wasn't a
Wasn't
fight. There was okay. So I don't know why. I don't know how it happened, but I've been watching a lot of like YouTube videos about boxing and old boxers and old school boxers. So the reason he did that, he was even now he says he was like a terrible person back then, but he was an angry person back then, and he was boxing Evander Holyfield. And Evander Holyfield was like when he was bobbing and weaving and ducking, he kept headbutting Mike Tyson. Like he kept doing stuff that like the ref didn't call out or maybe couldn't see, and he got mad, so he would grapple him, and then like he bit his ear once, and then the ref separated him, and then he did it again, and that's where the chunk went off. So that's what happened. He's like I was have you heard him talk? He's like, my stamina is unbeatable. He's like, I was a very terrible person back then, but I'm a lot better. He doesn't even like to look at his old videos because he was such an awful person back then. Like, he didn't like the way he looked because he was considered the baddest man on the planet, and that all went to his head because he started off like as a young boxer, and all of that went to his head. He didn't have nothing before he went boxing, and he started getting famous, and obviously like that went to his head, and now I guess he's a different person because he talks about like he doesn't eat meat. If it has a family, he doesn't eat it, is what he says. So that's kind of crazy how someone can turn around like that.
Means they actually reflected on all the bad stuff they've done and improved.
Yeah, that's actually
a lot more people need to do.
That's really nice to see. I don't know if you guys seen the recent videos of him. Like he's doing a boxing event for charity. He looks like he looks mean. He looks like he could still be in his prime. He even says he's in the best shape of his life. So,
dude, just look at that tattoo on his face. I get intimidated from it.
Speaking of Hangover, like watching those videos of him boxing and sparring and stuff like that, he still got it. So, I wanna see him box again. I think George Foreman. Speaking of boxing, this is just a little fact. George Foreman. 20 years after he lost his title, when he was, I don't know how old, but he was old, right? He shouldn't be boxing anymore. He regained his title from Evander Holyfield just by being a beast. He like destroyed somebody in his old age. He regained his heavyweight title, and he was a monster. But Muhammad Ali talked to him, and he was like, "Don't fight Mike Tyson," because back in the day, Mike Tyson was a monster. Bowie. Hi, Bowie. Speaking of the good guy, Bowie. Bowie rating with a party with 7. Hello, Bowie and friends. How was your stream, dude? We're just talking about Mike Tyson and boxing.
If I don't rate.
That's good. That's good. You should be rating. You should be supporting your boy, Bowie. How's it going, Yenbo? What's up, Gaming Catherine? Bowie, I hope you had a good stream, man.
Would you take a blow from
I would.
Tyson for
7 million? Dude, I'd take it for $1 million. I would, dude, listen.
Where is he punching me first?
I would take it for 100,000. I would take it for 100,000.
Can it be in like my arm or my leg?
Nah, that's still gonna hurt. Right here.
I'd rather in my face.
Right here. I'm assuming.
I'd let him punch me right in the
Listen,
face.
for 7 million, dude, knock me
yeah.
the fuck out. Just hit me hard enough so I don't remember shit. As long as I remember, I got the 7 million. I love you, Bowie. I hope you had a good time, man. It punch you in your hair.
Yeah.
That's too much of a buffer zone. That don't count. But it featured Mike Tyson having to fight with the main character of the movie series. It was lit. Wait, what are we talking about, huh? Make it painless and keep me with the 7 million. Yeah, I'll probably get a concussion and not remember anything. As long as I remember I have $7 million, that's all I'm worried about.
What's up, Pat? I need to know, like, I need to know the whole story.
All right, yeah, so
like,
what's the whole story? For $7 million, he's punching you. Is there gloves? Where is he hitting you? Is he hitting his hardest? Like, what's the deal?
Can you hit me blindfolded so I can...
No, I don't think blindfolded. Sixth Day? What? The movie? I'm not sure.
IP Man 3? I don't know what that is.
Ip Man. Wait, where's Ip Man? Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
in the movie Ip Man, it's about Ip Man is Bruce Lee's teacher of Wing Chun. And in the third movie, what's his name? Mike Tyson plays a gang lord or something like that, and they fight. And basically, Mike Tyson is old school boxing, and Ip Man is doing his Wing Chun thing, and they have a fight. And there's no like clear victor, so it's like kind of like, oh, we're both badasses. We'll go our separate ways, kind of thing. Have we talked about anime? We don't have anime on the topic, but we could ask. What are you guys' favorite anime?
I'm gonna sit out of this one because I don't watch anime.
Hey guys, Poodle doesn't watch JoJo's Bizarre World. She said she couldn't get into it. I just thought I'd let you know. Anyways,
Are you calling me out, Links to Gangsta?
I just recently watched it and I liked it. Okay, so
Are
yes,
you
I am.
calling me
Lankster
out?
Gangsta is calling you. You're not gonna let that go, are you?
No, I'm not. You just called me out for JoJo.
Dude, I do think if you watched it, like if you got past the first Phantom Blood, the second part is my favorite. The second part is better than the first part. It is kind of boring, but the second part is really cool.
I gave it an arc, and that's where I stopped.
You stopped after Jonathan died and sank to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, ooh,
Hey,
another raid.
Ooh. Yo, Chito, thank you for the raid, buddy. What's up, man?
Bonkers,
I hope you had a good
Bleach
stream.
is coming back. Bleach anime is coming back.
Okay, what's your favorite? Two questions. What's your first one? Is what's your favorite? If you had to pick.
If I had to pick, technically it would be Assassination's Classroom or One Piece.
Okay.
But it mixes the top 5 depending on how the story goes. Assassination's Classroom been in the top 5 for a long time, so it's One Piece.
Okay. My favorite would be between, if I get to pick two like that, my favorite would be between Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball series, all of them, and Fairy Tail. I really like Fairy Tail. Guys, everybody's just gonna clip Poodle reacts to whatever the hell Lank says, and it's gonna be awful every single time.
You can make a YouTube video out of it. There you go.
Is that so much of a surprise if I liked Dragon Ball so much that I liked Fairy Tail? Like, Poodle reacts. Let's just be this title of this podcast, dude. No other stream is for me. I hear that a lot, Day Drinker. Check if you adjust the quality, if it fixes it. If not, go into settings, go into your Chrome settings, go to advanced and turn off what is it called? Turn off hardware acceleration. If that doesn't work, we're broken forever. I don't know.
Broken forever.
I don't know. I have to go. Bye, Chito. Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Guys, welcome on in. We're doing a podcast right now. Hokage. Thank you for the follow, Hokage. Okay, most recent anime that you're into, Poodle.
Mob Psych. Oh my gosh.
Really?
It's so amazing.
I haven't seen it. I've seen like it's on Netflix, right?
I'm not sure. I'm watching it on Crunchyroll.
I've seen like the, you know, when you scroll to a title and it shows like the preview at top. It looks cool. I've been wanting to see it. So
it's really good. If you like One Punch Man,
I love One Punch Man.
It's the same writer. So if you like One Punch Man, you'll like Mob Psych. It's really good, in my opinion. I'm getting asked the question. Are you a big 3 fan? Naruto, Bleach, One Piece? Do you think it's truly dead, or is there a new big 3?
Those are the big 3? Hold up.
Oh, here's it. Yes, it is. Okay, history lesson.
Says who?
For anybody. Says manga sales. Hello?
Weebs.
So, okay. The big 3, if anybody doesn't know in chat, and Link.
Okay, alright. Watch dubbed.
It's Bleach, One Piece, and Naruto, because around the time where all 3 were active and still doing their like manga copies per week when they're dishing out, they were always those 3 as far as the top sales. So they made massive numbers. They were breaking records. It was like just ridiculous for Shonen Jump. So at the time, Bleach was like 2, 3, whenever was like in first place, it was always Naruto and One Piece going at it. But those are the big three. If you're asking me that question, I feel like because people don't really read anymore, they mostly watch anime. We can't really
Weebs.
say anything about big three, only because the reason why the name big three came because of Shonen Jump and manga sales. But manga sales aren't the same anymore because people are watching anime now. If you're asking me what's the modern day big three, I probably would say
My
Boku no
Hero.
Hero.
Hey, I got it.
What's the other one?
I'm excited.
Boku no Hero.
She means My Hero Nyquist.
Oh, sorry, My Hero Academia. Sorry, I say that I'm a weeb. I'm sorry.
Hey, I watched dubbed.
You watch dub?
I watched dubbed.
It's okay. I watch dub too. I watch both. I don't care.
See,
read
I
it too.
appreciate Poodle.
Just watch or read whatever you want. It doesn't even matter as long as you're doing it. Like I don't know why people make a big deal about it. But I would say probably Black Clover, Boku no Hero, and depending on how people like the way Demon Slayer is going, because I'm reading the manga and it's
No, does it get bad?
uh,
Oh no.
if y'all continue to like, you know, Demon Slayer, I would say those are top 3. If not, we can. Well, it's hard. Attack on Titans can go in this place, but Attack on Titans is on this last season right now for the anime, so I don't know.
I would say Attack on Titans up and one of the top 3, just because that is actually my first. I want to say real anime that I got into, because Dragon Ball Z. When I was a kid watching Dragon Ball Z, I didn't think it was an anime. I just thought it was a cartoon. I didn't really know the concept of anime. Like, it's really big in Western culture, probably same like Naruto, right? So I don't know if I'd consider those but like Attack on Titan, I first watched it and I was like, listen, spoilers, but the mom got 8, and I'm like, I was shook. That spoiler alert, but I was shook. Like, I was like, animes can do that? It's like, I don't know. I was kind of that really got me into it, and that was the first subbed anime that I ever watched, and I continue to watch it subbed. That's one of the only animes that I watch subbed and not dubbed. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z was a cartoon. Like, it was just like part of the cartoon lineup. I even watched
because it was programmed on Nyquist. You never watched Dragon Ball like at all?
No, I never got into anime.
What about Sailor Moon?
I don't even know what that is. Like that.
What
That's
about
why. That's what I'm saying.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Never.
That's not
that
anime.
Hey,
That's not anime.
it's by association. Leave it alone.
That's not anime.
It's by association.
No,
Leave it
you
alone.
can't. No, that's not no, we don't do that here. No, that's not
Yes, we
anime.
do. It's anime themed, so it's by association.
That's a great cartoon. If you guys like, even if you don't watch anime or cartoons, you should really watch Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, Avatar is good. Do you watch cartoons, Nyquist?
No, not really, not anymore.
No. Favorite cartoon ever
Dude,
growing up?
The only thing I would used to watch is like Pokemon of that.
That's anime. That's actually anime.
But here, no, hold on, let me finish. I didn't get into it, so it's like,
Okay.
I don't know. And then
What about
if
Yu-Gi-Oh?
somebody- No, like
Okay.
somebody tried to show me Yu-Gi-Oh once. I turned it off. I just couldn't get into it. I
I
couldn't
see.
get in any anime I tried to get into. I just couldn't. I don't know why. It's just not for me.
I see. It's not for everybody, and that's like, I like what Poodle said about, like, because usually, Nyquist, when I say I like dubbed, because there's subtitles where you hear the Japanese audio and you read the English subtitles, or dubbed, which they go over it and they dub English voices. And I watch dubbed because I'm too lazy and too ignorant to read, so I like to just hear it. And people are like, you watch dubbed, and they roast me. See, but like, so I like saying, you like what you like.
Because nobody wants to hear a 14-year-old sound like a 50-year-old man. How about that?
I thought
when I listen to sub, I'm hearing this 14-year-old sound with
They're
the
like,
deep
oh,
voice. I'm like, you guys said, they're like, this voice sounds so authentic, like it's relatable.
And then they're like,
What?
dubbed voices are so bad. I'm like, how would you know? You don't know what they're saying in Japan. Like, come on,
Like,
man.
what? Oh man, how do you feel like video game voice actors versus like
People just like to
cartoons
gatekeep. They like to gatekeep everything if they like something. Like I know that there's a lot of controversy on Avatar: The Last Airbender because people are like, "Oh, you're just a fake fan. You just started watching now." It's like let them enjoy what you've enjoyed as a kid. I don't know. There's gatekeepers everywhere.
I think that goes with like any show. Like people.
Yeah, true.
Like,
True.
say like take for example, I started watching like Game of Thrones.
Oh, see, I used to like Game of
before
Thrones.
the last season, and people would start calling me fake fans, and I'm like, why? Because I've never like got into the show, and then I actually like turned it on, and I was like, oh, this is actually a decent show, and then they ruined it with the last season. But
It was a decent show at a certain point. Like even season 7, I really like season 7. Like it was cool. Dragons, zombies, all that stuff was really cool. Finally, you get to see this buildup of Daenerys Targaryen. She'd been over there. She finally gets over here. It's like finally this pays off. But then the 8 seasons like let's just sweep this up. Let's get it over with real quick.
yeah, I feel like they ruined a lot of characters for that.
Well, it's just like they built up all these characters, and then HBO offered them to do more seasons, and the writers, I forget their names, were like, "Nah, we're good. No, it's fine." And it's like, okay.
It wasn't the writers, it was the directors, because the writer even said like his ending for the book, because the book's not finished.
Well, no, not the writer of the book, the writers of the show.
Yeah.
Because like they after like I think season 7,
material.
yeah, the dude he takes his time writing his books. Like he still hasn't written the next 2 books, which will cover the ending. So
right.
I can imagine down the future we're gonna get like a movie or like a limited series, like 3 really long episodes, something like that, of the ending, where they don't have to introduce all the characters and go through all their story. They're just like a quick introduction, and it's like people who have already known the material be like, "Oh, that's Jaime Lannister, and he's doing blank."
Right.
You know what I mean? So I could totally see that.
I hope they do. Honestly, they need to make up for that last season.
I think they will. Someone in Hollywood or wherever will pick it up.
They do it justice.
Well, weren't they supposed to do a bunch of like what are they called, like sideshows or whatever about some characters?
They were supposed to do sequels and prequels. I think mostly prequels. I forget. She's a really famous actor. She was going to be a Targaryen, like back when the what's the big empire of dragon riders. Those people, anyways, those people that rode dragons before the volcano erupted or whatever happened, like back in that society.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was supposed to be really cool, but I don't know. Did you go through all the questions from chat? We have not gotten to that part. We are currently on the Florida Man topic. We have the next topic, which the next topic gets kind of serious. So if you guys like to start that, it's about the whole the George Floyd situation, but like more overall, like the issue with America right now, I guess you could say. So recently, I'm sure you guys know, if you've seen the video, a man named George Floyd, a black man, was put under arrest, but then the cop literally dug his knee into his neck and waited there for 9 minutes. Imagine being suffocated for 9 minutes. Like he went unconscious like the first 4 minutes, and the dude stayed there and didn't do anything. People were trying to say like, get off him, man, he's done. Like, you know, he was a cop, by the way, doing this to a person, and it created protest riots, as it should, and it kind of showcases the inequality in America. Poodle, I'm gonna let you start off if you'd like to say something about this, because like Chris.
No, it's cool. It's one of those things where we're at it again, unfortunately.
Shit don't change sometimes.
It's like something bad happens like this, people riot, people do peaceful protests first, and then they riot because, you know, the government's not listening, and then all of a sudden it takes for the entire whatever it's happening city to like basically burn for people to do something. I think what makes this story worse, in my opinion, than the other ones is actually the cop and George worked together before as bouncers at a location in the same city.
I didn't know that. They actually
know
worked together?
They've actually known each other for 17 years.
What?
17 years, yeah. So the cop knew him.
That kind of makes it like premeditated, don't you think?
Yes, and they only charged the cop with third-degree murder.
So I saw that they recently arrested him today, and
yes.
I think I saw a video, and it was I want to say the district attorney whoever is doing like the prosecution, they were saying, that should happen to nobody. Nobody should go through that, being choked out for 9 minutes essentially. Nobody should have that happen to them. But I am investigating the criminal aspect or whatever. So he was saying like he's basically saying may not be any charges for the cop, which is kind of crazy. Like, how is that even possible?
That shouldn't be possible. He should be charged.
But
it's oh my gosh, man! It's
how
insane.
are
Especially 9-minute video of just one, like your knee on somebody's neck. That's not how you do that. Like,
dude,
but in handcuffs.
And the thing is, like, people were like, hey man, like I watched the video, dude. I had a hard time watching that video, but people are like, hey, get off him, he's not breathing anymore. Like, the dude's literally dead, not breathing, and he's like, get off him, man, get off him, get off him. His nose is bleeding. And that's what they said in the video. Like, the person like next to him or whoever filming, get off him, he's he's not breathing, his nose is bleeding, all this stuff. And the dude literally dead face, doesn't do anything, and then pulls out, he's in his pocket, he pulls out like mace. I think someone in the video said. It's like what, I don't know, it's crazy. And it sucks for, I bet you the people like around him feel especially awful because they couldn't help save that dude's life from like, basically oppression, basically these cops oppressing him and oppressing like them, trying to help them. I don't know, it's hard to actually see, to watch.
I know, and it's difficult because the other cops, and then you hear in the video going, "Oh, he's talking, he's fine."
Yeah,
that's just because you're talking.
That's not how your vocal cords work. And it's like terrible. That's not even how you detain somebody. Like, even other cops have spoken about it. It's like, that's not how you detain somebody. When you're in that position, you don't put your knee on that person's neck, you put your foot next to that person's neck. So if they start actually resisting, you can put your knee, and it's not meant to be like held there forever. It's meant to like, like, as like, okay, he's moving, I gotta put on it and say stop and then get off of him, more of like a leverage position.
I feel like that's the problem that I have with like just police overall. They're not trained properly. Like, that's
they are not
literally the issue.
They are not.
You're in the academy for
12, maybe less.
What, I think it's
12 weeks. 12 weeks, maybe less.
Like a associate's degree.
Oh, way less. Way less.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
It's a bigger overall problem. It's like one aspect of an overall problem of lack of education and lack of training in this country. If you think about, if we invested a fraction of a percentage of what we do for war and stuff like that into education, into getting people educated, we wouldn't be in half the shit we're in, right? We wouldn't have this presidency. Exactly. We wouldn't have this intolerance if we invested into education. And especially for people who are trying to serve and protect us, it's a system of intolerance and ignorance because they're not trained properly. They're not educated properly.
Has a certain amount of time that they can graduate from their boot camp. I feel like police officers should have around the same time as them.
I think
to be trained. Like, you're being trained with a deadly weapon, and your training is only like 6 months. That doesn't make any sense to me. And then on top of that, most cops are racially profiling these people because they're power hungry and they feel like they can do whatever the fuck they want. And it's just,
exactly.
I grew up in a small town of 20,000 people. I basically, there was 2 school districts. I basically knew everybody from each school district in my grade and 4 grades in either direction. And now that I get older, it's kind of crazy because I see the wrong people becoming cops, the wrong people being cops from my age, right? Being cops, running for office, and it's just the same cycle. It's just like, those people should not be law enforcement because they're not being law enforcement for the right reasons. They're not trying to protect people. They're not trying to serve. They just like it because they get a badge and they think they look cool, and they're like, they get this bravado about them. And that's the problem, is that the wrong people, and even with like, teachers, the wrong people are doing it for the wrong reasons, I guess you could say. Well, especially for cops, I should say.
Well, even it, like, they're like, didn't the video you sent us, the one that Philip DeFranco did, didn't they go through the police report and they lied like all the way through that thing about what happened? And then you have the video evidence of it. It makes me wonder, like, before cell phones and stuff, with anything that could be able to record, how many times has cops done that to like Just
A lot.
Plenty.
like
So
it's
so
amazing.
many.
A
So
lot.
many.
What was the guy in the 90s? King? Was his last name King? I forget, but in LA. And you had all those
Oh, the
riots.
LA riot,
Um
Oh yeah,
Rodney King.
Rodney King.
yeah, Renegade.
You know, same situation, and I don't think
Luckily
there
he
was a
was still
video,
alive.
right? There wasn't a video of it, right?
It was
Nope.
a video, but it was really
But
blurry.
yeah,
You can just the
Right.
part that you can see is like literally. I don't. This is what pisses me off. Why is it 20 cops trying to detain one person? You should not be a cop if it takes 20 of you guys to
It should
detain
take
one
one. It
person.
should take one
eh,
or two max.
eh,
Like I don't get it. I'm so confused.
and if
Like
you got
why
a
are
dude
you
in
a cop?
handcuffs, you're
Yeah,
already on top of him. Why do you need to put your knee on his neck? Like it's
Exactly.
put him in the car.
yeah,
Why do you
you're
gotta
already
put
detained.
him in
Like
the back
that's
seat of
not
the
how you
car?
detain somebody. They're already in handcuffs. Just put them in the backseat of the car. You've seen like plenty of videos from like that show cops or like on the internet. It was like some violent criminal or you know some dude acting up in the back of in the back of a car with the window don't roll down, and the cop is like, yo, why'd you do that, bro? And like, you know, he's being, you know, slurring and talking shit to the cop or whatever, but they're detained, they're in the car. Why didn't he do that? Because I honestly, like, I didn't know that he knew him for 17 years. I feel like that's premeditated, and that's a
Like it too.
that's like targeted.
I looked at your chat. It said drink water. I was like, okay.
I gotta
sure.
drink, and now I gotta pee, but I can still hear you guys if you guys want to continue. I'll be right.
I just think that it's it's gonna be a never ending cycle. And
Yeah.
what makes me laugh is when people on the internet was like, why can't you guys just peacefully protest instead of destroying your community? And it's like, well, people try to peacefully protest. You got Kaepernick that tried to take a knee. You got basketball players that wore Black Lives Matters t-shirts, and people had a problem with it. So, what is your definition of peacefully protesting?
Right. Exactly.
At this point, people are tired of peacefully protesting when the opposite side is not peacefully doing their part. Like, why should one side be peaceful when the other side is violent? That doesn't make any sense. You don't get all Martin Luther Kings. You're gonna get some Malcolm X's in it. So that's
One thing.
how.
Go ahead.
No. You're fine. I'm done.
Well,
I
I
mean,
was
not
gonna
done.
say, one thing I just don't understand about the violent part of these protests. Why stores? Why are they going after stores? Like I see,
Yeah.
um, I don't understand that. And then I'm looking right now on Twitter, and I guess there was a riot out in Atlanta today. I see cop cars and stuff on fire. See,
In
that makes more
Atlanta.
sense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in Atlanta, that makes more sense to me. It's still bad, but that makes more sense to me. What should happen? Well, I don't understand why people have to go and like attack these smaller businesses and Targets and Wendy's and all that stuff.
Hi, so
I don't get that.
I heard you guys. The thing with that is it's like a quote. Thank you for the biddies, Dumbles. I hope you're doing good, man. Mentality of the mob, right? It's a whole different thing from individual thought to when you're in a mob or when there's a mob mentality. So
Yeah.
it's a whole, it's almost like a hive mind. It's a different beast. So maybe it starts off peaceful, but then you get all this energy, all these emotions in the same thing, and it just kind of spirals out of control. Like, have you ever had all these emotions coming at you at once? You have like a panic attack, or you kind of freak out, stuff like that. Imagine that with hundreds of people, and you know, that's the closest thing. Or maybe even, you know, there's some nefarious people that aren't necessarily protesting for the right reasons, want to direct everybody's attention to maybe like a store or something like that. And it's easy. It's like almost like, you know, it's almost like suggestibility. Like the mob is more like, you know, suggestible. Have you ever like started a wave at a basketball game or something like that? You know, stuff like that. People are more easily open to suggestions. So it's stuff like that. That's why they target the things that they target. Even like I saw that they targeted a under construction low income apartment complex, and it's like, why would you do that? Because it's low income. That's not like, you know, that's not like, you know, what.
I think it's more so anger. As far as Target, from what I heard, from somebody that's actually from there, they wouldn't give milk to peaceful protesters when they were being maced. So
Hmm.
so many people got mad, and then they just started destroying the store.
So they went in for
That's what I heard.
mace. I mean, they went in for milk, and then, you know,
Okay.
They
I can
wouldn't
see
sell
that.
it to the protesters,
I mean,
and then
even imagine if you're in there and you're protesting, you're marching down the street, and you see Target, kind of like an established oppressive institution in a lot of regards. It's like, oh, why do they get all this money? Target has all this money, all these funds, and it's kind of oppressing. There's so like high prices. They're taking advantage of their workers and stuff like that. Can you imagine some person just has to think, oh, they're taking advantage of people, let's go destroy their office.
You see that too. I think that again, it just comes with people's anger. Like,
Also,
have you guys ever been angry and you've done something later
Yeah.
on that you maybe wasn't proud of? I
Yeah.
think when you have
Yeah.
multiple people doing that all
Yeah.
at the same time,
Again,
and they're just fed up, especially with what's going on with
mob
police
mentality,
They just,
yeah, Chris says, I think a large
I
part
don't
is
know why
blindly
Target
lashing
got
out.
targeted. Maybe because the name is Target, and they were like,
They
oh,
saw
let me
red.
target that
They
first. I
literally
don't
saw
know.
red. Yeah, I think it's like you said. Like it said anger, and Chris says blindly lashing out. It's just like kind of blind anger. You go into a rage, especially in a mob. Like I said, it's like a whole other animal. So you just go into a rage. You know what I mean? You kind of uncontrollable. It's kind of like a big wave. You just kind of crash into everything.
I don't ever. I'm not saying that I agree with it. I mean, I get that people are angry, but I'm always confused when people start like stealing from these places.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm
just
like
Yeah.
I think that's the
like,
evilness
how
in
did
all
that
of
come
us.
about? Like, how did destroying? Like, I can understand. I don't condone violence. That's all I'm gonna say. But I can understand destroying property. But when it goes from destroying to stealing, I'm like, where did that come from?
I think
like,
it's
how?
like that's like our opportunistic hunter instincts. It's like, oh shit, like it's there, and then it only takes like Chris says, it only takes one person to say fuck this building. It only takes one person to grab a TV, and then everybody else is like, oh fuck,
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna get me a TV too. Yeah, so I think that's where that comes from. That's how that happens.
I actually laughed a little bit earlier because I saw a TikTok earlier where they were doing this this little mall or something, and it was they were breaking the windows to the Planet Fitness, and inside there's a dude working out. I'm like, what?
I saw something similar. I think it was on Twitter. It was like, shouldn't they have sounded the LANK alarm?
No,
Oh, wow.
yeah, that was
That
going
shit
off.
made me laugh, dude.
The meme I've seen, it was like this one non-person of color, just this guy walking with like a Lego collection. Like, everybody's like, Legos? Really? Legos out of all things that you would take
shit.
out
All
the
things
store?
you could take, you could think of Legos. That's awesome.
It's Legos not war. I agree.
Like, not a TV, not a PlayStation, not just Legos. Okay.
So
Cool.
I saw another video. It was another Philip DeFranco video that happened today. It was these two, and they're like they call themselves rednecks, like so there was these two white dudes, and they were
I've
like
seen that video.
they're like rednecks and justice for George Floyd. And they're like, it's funny how cops, they said, I think something similar, like along the lines of, it's funny how cops behave themselves when there's armed citizens around. I think something like that. So, it's kind of crazy to think that in some regards, owning a gun and stuff like that is a good thing, I guess. I don't know, because they were protecting the stores from being attacked and stuff like that, but they were also protecting the people protesting. You know what I mean?
think that when you have an armed gun, it depends on what color you are that's holding.
100%.
I feel like people.
There's plenty of examples of that.
Yeah, they just have a riot about trying to open up everything.
Yeah,
like just in that same state,
literally.
and
No,
they were like all yelling up and
I think it was.
Faces and...
I want to say Michigan, right?
Yeah.
It was Michigan. There's these dudes with AR-15s all loaded up at the state capitol in
building.
like the cops' faces, literally in the cops' faces with their guns, yelling at them. Cops weren't doing shit. They're just standing there.
No.
So it's like you can
just
clearly
COVID
see
everywhere. It was just coronavirus all in that area. I'm just like, you guys aren't doing anything about that, but you guys want to complain about
that's Michigan
peaceful protest and then get mad when it turns into a riot. I'm just confused.
Yeah, it just shows the inequality. Like there's literally, since I think it's always been there, but I think since 2016 it's been more apparent. Like it's kind of like put a bigger spotlight on all of it.
And I want to thank social media for that because I feel like that's what was the breaking point compared to the rest of the years. Because that's when Facebook and Twitter and everything, like people had a form of communication that wasn't just the news to manipulate and put whatever they wanted on TV. It was like, no, guys, this is what's really happening. Like, I'm here. Like, they'll snap a
Yeah,
picture and show,
videos.
like, hey,
Like
I'm here.
like videos, the proliferation of
Yeah.
little video devices being able to film stuff is huge. It's been showing all the inequalities, or maybe not all of them, but a lot of the inequalities that were there, but people kind of looked the other way, or the powers that be kind of denied it, but they can't deny it because we got video now, like a lot of the
Oh, yeah.
times. Can you imagine
Exactly.
how much like there'd be outrage, but we wouldn't know the full story if we didn't have
No,
a video of this
would know what-
situation?
we would know what's in that police report, and
The-
that police report's a lie.
The cop wouldn't have
Right.
the cops wouldn't have gotten fired at all. They'd be paid leave. You know how they always put cops on paid leave, paid suspended
Right.
leave. So and
Mhm.
then they do
They
an
were
investigation.
originally on paid suspended leave, and then they got fired like the next day. It's like, you guys really is gonna pull this bullshit.
You know, it's funny
especially
because
when
they
the mayor
wouldn't
was
have
saying
gotten
something about it.
fired if there wasn't so much outrage. If we didn't know the truth about it, they would have business as
Oh,
usual.
but-
They wouldn't have done anything about it. They barely arrested him today when he
Right.
murdered a man on TV. I'm on
And
video.
Didn't he flee to Florida?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be
Yeah, they
Throw the
surprised.
state away. Throw the
saw
entire
saw that
Those
shit off.
hides in
Saw it
Florida.
off. I wouldn't be
Please.
surprised, but
I think he has a location in Florida.
He's gonna
And he
turn
went
into the
to
next
Florida.
Florida man.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually from Florida. I can't get over the fact that he actually knew him for 17 years.
Yeah, I didn't know.
That's
that.
like-
that's
That's
interesting.
insane.
That's very interesting.
Crazy.
Man died of asphyxiation due to breathing problems. They probably would have. What did the police report say? Like what?
They said
what
he resisted arrest.
Yeah,
And that's the reason why they had.
it's
like,
if you want to pull up that DeFranco video, it's in that video.
But isn't it? It's like another video from like somebody's store security camera that they didn't want it released on the internet. Basically showing that he didn't resist arrest at all. They made
it was like a
up
different
just
angle or
to-
something like that. Like before the
Yeah.
person started filming, that was on the video. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't resist arrest at all, and it was over something stupid.
Yeah.
It's like
It was like a
fake
non.
20. Wasn't it like a fake $20 bill or something like that?
That ended up being real.
I don't know if it was
Oh,
like.
oh my gosh,
Was it that? I thought it was like
it was
something.
like, yeah, it was like forgery. or
Some like
something
fraud,
that.
forgery or something, fraud or
Yeah.
forgery or something, like nothing like you would get freaking choked out for, or arrested
No.
in that way for. It's just.
You get like a,
A
get like a ticket
ticket
for
or-
that. Yeah.
And the cops that just stood there, like, I don't understand why they're not like, dude, get off. That's enough. Put him in the car. Like, why didn't they do anything? The one of the cops, the dude that was standing right next to him, has like including the cop that actually committed the murder. The cop that was standing next to him actually had like several. They both had several complaints against them that never got looked into or pursued or anything like that.
I think one of them was known for framing like multiple people under fake charges or something.
Wasn't
They're
it the guy that
they're
had him pinned down?
horrible.
Yeah.
I'm
Can you imagine all the people that we don't know do that? All the cops that do that we don't know about because they didn't get filmed on video, or maybe they haven't done this extreme yet, that they do that. The system is completely it's fucked. America's system on a lot of things is just fucked.
Yeah.
the worst is these police departments. They really don't care. It's like, even if that individual gets fired or gets prosecuted and the family sues, that's taxpayers' money. They don't care. They gonna move on to the next one and be like, all right, cool, whatever. All right, we give you your money, but it's not coming out of them. And I feel like we got to find a way where the departments are being jeopardized instead of us, because we're paying these lawsuits. Like, the citizens are paying the lawsuits, not the department. The department doesn't care at all. So, I mean, well, they're burnt down right now, so they don't have a department to go to. But like the other places, I feel like.
But what do you
we have to
do?
find
Like
something.
what do you find? What is like the solution? How do you do that? That doesn't just impact the taxpayers. Like, I
You
mean,
gotta vote. You gotta
uh,
vote more than just a president. Like I think a lot of people don't know that things are bigger than just Trump versus Biden. Like you have to vote in house. You have to vote for your state
Hmm.
electives. You have to vote for your governor. You have to vote for your mayor. You have to vote for anybody that's in your state to make sure that the people that are representing your state, Florida, are
Florida doesn't know what they
are
want. So let's
people.
think of other states. Let's give it like because
Every
Florida
time we
is
talk
just.
about a state, it's just Florida, main
I
point.
don't think.
Bam.
You have to have people that actually represent what you stand for. And I think that's the problem. Not a lot of younger people know that. All they know, I think it has to do with our public educational system too. They don't
Education.
teach you about that.
Yeah.
Mm.
They
Again, it
teach you
boils down to
minimum.
education. Like one of the starter things is education, but also at the same time, it's just the system in general. The system in place is meant to keep those in power staying in power. I mean,
Right.
let's think of an example. All right, you said that it's not just Biden versus Trump, right? Let's think of an example of 2016. Young people had a movement of Bernie. They liked Bernie, whatever. You can have your opinions on Bernie, but a lot of young people, they liked Bernie and they were pulling for Bernie. You get that young vote for Bernie. What did the Democratic institution, the Democratic, what is it called? The DNC. What did they do? They sabotaged Bernie for Hillary Clinton. It's
Hillary lost. It's
Yeah,
like
how well
yeah,
that worked
but
out.
they sabotaged it's even like documented emails between the Democratic National Committee's chair and Hillary Clinton that they were doing things to sway the tide to get Hillary the votes to become the Democratic nominee. All right. That kind of puts young voters off, right? Like you're like, oh
Right.
shit. Have you noticed a lot of people are like, I don't vote because it doesn't matter because my vote doesn't matter anyway? Have you heard that before? Have you guys heard that
Oh,
before?
yeah.
I've heard that
Yeah.
plenty of times. And it's like, okay, so one time, let's say like one time this person has this opinion that my vote doesn't count. They're like, oh wow, this is a candidate that I really like. I like Bernie Sanders. I really like him. I'm gonna vote for him. He's doing really well. He has a chance. And then the Democratic National Committee sabotages it. Okay, that kind of puts you off, right? That would kind of leave a bad taste in your mouth, right?
Yeah.
I would say yeah, but at the same time, it's like my problem with that one, when it was Trump versus Hillary, was people were saying, "Oh, they're both evil. It doesn't matter."
That I have a
That was
theory.
my problem because I was like, so if you're gonna go based off of that, why don't you at least vote for the two of the less evil?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys literally
A
like
lot of people didn't vote.
it was the biggest percentage of people not voting in 2016.
A lot of people didn't
Like
vote, like you said. Yeah. But at the same time, I think that happened. I have a theory that social media had a part to play in that because if you remember the primary, there was a lot of memes. There was a lot of that was the Harambe incident. There was a lot of memes that were like memeing on Hillary Clinton. I don't know if you
yeah,
remember.
oh my god,
There was so
Harambe.
many memes about Hillary Clinton that I think that actually swayed public opinion to think that Hillary was a really bad person, like she was as bad as Trump, if not worse. I think that a lot of people saw social media posts about Hillary Clinton and got it in their mind that she's just as bad, if not worse, as Trump. And I think that's what happened. But back to my point about like Bernie Sanders is okay. So again, he was having a young movement. It's pretty well documented that he had this young movement, and then
He did.
yeah, he
He
did.
did.
And then all right, whatever, it happened. We got Trump. That sucks ass. But Bernie Sanders is going to try again in 2020. Same shit happens. Like, all these candidates drop out and one by one they endorse Biden. It's the same Democratic committee, Democratic institution not giving young voters a chance to be part of a Democratic establishment. And that's going to dissuade a lot of young voters to be like, all right, well, fuck it, because my vote doesn't matter anyway, clearly. Like,
Exactly.
even just one person thinking that is a big thing. And there's
I think
so
this
many
time
people.
I don't think this time around people are gonna just be like, "Fuck it, I'm not gonna vote." Especially if they see how the
I
past
hope they
4
don't.
years.
I swear to God, I hope they don't, because good Lord.
I think, in my opinion, and I hope that I'm right. I think 2020 has showed how horrible Trump is
You would
being.
think that, but his public opinion never changes. His base of forgive me, but they're ignorant and they're intolerant and they're racist. His base don't change. And like he has this lock on the Republicans are just as much to blame as Trump. Like, you know, Mitch McConnell, all those dudes in Senate, in Congress, they're just as much to blame because they're complacent. They like staying in power. So if it keeps them in power, they're just going to go with Trump.
So if we were to have, hope not, but if we were to have Trump again for 4 years,
We might. There's a good chance.
Might.
There's a good chance.
there's a
Unfortunately,
very good
there's a good chance.
Well, let's hope aliens come before that happens. But anyway,
Hopefully something happens. Hopefully 2021.
The world might end.
Well,
in
yeah, the
2020.
world might
We
end in
never know right
2021
now.
because
There's just a lot
apparently,
of
like,
stuff
remember it
going
was
on.
supposed to end in 2012. Apparently, the theory is that they got it mixed up and it's 2021 instead of 2012, and that's when the Mayans predict the world is going to end. So, hey, I'm hoping that happens.
oh no. But do you think it would be a different time around if like most of the party was Democrat instead of Republican?
Do you mean
'Cause
most
right
of
now he
like
has mostly mostly Republican.
do you mean
right
most
now.
of like most of the elected officials like Congress?
Yeah.
So we have the House. The Republicans, Democrats have the House. Republicans have the Senate. But even like I don't know. Like I talked to my dad about this a lot. He was a sheriff for 10 years. He was a judge for 20 years, and he's always been a Democrat. This is a Democratic state. We talk about this a lot. We're both convinced that even like a lot of the Democrats are part of the same old bullshit that they need to go to. There needs to be term limits on Congress and Senate. There's not, which is kind of crazy. But so you're saying if most of the House and the Senate is Democratic, will things be different?
Because think about when Obama was in office, and I think
For
most of-
4 years for 4 years they had a Democratic controlled Senate and a Democratic controlled House for the first 4 years of his term.
right, but the second term he
Was
had,
Republicans.
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
you noticed a difference in his term.
well,
from
they
the first one to
started
the second
blocking.
one.
They started blocking all these things. It's like it's the same thing that Democrats are trying to do with like, you know, Trump and the Republican controlled Senate. It's just reverse, right?
Right.
That's kind of like, again, like there's a phrase, politics as usual. So what gets done if we keep switching? You know what I mean?
Right. I think that he would be limited to what he can do. I'm hoping that he's not in office at all.
I would hope so, but again, like the way things are looking, even with like Biden's like questionable mental health.
I'm not really a big fan of Biden myself because of what he said about black people.
Why, dude? Who says that? Who says that? Dude, this guy's a career politician. He's been in the business for a while. I don't think that you say that if you're still all mentally capable. I kind of feel like he's gotten some mental decline.
He said, what did he say?
If you don't
vote for Biden, you're not black.
Well, no, if you're having a hard time,
that.
if you're having a hard time choosing,
Yeah.
then you're not black. Like something like that.
Or
Yeah,
something.
that's what
I
he
was
said,
just
Chris. Like
some of the things he says is just it's unbelievable.
it's
I mean,
kind of
either of them, honestly.
You know what I noticed?
It's like-
Yeah.
In the primary, I don't know if you guys watched, but in the primary, when he first decided that he was gonna run, he was like a loving grandfather. He was nice. He was treating everybody nicely. All the other candidates, he was treating nicely because when he first entered, he was like at the top of the polls, right? It's like, oh, he's the leading candidate. But then Sanders and Warren and they were all ahead of him. He started getting like angry. Like he was an angry,
Yeah.
crotchety old grandpa. Like he was like lashing out at them. And I was like, what? Why did he switch so
I
quickly?
think because he was hoping that the clout from him being vice president was going to transfer. over
It died
to
off.
him.
I think the most unfortunate thing, and like this is kind of selfish to say, but like the most unfortunate thing for America was when Joe Biden's son died in 2016 or 2015, and that's what prevented him from running for president in 2016 in 2015. Or I think I would have voted for him if he ran, you know, right after Obama.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you know, it's funny. Public opinion of him was pretty high, even on social media. Remember all of the Obama and Biden memes where they're like
Yeah.
bros? You remember those were
I think
great.
Everybody thought that he was going to run, so it makes sense.
And then
that-
his son
I mean,
died. So, and then like, you know, he didn't want to run because he was just too heartbroken.
can understand that, but he needs to watch what he say, because the shit he say out of his mouth is disrespectful.
I think I really feel like Michelle Obama would save us all. Whether she was running for
Don't want
president,
no part. She's
dude,
like,
she
I
hates
wanna be
it. She
president.
hates it. She knows what it's all about just because of her husband being in office for 8 years. She is
I
not a
love Michelle
fan.
Obama.
She is
They already
great.
almost had a fit because
She
a
is
black
great.
man was president. You think they gonna let a black woman be president right afterwards?
I don't think they could stop Michelle. I don't care what they do. I don't think they could stop Michelle if she ran for president. I think we would have a black female president if she ran.
So I hope whoever runs that is a black female can be just like Michelle Obama, because she's amazing.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, I think it's great that our president knows how to do social media, but I think he needs to stay the hell off of Twitter.
Did you see what I tweeted today?
What
He
did you-
tweeted today, but I screenshot it and tweeted it. One tweet, he was going on whatever the fuck he was doing. One tweet today with coronavirus going on, with protests and shit
China.
going on. China, capital all caps exclamation mark China. That was his tweet. What the fuck is our country? What is our country?
The one thing I will say, this is the only thing I'm saying I'm thankful of Trump, is that he's exposing what people should have been paying attention to.
Yes.
The government.
Well,
That's the one thing I will thank him for, because all of
sometimes
his nonsense is like everybody's being more aware about politics now because
yes.
of him.
Not even that. It's just like the racism and intolerance in this country. It's
Yeah.
being exposed. Like, people think, oh, it's 20, back in the day, 2015. Oh, it's 2015. There's no racism anymore. There's no racists or anything like that anymore.
Yeah.
He has shown that there's clearly racism and intolerance all around still. So I'm hoping it's like one of those things where you look back in history and it's like, okay, yeah, that was really bad, but it also exposed the inequalities. It exposed the institutions that aren't working. So then everybody knew they were there, so they fixed them. But maybe I'm being too optimistic on that, to be honest with you.
Did you see what he just tweeted? Time for a change. #2020. Oh my god.
Dude, I saw this other tweet. He's like, Obamagate is far worse than Watergate. I'm like, what the fuck is Obamagate? He listens to conspiracy theories. If he sees something on Fox News, he takes it as a science fact. He thinks like,
Him to eat a Snickers. Oh my gosh, he needs to go somewhere.
Well, he's saying time for a change on Twitter because of the this tweet says Minneapolis Democrat governor, Democratic Secretary of State, Democratic state auditor, all of them that are in control are all Democrat. That's why he's saying time for a change 2020. Like, that's why. Okay.
so Chris says, to be honest, and as harsh as this is to say, I don't think racism will end until the boomer generation, right up until the millennial generation die out.
So we gotta die.
Well, listen, I mean, even
What, are you calling me
I mean,
racist?
I mean,
God
even
damn.
I mean, the way I see it is like, even when I was in high school and shit like that, like even with like people growing up gay and stuff like that, I feel like they had it pretty bad still. Like even when we were in high school, but I feel like the Zoomers, Generation Z, I feel like it's way easier. I don't know, because I can't speak from personal experience. My brother is gay, and I think he had a really hard time, coming out and everything like that. But I feel like it's a lot easier for people that aren't the norm, I guess you could say, to be themselves. So maybe shit, dude. Maybe Generation Z is the tolerant generation. Like for the majority, obviously, there's always people.
It's literally social media.
But social media is
in my
bad
opinion.
too, because again,
Social
it's
media
like
is bad, but it's a resource that shows multiple opinions.
it's
Whereas in before you didn't have that. You have to do access from newspapers or word of mouth. Whereas in
Nope.
look, you just seen how you seen what Trump just said. Oh, do you see what he just said on Twitter? Like that fast. Whereas in back in the day, you have to wait for it to be in a newspaper or
This
watch
is
it on
why.
TV or
So it's instant access, is what you're saying.
yeah.
This is why exactly. You know, because I graduated with a journalism major. This is why
Mhm.
my line of work is dying. Is because literally all
Hmm.
the social media, everything's instant. Like video from somebody you've never heard of could surface from anywhere, and it will take like a news station like 20 minutes still to get there when somebody else already posted that.
Yeah.
So it's
Right.
like, why
Yeah.
would they read that article, or why would they read this?
I think social media is a slippery slope for opinions too, because it's prolifer
What?
What,
proliferated. I can't.
what
You
are
know when
trying
something
to
like
say?
multiplies very fast.
Plethora?
Prolificated. No,
Prolificated. Prolific.
I can't say the word
Word,
now.
the word.
Anyways, okay, so it is increased the amount of times you can just go onto Twitter or social media, see somebody's tweet, retweet it, and be like, yeah, that's my opinion too. So people don't think for themselves. They see someone else's opinion and they're like, okay, yeah, I'll go with that. So that's an issue. That can become an issue.
I think our generation has our faults too. I will
Oh,
say
everybody
that
does those. Yeah.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I will say that our generation more so, no offense, has a sheep kind of mentality when it
Hmm.
comes to being offended about stuff, because everybody's offended this generation. Like, oh, that doesn't follow what I feel. I'm offended. You getting canceled.
Cancel culture. Yeah. Cancel
This
culture is
this that. So
crazy.
I mean,
Oh
we
my
have
gosh.
we have our faults too. It's not like we're perfect. We're not perfect at all. Like, I feel like millennials are like the cancel culture. Then the generation after us is eating Tide Pods. Like, I just don't know what's going on with everybody's
They do
generation.
got their faults. Yeah.
Tide Pods.
So I feel like as long as we can pinpoint what it is that we need to fix, and just saying like, I feel like everybody just needs to respect everybody's opinion as long as it doesn't put somebody else in harm. Like,
Mhm.
that's just my opinion with that.
You can't. I forget who said it. They said it like the other day. I was talking to them. You can't lift somebody up while stepping on somebody else, or
Yes.
lift somebody up while pushing somebody else down. And I think it's the same thing with, like, trying to get equal rights for women, for people of color, all this stuff. You can't completely like what's his name, John Boyega. I think he retweeted it. John Boyega, the dude that played in Star Wars. He's British. You're like, I didn't know he was
Oh,
British.
yeah.
He said, "Fuck racist white people." 100% agree with that. But not every white person is racist, so we can't step on them just to lift somebody else up. And a lot of the times, look at all these school shootings and stuff like that. Who perpetrates these school shootings? White kids, right? For the most part, it's white kids. I think it's because, they're kind of becoming the kids that get bullied, the kids that get oppressed, and we can't like paint with broad strokes when it comes to that, because then we're just gonna fuck up a whole other different race. We're gonna fuck up a whole other different culture. I think everybody has to be lifted up equally.
I agree.
A touchy subject. Man,
I
we
know.
really getting into
I know
we
it's a
really-
topic subject, but like, dude, that's the thing with like streamers. We always have to tiptoe around shit. But I just want
We
everybody. I want
I just
everybody
wanna
to
make sure
express.
it's not against TOS. That's it. I don't mind talking about it. If it's
As
not
long as
against
it's not
TOS,
like,
I don't
man, fuck Twitch, but that's why Twitch don't like me, because I say that on a regular basis.
How do you guys feel about like these platforms like muting people? Have you heard about TikTok?
Like
At one point,
shadow banning people.
they blocked Black
Yeah.
Lives Matter hashtag.
Who did?
Did they?
TikTok. They did
Did
at
they?
one point until everybody was outraged about it, and then they like,
I've-
uplifted it again.
I've seen a lot of people commenting on like the George Floyd thing.
Yeah, but before it was blocked. Like, it
Wow.
said 0 views for that hashtag.
I
But a lot
was-
of people were like complaining about it, and then they changed it where you can use it now.
So I talked to you guys before like recently, because I didn't think of the idea to put like a podcast on YouTube. I was just gonna do it here and leave it here. But before that, someone was like, "Careful what you say about coronavirus, because they've been shadow banning stuff on coronavirus on YouTube." And I was like, "Whoa."
Why? Why would you ban something about coronavirus?
fucking dude, we don't like we can speculate, there can be theories, all this shit, but we don't really know what big corporations or what powers do, the powers that be, what they do and why they do it. We don't really know. Like, I don't know.
Like that's the people that are tied into the government, in my opinion. They don't want certain things on the platform, or they don't want people to.
It's systems of control.
This thing, yeah, it's like, oh, this platform is talking about this. Well, we're the government, and we'll shut you down if you don't take care of it. It's like the government controls everything, and it's so annoying.
I mean, it's not. I mean, what if it even just isn't even the government? It's like corporations stuff. Do you ever watch those movies? There's like dystopian futures where like corporations are in charge. There's always like the futures where corporations are in charge. I think that comes from like this laissez-faire capitalism, is because look how much power these corporations have. They have lobbyists. They have like, you know, they can donate to people running for political office. Like this, it's kind of crazy how much power corporations have. Jeff Bezos is about to become a trillionaire. Like, can you imagine if he keeps building on that? Like how powerful his corporation, and even if he lives on for a long time, how powerful he could be. Like that shit's crazy.
Family's gonna be like the next Rockefeller.
Yeah,
pretty much.
You know what's crazy? You guys know about Carnegie, right? He literally Carnegie. He was, again, like kind of like Rockefeller. I think he was in the railroad industry, and he was once at a time the richest man in the world. And do you guys know a Carnegie library near you anywhere? Oh,
no.
Okay, well, in my hometown there's a Carnegie library, but there's a lot of Carnegie stuff, like, because he donated 99% of his wealth, and he was the richest man at one point in the world, and he donated 99% of his wealth. I don't know, I just thought that was kind of a cool fact when we're talking about Rockefeller and stuff like that. It's kind of cool when they do stuff like that, but when they just keep all their money to themselves and become even more powerful, like how much power can you get?
People are greedy. They don't care.
Yeah, it's all about the bottom line. Even for Twitch, it's all about the bottom line. You know how much money even just us right here make for Twitch on a regular basis, like on a yearly basis? Can you imagine us times what, 4.4 million other streamers? That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
So like paying off the big streamers is chump change.
Don't even think about us. Like, just think about how much, like, one or two of the big streamers, how much they bank.
Oh, dude, lots of money. But it's like,
oh my gosh, Alpha Gaming actually broke down his.
Did he?
His finances on YouTube. He was like, he doesn't know if it was a good idea, but he feels like
I feel like he broke some rules, like some NDAs or some shit.
I don't know.
What's in that contract? What's in their contract?
It depends, yeah. But what? Okay, so what does he make?
I think he can show what he makes on. Like, he was just showing like how much he made off of ad revenue, off of subs.
Probably not a good idea for like someone like that to talk about their finance. I don't think it's a good idea for anybody to talk about their financials. But
when I found out how much he made a month,
how much he make, like from which platforms?
Well, Twitch by itself or just overall?
I want to know both, actually.
Twitch, he said he doesn't really make like a lot of money, but it's more so like I think 7,000-8,000 a month. A month, like overall, because he does advertisements, sponsorships. He does YouTube videos. Now he has the whole non-copyrighted music thing going on, and
that's actually what I have playing right now.
Like, I think like 200,000 a month.
Damn, he's living easy, dude. Well, I mean, he works hard. He makes lots of videos.
Let me see.
I mean,
200 or 100,000.
Dude, all you gotta do is, like, you know how sometimes streamers have their sub count and a sub goal? I'm always curious. When I see that, I go put it in my calculator, you know, just like minimum. I'm curious.
That to me.
Well, I mean,
you did that to me, didn't you?
Okay, math ain't that hard. I know. I know how much you got. Listen, I didn't have to put it in my calculator, okay? But yeah, but like, think about it. Just minimum, not from tier 3 subs.
And then you look at their bit leaderboard too, right? Don't you? And you keep adding that on.
He like, let me calculate.
No, I actually sometimes when I see like someone with like a huge badge, I'm like, But like, dude, that's just minimum, because there's gonna be people with tier 2 subs. There's gonna be people with tier 3 subs. There's gonna be even like bigger streamers. They get to renegotiate their contracts to like, you know, get a better percentage instead of just 50% of a sub revenue. People make money, dude, and that's like, I think that's in the financial side. That's the upside of Twitch. That's what could happen, and that's cool. I like to think, you know, that's cool. I don't know. That's all I gotta say. That's cool.
Wish that they would give smaller streamers more opportunities to get.
I agree, dude. 100%. I agree
So
with
they
that.
can do stuff like that, but
More discoverability. Think about the little person.
I feel like as soon as Amazon took over Twitch, that's when it kind of flopped.
I mean,
in my opinion.
Well,
dude,
'cause
think
now
about.
now it's all they just all want to make money now, so that's why they're not doing anything for smaller streamers, because they're just pushing.
They
the
don't
bigger
have to.
streamers, because they make all the money.
Right.
They don't have to, because they're getting money, and Twitch is still top dog, so they don't have to push bigger stream. We talked about this earlier. They don't have to push newer streamers and stuff like that. The smartest.
He makes 150K a month.
Damn. How many videos does he pump out like on YouTube on a monthly basis?
I think he posts a video like every week. He does either every week or every other week. Him and the other guy that he works with, the British guy that does like the editing and stuff. They push out videos like a lot. Like a lot.
I think that's cool too, because he still, I would say he still works pretty hard at what he does, and that's all about, like, you know, hustling and still working hard, because it's all about hard work. If you listen to anybody that's had success, they preach hard work. Like, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger is one of my personal like icons, just because he's had success at 3 different careers: movies, you know, bodybuilding, and politics. He was governor of California.
That still surprises me too.
That's nutty, right? That's nutty, right? And if you listen to him, he has all these political icons that he looks up to, like Reagan, like Kennedy, all these people. But he preaches hard work, and it makes sense. And a lot of people don't realize that streaming is hard work. Like, it's not just pressing live and being a streamer.
Literally, a lot of the most important things about streaming is actually not streaming.
Yeah, like, it really is. It's the easiest thing. The easiest thing about streaming is pressing the go live button.
And then after that, like the hardest stuff is after stream. Like, some people will stream and just not even think about Twitch after. Just go off, do their own thing, and then they're complaining about, oh, nobody's ever coming to my stream. Well, it's because you're not doing anything extra. You're not doing social medias. You're not doing anything like that.
And that's the thing about excuse me. That's the thing about talking like you know, being like, even if you're a badass gamer, you got like, you're a beast of a gamer. I see people that are way better than me at FPSs, and they have like 1 viewer. It's because that's the only thing they do. They just play the game, and that's it. And it's like, dude, you're not doing any extra work. Good night, Chris. Thank you for hanging out, man.
I see people all the time in Siege. Like, I'll go like browse streams, and I go, and they're all higher ranks than me and stuff. But I'm averaging more viewers than them. Especially like lately, it's just a lot of people have come from TikTok because of all the Siege content I've done for like TikTok. And it's not me actually playing the game. It's me like doing like a skit of something that could happen in the game. You know what I mean?
I died laughing at that one was it, is it Rook? Yeah, the Rook. And it's like, when you don't pick up your armor, he's like, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That made me laugh, dude. I don't know. It's all about the freshest thing, or making something that's, you know, enjoyable for people to watch. That's the thing I like about Twitch, is I like to think of it as like an escape. You know, I like entertaining people. Ever since I was young and people laughed at my dumbass jokes, like, it made me feel good. Like, I want to make people laugh. I want to make people happy. I want to make people enjoy their time with me if they can.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm a giver, I guess. All right. I think we've moved on from that topic, so we can go to okay, so now we can talk about, I guess we're already talking about it, but we can go with you guys' topic. So, Poodle, you had a topic. We'll go with you first, Poodle. What was your topic that you wanted to talk about?
I don't know the topic. I just like checking on people to see if everybody's like mental health is
during like coronavirus and all that?
Yeah, well, now the protests and other stuff that's going on. I think a lot of times we take for granted like socializing with people or kind of like getting to know who we are as individuals. Because I know a lot of people, like, as soon as the whole like social distancing thing happened, they like fast. They're just like, I need to go out. I need to do this. This is
Yep.
this is.
It's
I
like,
can't stay in my house. I'm just like, bro, go outside and walk around somewhere. Get some fresh air. What is wrong
yeah,
with you?
you know what I've been doing since I can't like go to the gym? I go for a bike ride. Like I've been going for like a lot of bike rides, and it's fresh air. I love it. It really helps me. Like the sun, the
Right.
fresh air, all of that.
Mhm.
And I guess we're a little bit different since we're gamers. We're online. We don't necessarily have to go out. It's fun. I enjoy going out
Right.
occasionally and stuff like that, but we don't necessarily have to go out all the time, and we won't freak out about it. You know what I mean? We just stay in our little caves and play video games. But
I get that, but I feel like some people forget to have fun by themselves, and that's the problem that I have with society is people don't know how to just be to yourself and be happy by yourself. Like you need to find something that truly makes you happy and stop trying to cling on happiness with other people.
yeah,
Like
that's
I think
100%.
that this helped me like COVID-19 is horrible, but one thing it did help me to do is find what it is that I find entertaining and what I find that I like to do by myself. And I'm at peace with that. But other people don't do that. They have to be with people, they have to be in a group of people or socializing or talking or doing something. And it's like, I feel like some people need to go camping again or something. I don't
Oh my
know.
god, I love
Because
camping.
it's
I love going
it's like
camping.
nobody does
You're right.
activities anymore.
It's like this. We're gonna probably talk about this later when we talk about like relationships and stuff like that. It's like the same thing with relationships. People try and like have other people's happiness be their happiness. Like, you know, I
Mhm.
talked about, you know, and I like making people happy, but that's not my happiness. Like I like it just because I like to help people. I like to make people happy, but I can still be happy on my own. I can still find things that I enjoy personally, you know, that I don't have to share with other people or just have a good time on my own. It's the same thing with relationships. People get into relationships and then they're not happy unless they're in a relationship. It kind of annoys me that people rush into relationships. Like they break up, they try and get into the relationship as fast as they can, and it's like you're not truly understanding yourself or being happy with yourself.
If you have to rely on somebody else to be happy, then you don't really understand yourself.
Yes,
To
100%,
be honest.
100%. It's like I don't know. It frustrates me, especially I don't know if you guys seen this, but like when people get into a relationship, they start kind of faking their interests to go along with their significant other's interests. And it's not like you shouldn't like invest time in learning what your significant other likes, but it's like they just jump into it and that's their interest, and they're kind of like, it's almost like a fake interest. It's almost like a fake enjoyment of something. It's like if you weren't with that person, then you're probably never going to touch that thing again. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I agree with that. Like, take for example, I dated this girl who wasn't really into sports, but she like tried to get into it.
I have a
Didn't
friend
really
like
work
that.
out, and also, no, I like since I like sports and video games, and she tried to like understand that too. She couldn't understand how I would sit there for like 2 hours and play one single video game. It's fine. I mean, and she tried, but but eventually, like 5 6 months into what we were doing, she basically said, "I don't know. I just don't think it's gonna work out." And she was completely honest with me, so I was like, 100%. That's completely fine. Like we're two different people, so I kind of agree with
I
you.
kind of respect that, you know, that
Yeah.
like she was honest and was like, hey, I don't think this is going to work out. But I think people can still have a relationship even if they don't have common interests. You know, common interests are
Mhm.
great and they do help a lot. But I think people can still get along and have their separate interests and still be in a relationship.
Right.
I don't know. I had an ex and like she was my friend before. I noticed that for a dude, she started playing video games because all of a sudden she had like, you know, this was like Xbox 360. She had a gamer tag, and I'm like, that's kind of weird because like I was a friend, I knew her before, and I was like, that's kind of weird. And then she got Call of Duty, and Call of Duty was like, you know, that's what you played when you're a gamer, and it's like, where did this come from? Like, where did this come out of? And then like, you know, I eventually dated her, and it's just like you can tell that it's not like actually what you like. Like it's just like phony. You're into it because you're trying to please. I don't know. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to like enjoy something that your significant other does, but like I think it has to be a bit genuine.
Yeah. True.
Poodle?
I don't
Anything
get
like that?
my exes, I don't get into what they like.
I
I
see.
like my shit. You like your shit. Leave me alone. That's
There you go. And that's kind of healthy for the relationship too, because you can still be your own individual whilst being part of a relationship.
Now, I will say that if my significant other, because my ex used to do that, where he would ask me to try to see if I like it. I'll try it. I'll try it. You never know.
Nothing wrong with that.
I might end up liking it. But if I don't like it, I say straight up, look, I don't like it. I don't, and that's okay. That's your thing, and that could be your time, and then I have like my me time. And then I think together he wasn't really big into anime, but he liked it enough to just watch it with me. Like it wasn't like huge like me, but he would be like a casual kind of.
Yeah.
So that was like our interest together. Like okay, we'll watch this together, and this would be us. But like video games were me, and then he liked music, poetry, and like that aesthetic. And I was like, that's gonna be your you time. This is my me time, and then together we can have one thing that we like together, and it worked. For the amount of time that we did, and then we broke up because of other stuff. But
The
like I
poetry
like that
wasn't it.
I like that type shut up. I like that type of relationship where it's like I can have my own thing and I don't have to worry about you trying to like butter me up or me try to like you even more because you're trying to share something that
Yeah.
like that I love. You don't have to
It's
do
a
that.
genuine interest. Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
if it's not genuine, it's just I don't know, kind of uncomfortable.
Mhm.
Speaking of like poetry or stuff like that, I'm like a huge nerd. I love Jeopardy, right? Anytime anything related to poetry, art, or opera comes on, I'm so mad because I know nothing about it and I hate it. I'm like, I don't hate it, but I'm like, I don't. Give me something nerdy. Give me something like a science fact or history. It's just like it pisses me off. Like I want to win. I want to win at Jeopardy.
But what's your definition of nerds? Because isn't it like multiple types of nerds?
Oh, there's
You
plenty of
are
types of
nerd.
nerds. There's plenty of types of geeks. There's all kinds of stuff. Like I mean, even for weebs, there's different kinds of weebs. Like you got a lot of posters, so you're probably a big weeb. But
The middle finger.
oh, speaking of One Piece, since I keep looking at that One Piece poster, I tried to get into One Piece, and this was a while back, and then I found out how many episodes there were. I stopped. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go find something else to watch or do something else, because oh my god,
That's
how
'cause
can
One
a
Piece is
series
only
go?
for the strong?
How can a series go on that long? You know what other kinds of series go on for that long? The Walking Dead.
Oh God, don't. Get me
That's what I'm
started.
talking
Walking
about.
Dead is still going on.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's my point.
Yikes.
I
That's
can't,
my
dude.
point.
Well, I
can't
can't
watch.
speak for The Walking Dead, but One Piece. I think the reason why the people that
The
like,
Simpsons.
you either love One Piece, or you hate One Piece because it's too long.
I don't love it. I don't hate it. Eventually I'll try it.
It's just too long for you.
It's just like that's a commitment, you know. It's like
You can't. So the thing with One Piece, you can't think of it as an anime where it's like you're there for the story. Literally, you have to think like you're a pirate. You're there for the journey. Like that's what One Piece is.
I'm there for the booty. Got it.
Yeah, okay, if you want to be there for the booty,
I mean,
you
that's
can
what
be there for
pirates
the
do.
booty.
That's what pirates do. I'm just there for a pirate.
But One Piece is like it's one of those things that the reason why it's my favorite is because it actually covers a lot of stuff that goes on in the real world. They actually cover systematic racism, which is a big surprise to a lot of people.
That's interesting.
Discrimination. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Discrimination, politics. Like the main plot is about politics, not even about the One Piece. Obviously friendship because it is shonen.
Yay,
And-
friendship.
And it talks about slavery. It talks about like just a lot of stuff that really hits home for me. And that's the reason why it's one of my favorites because the storyline, yes, everything's all wonky and goofy and the artwork isn't for everybody and people hate the voice actors sub and dub, but it's like the story that it goes by, like it's just amazing to me because it's like you took this thing that's supposed to be for kids and you're low key educating kids on what society is doing right now. I think that that's amazing.
That's
Just
actually
in my
really
opinion.
cool. That's really cool.
That's cool.
If you can incorporate like getting like older people, or I mean like older people, like people that are not kids to watch your show and like your show. It's kind of like why people like Avatar, is because you can like it and be older. You can like it and be younger. There's like
Right.
it's such a nice blend, a nice like configuration of a good show, a good story, and meaning. It's meaningful. You know, people can relate to it, stuff like that. Like it's pretty cool. So I guess I didn't know that about One Piece, but it kind of has me more interested now that you say that to actually watch it. It's just like for me, I like story resolution and conflict resolution, like you know, traditional story. And the fact that it has how many episodes now?
Which one?
One Piece.
How many episodes?
Yeah, what are we on?
I read the manga. Sorry. I think the episodes is on like 1,000 and maybe 10. I'm not sure. I know the manga. The manga's on.
That's a lot. I hate when like I'm not saying that this case for One Piece, but I hate when series drag on longer than they should. For example,
But that's the thing about One Piece. It doesn't feel like it's long once you're in it. Like as soon as you're
I'm
in
sure
it,
because
you're just watching or reading because you enjoy the story.
I don't know how you
I
watch
can't speak
anime.
about Walking Dead though. I don't watch The Walking Dead.
I don't know how you watch anime, but I binge the shit out of episodes when I watch
binge
animes.
One Piece.
I will literally stay up the whole night and watch it, and then like I'm at this point. I'm at like I wake up or I don't wake up. I just don't go to sleep, and I'm like, yeah, I had that coming. Because if I start watching an anime, like let's say we stopped here, I went and watched the anime, I would not stop. I would not stop till like I finish watching it. That's an
That's how I
issue.
am with. I mean, you guys are with that with anime. That's how I am with like any show that I get into.
Yeah, that's the same. Like that's how I am. And
929. It's on 929. The episode.
929. Oh my god.
For One Piece.
Welcome back, Jade.
I think you're looking at the dub. Somebody just said it in chat. Who said it in chat?
894.
Fish. You're looking at the dub. The sub is on 929.
I mean, we're in quarantine. I guess no better time to start. But
I give you. Okay, how about this?
what's up?
If you start One Piece.
Hmm?
And
No, that's not fair. I know what you're gonna say. You're talking about JoJo.
No.
No?
We can put that in too.
Okay, what were you gonna say? Okay, I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
If you watch One Piece and you have to watch up to episode 100, that's doable, right?
Okay, yeah, I'll do that in a night.
I will donate 25 gifted subs to you.
Nah, you don't have to do that. I'll
serious.
check it
and
out.
I'll start JoJo. And I'll start JoJo over.
I'll watch it. You don't have to do that.
I'm going to do it, regardless. So if you start it,
I'm not gonna.
You have to watch all the way up to episode 100. And then after that, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't even matter. If you want to continue it, you can continue
That's not
it.
fair because you know I'll like it at that point and I won't be able to stop.
That's the point. I need more Nakuma. I need more.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it dub.
I would suggest that you watch it too, but you don't watch cartoons. So sad.
What would you rate? Like, different question. What would you rate? Since Nyquist says he doesn't watch anime, what would one anime you would recommend to him to get him into it? Or at least just an enjoyable show, just on its own.
What shows do you watch? Like, what's your genre?
So he watches Game of Thrones. He's watched, I'm assuming, some seasons of The Walking Dead.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You like serious, gory type, like anime?
Do you like the Marvel Cinematic
blood?
Universe?
Do you like zombies? Do you
like Marvel movies?
Yes, I love Marvel movies. I like Marvel movies. Anything with that, like I watch even the DC shows that they have on like Netflix and stuff like that too.
Dude, it's on Netflix right now. You should watch Parasite the Maxim. That is another anime.
Parasite.
Is another one of those animes where like I've just seen trailers of it like for the longest time, I watched it a while back, but I saw trailers of it for the longest time, and just the trailers had me it's kind of like a horror movie feel. If you like horror movies, it's kind of like a thriller horror movie. Have you seen The Thing, the original The Thing?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was alright.
You should watch Parasite the Maxim. I've never seen the
Maxim.
100.
Alright, I'm gonna watch it. If I don't like it,
Are you gonna watch it? It's only one season, so that's like there's no 894 episode commitment. So that's a good thing too.
Be quiet. Stop it.
Alright, I'll watch it. If I don't like it, I'm coming after
Oh
you.
my god, I'm so happy. If you do it, I will gift.
I think you'll be into the
5
first
gifted subs.
episode of Parasite, honestly.
Parasite is good, dude. It's
I think you
cool.
would be the first episode is like in your face like that. I think you would be into it. If you're into like zombies and gory type
Thrillers.
shows,
Yeah.
like thrillers, you will like it. Parasites is actually one of my favorite animes. Top 10.
Oh
Like,
my
it's
god,
really good.
just like
All right,
again,
I'll try it.
it's one of those things where like animes can do that. Like damn. I don't know, it's cool. Berserker is amazing in my opinion.
Someone asking me about Berserker.
Side note, didn't Berserker sort of inspire the dude that created Dark Souls?
That I'm not sure because I just started Berserker myself. So you might want to ask Bonkers.
He says yep. We call him Boinky, we call him Bonky, we call him Bonkers, whatever, you know, it works. He got lots of nicknames. Okay, so we get a little off topic, but that's cool.
Sorry about that.
No,
Anytime
that was
it's
great.
Anime related, I'm just like
just by looking at your room, I can tell.
oh, quiet.
Nyquist's topic was sort of similar to what we were talking about. Is how do you balance social life and streaming?
Okay. So for me, when I balance social life and streaming, this is another reason why I never don't like streaming on weekends, because
I feel that.
Especially with my my IRL friends, they like to literally go to the bars like every single weekend, which I don't like to do that anymore. Like I hate it actually, because I just don't like being in places where it's like I'm just surrounded by a bunch of people I don't really know. But anyways, so I try to just make sure that I schedule literally like every 2 weeks I'll go to the bars with them and hang out with them. And they know that. Like I told them I stream like maybe Monday. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday now. And I literally sit down and tell them that. So like even if they text me, like I even got a text today, I'm gonna say. And I was like, they're like, hey, if you're not doing anything, if it's like a day off from your stream, you should come out to where we are tonight. And I was like, I'm streaming and I'm doing a podcast after. And they're totally cool with it. So I was like, then they're like, hey, if we do something Saturday night, then we'll invite you out. So, but I feel like some people don't really understand what streaming is. So it's like, you literally just sit there and play a video game. So it's like, why are you ditching us? At the same time, it's like I have a set schedule that I'm doing something, but I don't think people get that, so I tried to like explain to my friends what's going on. I don't know. How do you guys deal with that?
Do you want to say something, Poodle? Do you have any opinion?
No, I don't know, cause like I travel, so I'm cool. I did travel. Let me say that. Before this whole COVID thing happened, I'm a homebody anyway, but I used to get my breaks or fresh air by traveling.
I
I'll
really want
go
to travel
home. I'll travel, across the country. I'll travel outside of the country, and it was my vacation. I'll do that, then come back home, and I'll continue to be a homebody. So I've always been basically, I would say 80% introvert. So I'm always cool with just relaxing, staying home, doing stuff for the stream, maybe chatting with my friends while I'm fixing things or playing video games. So I'm fine. My mom actually follows me on Twitch, and she comes in. I think, Link, weren't you there the one time my mom came in
Maybe.
to the stream? She
I'm not
comes
sure.
in and she's like, "Hi." And
Oh
says
yeah, I said
my
hi to your
child-
mom. That's right.
She
Carry
says
on.
my childhood nickname.
I like saying hi to people's
She
moms.
says hi to everybody. And then I'm like, everybody say hi to mom. And then my mom watches me.
That's right.
And then
That's right.
And then she's like, okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun. Stay safe. And then she'll leave. And everybody's like, bye, mom. And I think that, like, because I have such a supportive
Isn't it
family,
Tatted
it
Mom or
really
something like
doesn't,
that? She changed her
it
name to
really,
Tatted Mom.
yes, my mom's name is Tatted Mom.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She supports me in anything that I do, though. So, like, balancing my life, my personal life with streaming, it kind of intertwines with each other because I have such a supportive home base. Whereas, like, they see me having fun, and what they would do is similar to a relationship, but it's family, so family's different. They want to support me and at least get like an idea of what it is that I enjoy doing. So, sorry, my mom doesn't know anything about video games, but she bought a Nintendo and she said she wanted to play some games with me.
A Nintendo?
Yeah,
Do
she
your
has a
parents do they
Nintendo
call it
now.
Nintendos?
She has a Nintendo Switch because we already had a Nintendo 64. She seen me playing with that when I was a kid, but she has a Switch now. And she's like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I want to play, video games with you. I know I'm going to be bad at it. And I think that that's super cool
That's
that
awesome, actually.
I have just like not even her, like my littlest cousin, she's into video games now. She's into anime. She's into dressing up just because of her big cousin. So I
Oh,
think that
that's
it's
cool.
really cool to basically have a family that's just so supportive of anything that you do. Anything that I did, my family was right there behind me, cheering me on. When I used to dance, ballet and hip hop and everything back then, when I played sports, they were always there supporting me. And now I stream, and they're just like my cousin or my daughter, my sister or whatever is doing something that's making her happy. This is so cool, and it inspires them to do whatever it is that they want to do, even if it's not related to streaming. It could be like my little brother likes art. I got him into art. I took him to like art museums, and he realized that was something that he enjoyed, and now he's has a passion for that, and he's doing that, which is making him happy. So I think that it's pretty cool to kind of like go with the flow and just enjoy my life because like you just got to keep positivity around you. You can't have anybody that's negative around you when it comes to the thing that you're passionate about. So I think that that's sorry, I'm blabbling on.
No, I love that. That's awesome.
100% true. That's a really good way to put it.
I really like that. Like your your family is supportive, but I think they go like the extra step. Like you even took your cousin to art and stuff like that. You helped him, foster that interest and stuff like that. I think it's really cool when family is not only supportive, but they go the extra step. Like your mom didn't have to create a Twitch account, your mom didn't have to get a Nintendo and stuff like that, but they went the extra mile and did that. Like that's really cool. I like that. Like I can only hope to be like a parent like that or like a family member like that and be that supportive. So
Cool for them. It definitely makes me pick their brain as far as how I want to raise my kids.
yeah,
So
for sure.
I think that that's super cool.
That is 100% cool. Like my parents are very supportive of me, but they wouldn't go that extra mile. They're a little bit older, so they kind of don't get technology at all anyway. But like they support me, but they wouldn't. I don't think they go that extra mile to actually learn what it's all about and stuff like that. They just think I'm more than likely they just think I'm on the internet playing video games and people watch me. That's about it.
I think that's all parents.
That's about it. It's funny because you like said your parents got a Nintendo, so I'm assuming they called all your video game consoles Nintendos.
No, my mom knows about PlayStation.
Oh, okay,
but,
okay.
My stepdad wants to play 2K, so they're gonna share it. Like I used to play like Wii Fit with my mom, and it's one of those things where like I did all the controlling, like setting it up and stuff. But she was like, I want this for me so I can play with you even though you're not home, because she's so used to watching me play that now that I'm not home because I'm in California and she's in Philadelphia, that she's like, I want to play with you like when you were little and I used to watch you play, but now I want to play with you even though we're far apart. So it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's adorable.
I think she's an amazing, person. My dad is probably the reason why I even got into video games. But my mom and dad are separated. He actually got me into the Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and we had a GameCube, and we had an Xbox 360.
Damn.
Like Yeah, my dad really got me into a lot of video games, and that's the reason why I like video games now because of my dad. But my mom doesn't know anything about video games.
My parents, like I had like, you know, starting out with like my brother had the NES, the Super NES. We both had
Oh, yeah.
N64s because we couldn't share. And then, you know, it just went from there. But because of all those Nintendo systems, everything up to, you know, the Xbox 360 when I was in high school, it's a Nintendo. They called it a Nintendo. It's like
Yes.
everything's a Nintendo to them. Like, all right, okay, it's fine.
I mean, technically, they wouldn't be lying.
It's funny that I went
True.
from, I remember being a little kid, like, you know, really young, and my parents worked, so they would take me to my grandparents' house, and I would actually bring the NES to my grandparents' house. And it's funny that I went from like me as a little kid, my mom would set up the video game console, you know, at the house or at my grandparents' house. She would set it up for me because I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted to play video games.
Right.
To like me helping them with their iPhones and their iPads and shit. I
would never get how they learn how to do all these things when they're younger, and then as soon as they get old, it's like, oh, I don't know how to do this. Set
Yeah,
this up
it's
for me.
like
I mean,
how
I feel like they're.
I don't know how to work my
Like,
TV.
you know,
like, I know how to do it, but you need to help me.
well, it's funny. It's like how like you guys were young once too. Like what's going on? How come you don't understand us and stuff like that? But at the same time, even us to Generation Z, we're like, y'all fuckers eating Tide Pods and shit. You're weird. You're weird. So it's like you notice that generational gap, right? So can you imagine the next generation? We're not gonna understand shit from them. Like we're not gonna get it at all. So
I have everything that's gonna be like holographic, and they're like, "You don't know how to do this?" Like,
I'm over here like,
what?
swipe left, swipe left, get
What
out,
is- what?
wax on, wax
Wax on,
off.
wax
Yeah. Exactly. It's gonna.
But what about you, Link? Like during all this, how are you able to separate the two, or do you separate the two, or do you?
We're talking about social life and streaming.
Yeah.
For like going out and stuff, I think I'm kind of a mixed bag, I guess you could say, because I've always been, well, not always, but like since my junior year of high school when I kind of came out of my shell, I've been social, but also I grew up being a nerd. I've always been a nerd, right? So it's a little bit. Good night, Hunt. Have a good evening, buddy.
Langsta gangsta.
Haha. Yeah, so I don't know. I've always, like, even in high school, I got along with everybody. I got along with people in sports. I got along with, you know, like the hood part, like the vatos, all that shit. Like everybody was cool. I was cool with everybody. So I don't know. I've always been social, but at the same time, for me, it's the getting out part. Like when I'm out, I'm social. I'm interacting. I'm talking to people. But it's like I don't know if this is like a thing of introversion or maybe even like, I don't know, sometimes even depression, but like it's the getting out to that's what I struggle with. Like I struggle with actually going out. When I'm out, I have a good time. I talk to people. But for like streaming and stuff, yeah, most of my friends that I know that know me know that I stream. Some of them don't know what streaming is about, like Nyquist said. But I usually, when I go out, I'm probably the one planning it. I'm like, hey, let's go out. Let's have a couple drinks. Even with my best friend there for a while, we're like, all right, we can go out whenever we want, but let's have a scheduled 1 day or 2 days every month that we actually go out and we go get a drink. We go hang out. We'll go to bars. We'll go to clubs, whatever. I have other people that, in fact, I was just talking to my friend. I was telling her about, you know, I'm gonna do a podcast later. She's like, yo, if you need advice or anything like that, or even relationship advice, let me know. And I was like, sure, you can come interact. You can come talk to us and chat. She didn't like. I don't think she get like understood what I meant by coming to chat and interacting, because like they know I stream, they know I do this stuff, but they don't know exactly what it's about. So it's kind of hard to interact with them when you're out in public talking about it and stuff. But I don't know, you just kind of, so in that regard, it's kind of hard to find like things in common with people that don't know what streaming is about. You can't really talk about like, dude, had a PogChamp stream today, stuff like that. And I find myself sometimes in public saying Pog, like Pog, dude,
all the time. I swear. And then my friends look at me like, what did you just say? And I'm like, Poggers.
Sometimes people
Like,
don't catch on to it.
Dude,
And
Go ahead.
Sometimes people don't catch on to it, and I realize I was like, I just said pog in front of my IRL friends, and they have no idea what that means. Like,
It's one. It might be one of those things where you might have to teach them because
yeah,
honestly, for the longest, I didn't know what poggers meant.
same. I didn't know what Kappa
I
meant when
didn't
I
know
first
what
started.
Monka
Just
S
make
meant.
the face.
I didn't know what like the normal emotes that Twitch already had on the platform. And I didn't know what any of that
I,
meant. And
I,
then
we all went
the
through that.
longer that I think I asked questions, and I was just like, what does this mean? Why are people doing this? Why are people saying pog? I'm so confused. And then I actually had somebody explain to me what it was, even though I might not say pog in public like you guys. Like if I hear it, it's like, oh, okay, they're talking about Twitch. All right, cool. I get the lingo now. So I think it's one of those things like if your friends really want to learn, or if you want to teach them, I think it's one of those things you can teach them.
Yeah, that's true. I think that goes back to like what you were talking about with your family, like going that extra step of supportive. It's like, your friends will be like, cool, dude, go ahead and do that. Go for it. But like, then they think there's special occasions when they go that extra effort to be in your stream and say, what's up, what's going on, and stuff like that. I had a friend that I used to, like, we went to the same high school. We were friends in high school. We basically played video games since high school till I was in college. Unfollow me on Instagram. It's just a little weird. Like when I was first starting out and I didn't have that many followers, I'm like, hey, you unfollowed me. What's up? He's like, your Instagram feed just seems like it's more for your viewers, and it's like, that's kind of weird too, because it's like, I don't know. You're still my friend. You should still support me in that regard. I don't know. I just found that a little off-putting.
Even if they don't get it, they should still support it. Like that's kind of like at the beginning when I started streaming. It was kind of hard for my friends that didn't understand it. It was hard for them to pick up on. So like I was starting to miss like going to like events or something like that, or hanging out all the time, going out every single weekend and hanging out with them. And I had one of my friends actually like sit there and like cry to me about it. And I'm like, dude, I'm trying to do something that I'm passionate about, building up. I'm not gonna be around all the time. It's not that I dislike you guys or anything
Why
like
did
that.
they cry?
Because
because you hate me. Why do you hate me?
Well, I think a little alcohol was a little part of it, but
never mind.
Basically he was just saying like,
it.
yeah, he was just saying like, look, man, I miss you. I'm like, it's not like I don't see you, dude. It's like I don't hang out with you guys like every weekend like we used to, but it's I still hang out with you guys. I see maybe once or twice a month. I'm 29 years old. I don't need to see you every single day. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
It's
we're
like
all doing our own stuff now. So
even like
Does
this.
it? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, does that fall into the part where childhood versus like adulthood?
Like
where,
getting like growing up.
probably.
yeah,
Yeah.
so like you're so used to one way that when your friend actually is passionate about something that maybe takes their time and things are the same, I feel like not. It's gonna sound mean. I think your friend's being a tad bit selfish
Yeah,
instead of at
that's
least
100%.
learning like what it is, seeing if it's something that they can get into, and if they
Mhm.
can't get into, at least they can say that they tried. I think that's my biggest thing. I just want people to try.
Yeah,
Like, you can't
I
say,
agree.
"Oh, I can't do that. I can't support," or "I don't get it," if you're not at least gonna try once.
Yeah. Like a lot of people have that mentality about TikTok. They're like, ew, TikTok. Like, it's not for everybody, but you can't just say, ew, TikTok if you've never tried TikTok and stuff like that. Like, I have a lot of people, even just in my community, a lot of them meme, but there's a lot of people that are like, hey, I made a new TikTok. And they're like, ew, TikTok. It's like, dude, like, I don't know. What do you want from me? Like, there's a lot of people that are judgmental just because it's something new and it's not what they're used to, or it's not for them, so they like shame people, and it's like, hey, it's just not for everybody.
No, I mean, and stuff like that. I mean, especially what we're doing, we're content creators. We try to take advantage of everything that we're doing. So us going on TikTok, we shouldn't, or doing stuff like that, we shouldn't feel embarrassed about that. And if somebody is making you feel embarrassed, then they
don't have your best interests in mind if they do that.
Exactly.
It's the same thing with friends. It's like if that friend is like crying to you like, hey dude, I miss you, kind of like shaming you, like to like hang out with them, that's kind of not the right behavior to do as a friend.
Yeah, I think that's why sometimes like I still get in the mindset of like say, because I normally stream Friday nights. So say if like somebody, and I've like told people multiple times, like, hey, I don't normally stream on Saturday, so let's do something on Saturday. But then they'll text me Friday morning, and then they'll say, yo, you want to come out to this? And it's like I kind of get in the mindset still, because it's like I kind of feel bad, but it's like at the same time, like I've told you guys multiple times, like I'm not available Friday nights.
Yeah.
Thing.
I mean, I think if you explain to them that Twitch is like a job, because that's how my friends are seeing it now. When I tell them, like, bro, Twitch is a job. I get paid to do this. Like,
Your poodle
these are
getting
my
paid.
finances. Oh, shut up. I'm just like, these are my finances. Like, you have to treat this as if it's a job. And if I'm telling you that I'm not available around this time, stop asking me.
Well, see,
am I available around this time.
a lot of people don't get that, and then they'll kind of be like, wow, you're kind of ditching us, because they don't get that it's something you're passionate about. Like he said, it's a job. Like you said, people don't get that. They just think, and a lot of people have this like mentality. It's like, oh, you're just like playing video games, dude. It's like, stop playing video games.
Maybe streamers need to start saying that they're working instead of they're streaming. You know how when people say, oh, what are you doing? You're like, bro, I'm streaming, I'm live. And they'll be like, oh, well, you're not doing anything. Well, instead, maybe I should just be like, oh, I'm working.
Yeah.
As soon as you're saying like I'm working,
oh
like,
shit, my bad. Yeah.
My fault. I got you. Oh, somebody said something in chat.
That's exactly, I agree with that, what Fish just said.
Yeah, I agree. When they don't make plans and they ask if you want to hang out like right an hour before, and you say you can't, and they're like, oh, all right, I see how it is, stuff like that. It's like, dude, like, you got to plan this shit.
Well, then one of my friends is actually really understanding, and she'll literally text me like 2-3 weeks in advance to like do something, and she'll be like,
that's cool.
Are you
yeah,
busy this day, you want to do this? And I'm like, sure, let's do that. And even if it's on a day I'm streaming, I'll literally reschedule that day. Like I'll say I'm not going to stream on this day, I'll stream Saturday, whatever.
I think that's the biggest thing, is just time management. I think too many people want like on the fly type of like adventures instead of just scheduling things.
It's hard to do that. It's fucking it's hard to do that shit. I have a few friends that I've tried several times. I don't anymore. I cannot plan shit with them, because like even if I do plan shit with them, they will flake, right? But then like the next week they're fucking taking a road trip to Vegas or something like that. It's like I can't do that, because I have to like stick to a schedule and do things. I don't mind it too, but like at the same time, if you plan something, follow through with it. Like it's understandable. Sometimes shit happens, obviously, but don't just flake. Like I don't know. I find like our generation is very, very flaky.
I can agree with that. My thing is, I don't mind the on the fly stuff. Just don't make it a habit to it being consistent, where all you're doing is on the fly stuff. Like I need to have some type of organization when it comes to everything. It doesn't have to be super, time frame.
Yeah, we're gonna do this at 11 o'clock. We're gonna do this at 12 o'clock. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be that, but you can't just You can't just wake up the next day and be like, all right, let's fly to Canada.
Yeah.
What?
Well, yeah. That's like high school stuff, like the weekend, be like, hey, let's go do this. Let's go have like a
road trip on the weekend. Yeah, exactly.
Let's go swimming. It's like, everybody's lives when you grow up, they're different now. So it's like you have to plan around.
You gotta plan shit. Yeah, 100%. I don't understand the mentality of our, like I see it, like our generation, whether it's like, dating, whether it's just being friends, they're very flaky. Like let's say you plan something and then the day of you plan something. I don't know, maybe it's just my experience, but I noticed that a lot of people flake out the day of. I don't know if it's too much pressure for them, or they didn't plan it through, or they just don't want to do it anymore and they don't want to like say anything. But like I have a lot of friends that talk about like, oh, they're about to go on this date with a girl, and this has happened to me too. I don't know if it's happened to you guys, but like they're about to go on this date, and then the day of, that person doesn't respond to them. Like what happened? And like I'm like, dude, don't worry about it, because it happens. It happens to all of us. Like I've had it happen before. It happens to my friends. Like, and it even happens to like people I'm friends with. If I'm planning something, sometimes they flake, and I'm like, it's like a generational thing. I don't know what it is. It's called anxiety. I mean, I get anxiety too, but like a lot of the times, if you plan something, I'd hope you'd follow through.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you
At
guys think
least
it's a
have a good
generational
enough
thing?
excuses.
Do you think it's a generational thing? Because I feel like it's a generational thing. Like, I, the boomer generation, kind of, if they make plans, they tend to stick to it for the most part.
It really, because my experience with that, well, again, person, I don't really don't care. Back to my dad. He's the type of person to make plans and then definitely not follow through. So I have really bad trust issues when it comes to people saying
Hmm.
that they're going to do something. I've always expected that it's not going to happen, and I
That's
blame
exactly
myself
how
for
I
that.
feel, just based on my
Um,
friends.
yeah, it's one of those things where when I'm planning something, I plan it twice. I don't know if y'all do that
What do you
too.
mean by that?
So when I say I plan it twice, it means I plan it for me, myself, by myself, and then I plan it for if somebody actually comes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like if I plan to go, I don't know, to a convention, and then this person's like, oh, I want to go, and then they dip on me or they flank, then it's like I already expected to go by myself anyway. That would just been an added bonus if somebody was to come with me,
Yeah. Okay.
and
I've been doing
that's
that a
just the
lot more
mentality
lately.
that I've done.
Even
I've
Yeah,
done that for a long time,
I
and
did
it's
that for the
unfortunate.
first TwitchCon I went to. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
You know, it's funny. I did that for this TwitchCon. It was me, Bowie, and a few other people. We already planned it out. We got an Airbnb. It eventually boiled down to me and Bowie. But we got, speaking of planning things, we got an Airbnb. We got our flights because flights were a really good deal. There for a while before this all happened, like January, I want to say. We planned it out, and we had a group of friends that were gonna do it. But then like they started kind of getting like not complicated, but like excuses and all this stuff. And then eventually, I was talking to Boo. I was like, you know what? Let's just say that we don't think it's gonna work out because we want to get like our tickets now and we want to get the Airbnb now and stuff like that. And you know, we all went our separate ways after that. But it just seems like I don't know, people can't stick to their plans, stick to their guns a lot of the times.
That's kind of what happened last year with us. But what I did, what I did was I wanted to get the Airbnb, and you know how Airbnb makes you pay half up front, right?
Yeah.
When you get a place. So I was like, all right, well, if you're gonna do this, you got to commit now because I'm not paying the whole bill up front. Like I'll put it on my card, but I was like, you guys got to send me the money and then I'll do it. So because some people were being very sketchy about it and like delaying it, and I was like, I swear, if people start flaking, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I mean, even
Um,
with the Airbnb situation, with us this TwitchCon, we had rules. They're like, if you have to bail, you have to do it 3 months in advance because shit happens again. Shit happens. But if you don't do it 3 months in advance, you don't get your money back and stuff like that. So we had these rules established, and I think that kind of made people hesitant because they already had that in the back of their mind that they might flake. You know what I mean? So so I think that's kind of what stress people out too. But it's like, dude, I don't want to be stuck with the bill and get screwed over just because you're indecisive.
That's
'cause
why I
it's a
told you,
big thing, man.
you you do things twice. You do, I've been doing
You
it
got a
for
plan
years.
A and you got a plan B.
So
Okay.
you know what I did for TwitchCon? I was supposed to be in a house similar to you guys. Well, we did end up being in an Airbnb. The guy that originally was making the plans for the Airbnb, he bailed and he had our money. So we had to come up with another amount of money to cover the money that he didn't pay the Airbnb um up front. But before that even happened, that's another situation that was really crazy. That's why I don't trust people with money. I had a hotel booked in my
Uh-huh.
name. And
Mm,
then I made sure that the cancellation had a date that I can, if I was to be in an Airbnb, I can cancel it.
right.
I did. I said, I'm not trusting anyone. I'm not trusting anyone. I'm going to make sure I have a place to lay my head. So I had a hotel booked in my name already. Free cancellation before a certain date. I said, okay, cool. But then the Airbnb actually came through, so I stayed in the Airbnb after the whole drama thing or whatever happened with the funding. I'm I don't it's so mean to say this, but I don't trust anyone.
I agree with
Like
No,
that. I
I
agree
just
with that.
don't.
I
it's
off the
agreed.
get, I don't like, just in general, I don't trust people until they kind of earn my trust. But even then, like, it's kind of it like you said, it's kind of sucks. But you have to still be like kind of cautious about people.
Well,
Like,
especially people you meet over the internet. You know, you don't know them really.
Right.
You know, they could like you said, he didn't. The person didn't give your money back.
That's
Originally with
crazy.
the
Dude,
Airbnb?
like,
They gave me my money back on my birthday this year.
were they
TwitchCon
like,
was
happy
last year.
birthday?
Happy birthday. Here's the money.
Yeah,
Here's
I
the
was
money
just
that
like,
it was already yours.
They owed the other person that put up like the most money. I feel bad for him. He was out of like $1,200. Like I don't know what their situation is, but I guess they got that situated. But we were all pretty kind of upset because it was like as soon as TwitchCon was coming up, that particular person wasn't answering their phone, and they weren't going. They weren't going to TwitchCon, so everybody
Damn.
was like, we were all about to be like homeless, basically. Well, I
Damn.
wasn't. I had a hotel, but
You had the backup
um,
plan. You planned twice.
yeah, everybody else was about to be homeless. So I'm just thankful that we found a way for it to work, and now the people that I did the Airbnb with, I'm super close with them because of the situation. So it was one of those things where something bad happened but something good came out of it. I actually made one of the people that I just met at TwitchCon, he's one of my mods now. Like that's how
That's
close
cool.
we are. So that's why I said I just have I have trust issues when it comes to like pretty much everything.
Oh, 100%. I think a lot of the times people on the internet, like, let's call them internet nerds, all right? They don't have these experience. They don't have these social experience, the social skills. Like, so they're out here willy-nilly kind of just throwing their money around. And that can be bad. And I think that happens a lot on Twitch, where it's like they don't think it through, or they do it just to seem cool. And it's like, I'm sure if you guys went through the high school and college and you did stupid shit to like seem like cool, right? You did shit to make you be the cool kid or whatever. A lot of the times, some of these people didn't do that, so they haven't taken their lumps. They haven't learned their lesson.
What's up, so Frank? What happened to me during first TwitchCon is I was originally, like you said, I made the plan to like go by myself. Like that was the original plan. Then I had somebody else that was gonna come with me eventually. So our plan was I was gonna get there on Thursday. Me and him both were gonna have a hotel room because I had another hotel room booked in my name, but he only had the one for the one night. So he was looking for, because somebody else already bailed out on him. So what happened was, so the day of I'm about to leave, we're both about to meet there on Thursday, stay at his hotel. And I'm at the airport, I'm getting on my plane. I get a text from him, he's like, I missed my flight. Missed his flight, right. Okay. So I get there. He didn't even try to like, what's it called? Even try to like get another flight out or anything. He just basically just bailed on the whole thing and just left me to pay all the hotel fees and everything else. And I was like, I even rented a car and everything. And I was, oh, dude, I was so mad at this guy.
Be very mad, dude. Yeah.
Dude,
Money.
What TwitchCon was this?
This was 2 years ago. Last year, the year before.
2018.
I would I would definitely be mad for sure.
2018 was a good TwitchCon, except for getting inside the building.
Oh god, that line was horrible.
That was horrible. 2018.
The funny thing about 2018's lines is I'm a sneaky motherfucker. I found a back entrance to it, and I got in. I didn't have to wait in the lines.
You had to go get your badge.
The badge line. I got it. Like we got there. Terrible. We got there Thursday. I got my badge pretty quickly. The next day and the subsequent days, we found found I wouldn't say a secret entrance because other people were doing it too. You just had to be. You had to be smart about it. I don't know. You have to be quick. It's like that's the thing. Like experience has taught me to look for a different entrance, I guess.
Well, in my experience, that was my first TwitchCon.
Same.
That was literally my first TwitchCon. I thought of it as like a regular convention, and I was like, okay, cool. Badge line is gonna be, super easy. And I was like, no, this is like Anime Expo where you're waiting in line for 4 hours. Oh my gosh, this is horrible. But the one thing I will say is I did have fun with the people that I went with. And while we were waiting in line, Cypher PK actually seen my cosplay and took a picture with me and posted me on his Instagram.
Hey,
just because I was waiting in line.
Hey,
I was like, holy crap.
Hey, Poodle. I don't know who that is. No.
You don't know who Cypher is?
Who that is? No, I don't know who it is. Does anybody else
like one of the
chat?
biggest Fortnite streamers. on his platform.
All right, so you want me to know who that is?
Yes, we want
Yes.
you to know who all the big streamers are. Like,
You
come
know who
on.
Ninja is.
That's everybody knows who Ninja is. Even people that don't play
No,
Fortnite
everybody
or play
does
video games
not.
or know about Twitch know about Ninja. He was on CNN.
Do
He
you
played
know?
with Drake. You know, dude. Okay,
Do
side
you know
note.
who Nick Merce is? Nick Merc?
I've heard that name, but no.
Do you know who Dr. Lupo is?
Yes, I know who that is.
Do you know who Tim the Tatman is?
Yes, I know who that is.
How do you not know who Cypher is?
They play with Cypher.
They play with Cypher all the time.
I don't know, dude. I have a weird
He's
mentality.
The Trap King. Trap King.
What does that even mean?
You don't play Fortnite, so you don't
What
get
does
it.
that even mean? I'm not gonna say trap. What does that even mean?
But okay, he's a big time. He's big time on this platform. Basically, I didn't know who he was either. I did not know who he was.
That was 2 years ago, though, Lank.
That was 2 years ago. I didn't know who he was.
Oh, now you're like, oh, you don't know him. You need to know him either.
No. I didn't. So I didn't. This is the truth. I didn't know who anybody was outside of XQC and Dr. Lupo.
Actually,
Those are literally the two people that I knew at TwitchCon.
So I knew who
that were like famous.
I knew who XQC was, but I didn't really know him. And at TwitchCon last year, I saw a dude walking around, and I was like, "Hey, is that XQC?" And I kept asking my friends, and my friend who personally, like, my streamer friend, his name is Yeti. He actually, like, he's friends with XQC, knows him. So I DM'd him real fast. I was like, "Hey, I was like, is this XQC?" I took a picture with him. I was like, "Yo, can I get a picture?" And he's like, "Hurry, because I gotta go." And I was like, "Okay, cool, we got it." And then I DM'd my friend, "Hey, is this XQC?" And he's like, "Yo, that's him. That's awesome." So then I tweeted, I was like, "Hey, man, XQC."
Wow. Well, I didn't know until like that's where my massive following pretty much came from, because he did shout me out, and I was just like, "Yeah,
that's
you can
awesome."
Take the picture, sure. And I took the picture, and then my friends were like, "You do know who that was?" And I was like, "No, I just want to get my badge. I've been waiting in line for 3 hours."
Nice.
And then I was just like, "Why am I getting so many followers? Where the heck is this coming from?" And I looked, and I was just like, "Holy shit! Who is this? Who is this guy?"
You're like, "Oh shit, let me follow him back real quick."
Oh no, him and his wife are very nice people. I would never.
But don't like. That's not what I meant. But all right, let's take it there. Okay, I know XQC.
I just feel
XQC
like
too.
some content creators, when they're in relationships or if they're married, they tend to stay away from the female fan demographics and try to focus on the males.
Ninja did say,
That's
he's
what
like,
I've
"I will
noticed,
never
honestly.
play with female
Yeah,
streamers."
Ninja is literally the king of that.
You know what I like? You know what I kind of feel comfortable with is like when there's a streamer, like for me, for example, there's a female streamer, and like let's say I play video games with them, I feel more comfortable playing. Not comfortable, but I feel less pressure if they're in a known relationship. Because like I just want to be their friends. I'm not doing anything malicious or anything like that. And I feel like a lot of the times streamers are like, "Oh, this dude's just like this motherfucker. Like he's just here for some coochie." You know what I mean? Like, and I'm just like,
dating?
You don't want
So
to
I'm
play with me no more?
what does that mean? No, I'm just saying. But
I'm not in a relationship, so you don't want to play with me no more.
I said
That's what
less
you're
pressure.
saying.
I said less
Now he's
pressure. There's still
super-
some
I
pressure.
pressure you to do what?
Yes,
Yes.
I plead the fifth. I'm thirsty. I gotta take my dog
You
out.
put yourself in a hole here.
I feel like it depends on who you're playing with, because this, in my opinion, it's different type of.
All right, but you
gamer
know what the
girl.
kids call vibes, right? You know what the kids call vibes, right? You pick up this vibe that they think you're trying to get some coochie. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. It's just a vibe I pick up. Listen, some people that stream, they're nerds. They you can feel them get uncomfortable and they don't know how to react. And I don't know. I'm just digging this hole deeper. I'm just gonna. Anyways,
It's one of those things. Like if some bozo wants to say, "Ew, bozo." Who says that word?
damn boomer.
Oh, hush. If some
She
bozo
said
wants to
hush.
say that you're trying to get in some girls' panties or you're flirting, like just let them say that, because they're just being insecure about themselves.
No, I don't
'Cause
care what.
if you're there for the content and you're there just to have fun, why should you have to limit yourself to who you play with just because somebody else doesn't feel comfortable with themselves? Because I've noticed that, like, when I play with my friends, we goof off.
Yeah.
Or when I
Right.
play with a male streamer, like we goof off, we have fun. It doesn't feel like
But not everybody's that
flirty.
way though. I think
So
it
what?
boils down to social experience, and like what we're talking about is social like experiences and stuff like that. If you don't have that experience, you're like, and that's where a lot of weirdness comes from Twitch, is because people streaming don't have social, so most of them don't have social experience, or a lot of them don't have a lot of social experience, and the people watching, they don't have a lot of social experiences either. But guess what? They get to interact. I think that's where a lot of weirdness comes from, is because like those people that normally wouldn't interact with like that streamer, they wouldn't normally talk to that streamer, they talk to him on Twitch, and they're like, they get a little bit of confidence, and then they don't know how to act. A lot of the times you see weird shit that would happen in high school happening on Twitch, because there's this lack of experience, and then you get some people get their experience from high school. That's the way I relate it. I don't know.
So that's just being socially awkward.
There's a lot of
Maybe they
socially awkward
don't.
people, especially on Twitch.
Because you got to think
Yes.
about it, when even back to what you were saying about like the whole stay at home effect, it's not going to affect gamers or streamers.
Yeah.
We're so used to being in the house. So when you have somebody that's constantly in the house, maybe the only interaction they have are maybe a few friends and then their family, and then they go out and actually have to socialize at some place like Twitch, they're not going to be that same person that you see streaming, unless they have that experience similar to what we have, where we actually do go out and socialize and have fun. You have some people that just, they literally just don't leave their house.
Yeah.
So
I honestly, I get a kick out of socially awkward people at TwitchCon.
I love
like,
it,
because
especially
like,
when they extra
yeah,
pictures,
dude,
yo.
I fucking get a kick out of it. It's hilarious, just how they interact at TwitchCon. I find it funny, the people that like really confident, really talk a big game and stuff like that online, and then they're at TwitchCon, they're like, hey,
They're like these little quiet
Hi.
people, you know?
I was like, dude, what's up, buddy? What are you doing?
I'm like,
Nothing.
this is the guy that comes in my chat and trolls me all
It's
the
like,
time.
hey, yo,
Look at this
Nyquist,
guy.
what's good? And then like in real life, they're like, hey, Nyquist, how are you, dude? And it's like, what's up, buddy? How's it going,
Well,
man?
I
How's
said-
Video chatting people, because it's like you like video chatting is like the closest that you're gonna get to like meeting a person face to face, and you can really 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 get their personality, at least like a little bit more than just like writing or texting. I think that's one of the things that our generation needs to go back to, is visually communicating
Yeah.
with people instead of just texting or typing or putting tweets out, because I think we use too many words and not enough like physical expressions of what it is that we want.
Well, that, and people don't even pick up the phone to call somebody anymore. They'll
Dude,
text them.
like, how often do you just call your homie and talk to him? It's like back in the day, it's like you didn't really text him. It's like you call him,
Dude,
like,
I
what are you
used to- I
doing?
used to have like a couple hour phone calls with people back in like high school.
You
know
don't
what I mean?
anymore. And I don't know. Sometimes I feel I don't want to text people because I feel like I don't like I want to talk to them, and I feel like conversation won't work out with a text. Or like,
Yeah.
I have a best friend where we'll FaceTime, we'll talk, and we'll catch up, and we'll literally be doing like our own thing while still on FaceTime, and I love it. And the only reason
That's
why I
cool.
love it is because if we were together, we would be doing that exact thing where we're hanging out but still doing our own thing. So I'm thankful for that. I just don't like the texting because it seems very very pointless at times. It's
Yeah.
like I want to talk to you. I don't want to
yeah, and I get
words.
like I even get kind of discouraged from talking to people. I stop talking to people through texting and stuff like that, because like I want to, again, I want to talk to them. I don't want to text them. I want to talk to them, and it just doesn't feel the same.
Exactly.
So I'm like totally discouraged from talking to them through texting and stuff like that. And then I don't know about you guys, but I have a hard time. Sometimes I don't message back because I don't know what, there's nothing else to say. I don't say, okay, bye, have a good day, or anything like that, because it's just like the end of the conversation. It's just like,
That's
there.
how I am with I'm terrible at texting.
same. I'm bad, and I know I don't know if I'm the worst, but I'm pretty bad. I'd rather have a conversation in like voice or IRL or.
You're human. It's okay to feel that way, because I think that since we're all around the same age, we're in that. I feel like millennials
old.
are in that weird like line where when we were kids, we were so used to phone calls.
We're like
And
the bridge.
yeah, like
We've had it and we haven't had it. Technology.
yeah,
Exactly.
it's like we're on that edge where you know you had CDs, you had AOL dial up,
Yeah,
you had
VHSs.
Yeah.
You got
so
some
you
VHSs. Come on.
yeah, like you had VHSs, you had you know, that's when beepers were like starting to go away
Oh
and
my
people were
god, my
getting the
dad had a
cell
beeper.
phones and you had your sidekicks and you had your razors and you had like we're on that weird cuff where it's like we're so used to calling people, but then we jumped over from calling to texting's kind of faster than calling and actually talking to talking to people. And I think that's we don't have a well balanced um opportunity because we are so used to that when we were younger. Now that we're older, we're just like, I don't feel like texting. We text so much, we don't really get a chance to like talk to people because that's what we were used to when we were younger.
I feel like I get like I'm short when I text.
Same.
Like
I'm very short.
I don't
Like I don't
say
text my mom at
the
all.
full
I have
thing that I
call
want to
her.
say. Yeah. Yeah, same. I call my parents like I hate the way my parents text, number one, because they text like they still
Yes.
have the like the number pad with like the 3 digits, like the three letters on each number. I don't understand. It's like, dude, you have the full keyboard right there. You can type out words. It's like, what are you doing? But I can't respond to my parents' text messages. I will call them if they send me a text and whatever saying. I will call them and be like, "What are you talking about? What's going on?" Like,
Yeah, I think
Much for that.
the last conversation I had with my mom through texting, I was asking my sister about her new job, and my mom just like told me the location. I'm like, okay, what is she doing? And then she wouldn't tell me what. She just kept going on. I'm like, literally, I'm gonna call you right now because this is the worst experience ever.
Well, my mom
Like,
does
give me
mom
information.
jokes.
oh my
My mom
god.
does mom jokes when she texts. That's why I don't like texting her. She'll be like, she'll say my childhood nickname. I'm like, yes, mom. She's like, guess what? I'm like, what? And then she'll pull up a gif of a chicken and be like, chicken butt. And I'm like, mom, what?
oh my god, mom.
And then I'll call her and be like, mom, why are you so bored? And she's like, why are you calling me? I'm like, because you're texting me about chicken butt. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the one thing like I find pleasure in texting is like conveying your emotions and stuff through gifs. I love
Yes.
gifs because gifs
Oh,
help me
yes,
express myself fully through texting media and stuff like that. So I love gifs. I have like a
Yes.
gif for every situation. That's actually one thing I do enjoy about texting is gifs. Sometimes emojis, but I tend to lean more towards gifs.
Amazing. Oh, wait, what?
Wait, fuck, is
Oh.
this what the questions were for? What? Oh, are you talking about the thing? Speaking of that, yeah, we should probably
Oh
move
yeah,
on
we
to
never
that.
went to the questions.
We can
gotta
get to it
answer
real quick.
questions.
Last thing is just my topic. We'll make it quick. I just want to let you guys know that this is kind of a tinfoil hat thing.
Oh, so people have questions for us.
Oh, we had no. That's the thing I linked you to ask questions about like relationships and dating and stuff like that. We got a few ones. We got a few good
My
ones, but
my community don't.
it's okay. That's okay. We got a few weird ones, but there's actually a couple good ones that I actually really want to talk about. But my topic is a little bit of a tinfoil hat thing, but there was actually it's becoming more mainstream. The idea or the theory that history, society is older than we think it is, and that there was a great society like Atlantis that got wiped out back 12,000 years ago, and there's a lot of evidence. There's a crater in Greenland that's huge, and it's right around the 12,000 mark when it hit. It's like it's just a massive crater. Animals like the mammoth, the saber-toothed tiger, cat, all went extinct around 12,000, 11,000 years ago. They found archaeological evidence of like societies, like I forget the name of it, but it's in India somewhere, of like old ruins, like cultural ruins, and they have dated them to like 12,000 years ago before like society started. When did society, like the first cultural civilization, the Sumerians was like what, like 3,000, 4,000 years ago? So basically society is a lot older than we think it is, and Atlantis, a global civilization could have potentially existed before they got wiped out by a meteor. That's the reason there's pyramids in every part of the world. There's pyramids in Egypt, there's pyramids in the Amazon, there's pyramids in China, there's pyramids even in Bosnia. There's the Bosnia Temple of the Sun, or Pyramid of the Sun. So there's pyramids everywhere because this global civilization existed before something catastrophic. Imagine, like, you know, a civilization that's... Most civilizations build their civilization along water. So, you know, can you imagine a huge meteorite causing waves? Not only waves, but it changes the atmosphere, it changes the temperature, it puts even like the Earth into an apocalypse. So potentially there could have been a civilization that we don't know about because we don't have records, because it got wiped clean by some cataclysmic event, and then time just eroded away. It didn't kill, like, imagine it didn't kill everybody, but like everybody basically had to start from scratch. The ones that were alive had to start from scratch, and that's where you get like the flood origin story. Like, you know, you get Moses, not Moses. You get Noah. There's the other one. Is it Gilgamesh? You get Gilgamesh, stuff like that. So that's all I want to talk about, because I want to talk about it. Because what do you guys think? It's a lot to take in.
There's a lot.
Also, the Sphinx. Yeah, the Sphinx
so
is older than we
much.
think. The Egyptian pyramids are older than we think. They're not tombs. There's something else that we don't know about, that maybe that's been suppressed, or maybe we just haven't discovered yet.
Alien.
Humans were around for hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, modern day humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. And, well, I mean, even the Anunnaki creation myth, Sumerians, it's theorized that they weren't gods, they were aliens that came down and gave us language. And
I'm going to say this because I've been saying this for a long time now. The fact that we only know 10% of what's in the fucking ocean freaks me the hell out.
Same.
And I feel like whatever is in the fucking ocean is the history that we're missing. Like, you got the shit they call the megalodon down there. I think that shit's still alive.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it's extinct. I think it's just, it maybe evolved to something else.
I don't think it
That's
is.
just
Scary.
I don't think it is. The reason I don't think it is, and a lot of scientists and experts don't think it is because what's it going to eat? Back in the day, it had plenty of big things to eat. Now, there's not so much. And the blue whale, there's no way the blue whale could exist right now with such a predator, because the blue whale would just go extinct because the megalodon would consume it easily. There's no defense.
So that's why I said it might have adapted, because
True.
you got animals like hippopotamus that are supposed to be omnivores or something, where they only eat, is it omnivores? The ones where you only eat leaves and stuff?
Herbivore.
Those are
Herbivore.
herbivores,
Like, they're
yeah.
supposed to be herbivores, but they also eat meat too, but they're not supposed to. So you never know if maybe it just adapted. Like, originally, you know,
Adaptation and evolution.
like with us, we weren't eating things that we were eating in the past,
Yeah.
and that we're eating now. The only reason why I say that is because the fact that we don't know that much information about the ocean really freaks me out, because it's like, we don't know what could happen. Like, if something just says, boop, hey, I'm here, and we're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Drop a nuke on it.
Probably, right?
Murder.
Yeah,
Or
there's
capture
also-
it, or capture it, cut it open, and let's experiment on it instead of asking it questions.
Actually,
Like,
most of
it's
the world's fresh water is underground, or
and that's why I think a society might be underwater.
there's still a hollow earth theory, and there's this one like super decorated colonel in the United States military after World War II. He did explorations to the Antarctic, and he was convinced, this dude's decorated, this dude had all the medals, this dude was well respected. He's convinced that in Antarctica is the entrance to the underworld, I guess you could say, and apparently there's an advanced civilization under there, and there's a, I don't know, some sort of light source. I don't know how it works, but there's hollow earth theory. So I don't know, shit's crazy.
I believe that.
What I kind of guess it answers the question, but I always wondered, like, how come there's not anything bigger in the ocean if the ocean is so big? But what limits it is gravity. is the reason, like, you know, the blue whale can get so big, it's pretty much the max limit, is because it's in the water and it can be bigger, it can be heavier because it's lighter in water. But like stuff like that can't exist much bigger than that just because of the gravity of our Earth. It'd be cool. Like
that.
if Godzilla was existing, that would be cool, dude. Okay.
You want Godzilla strolling by you?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You want to live with dinosaurs?
But yeah, that was just, I don't know.
They don't
It's
eat me. I'm cool.
it's actually-
I don't mind any animal that's not gonna hurt me.
like it's not becoming, it's not a tinfoil hat theory anymore. The thing I was talking about, the like, you know, that Atlantis could have existed. It was just a global spanning civilization. It's not too much of a tinfoil hat anymore because it's becoming more mainstream, because there's all this evidence is there, and there's like, you know, people think that science and scientists are like, oh my god, they're uncorruptible. There's still a lot of dogma in science. It's like, I mean, you look in history, Galileo was like, hey, Copernicus was like, hey, the sun, we revolve around the sun doesn't revolve around us. And people are like, nah, you're a liar, dude, get out of here, we're scientists, we know what we're talking about, you're wrong. And then turns out it took like hundreds of years to realize, oh, just kidding, we actually really do revolve around the sun. So scientists aren't infallible.
True. You know what? You should have wore for this segment. You should have made a tinfoil hat.
I thought about it. I'm not gonna lie, I thought about it because I was like, get your tinfoil hats on. When I don't know. I just suggest like keeping an open mind to some of these conspiracy theories, stuff like that, because there's a lot of plausible evidence for that one.
I will say, I wish, going back to like the ocean thing, I wish that they would have more of a budget, because NASA has a massive budget to discover everything.
They have a poopy budget.
Compared to like the people that study the ocean, NASA has a massive budget.
Then their budget is like trash compared to what it used to be, just because the government didn't find interest. Before, it was like stopping the Red Menace from getting to the moon first,
right.
You know, competing with Russia, making Russia bankrupt that way through the whole space race. But now there's
so it sounds like we gotta do something.
We gotta step it up. Like,
get a bigger,
I don't know if you guys ever listened
budget
to Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he's freaking great, dude. I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. He talks a lot about stuff like that.
I wish we just had a bigger budget to discover these things,
to understand.
It's like we don't have the technology to do this, and I feel like either the government's hiding something, just in my opinion.
At least one thing.
At least one of the thing they
what did you see?
About space.
They declassified like thousands of documents of unidentified flying objects recently, and there's a bunch of videos.
Space scares me,
dude.
So
there's theories about like why we haven't like gotten actual alien contact. Like, one of the theories is that we're kind of a zoo. You don't interact with the creatures in the zoo. You're just there to observe them, and that's what we are. We're a zoo.
Come observe me. I don't care.
That's basically it. Wolfler, think about a host, dude. You were streaming? What were you streaming? If we spend 10% of our military budget, that's the thing that goes back to like what I was saying earlier about education. If we put 10% of our military budget into education, we would have better technology. Because what if there's these brilliant minds out there living in poverty, not getting education? How are they going to give us the thing that they could give us if they were educated, if they went on to be scientists and stuff like that? So what if the next Einstein is living in poverty and doesn't have the ability to get educated? And, you know,
I feel like sometimes we do discover people that are like the next Einstein, and again, the government like shuts them down, just like some of these doctors that comes up with like cures for things, or they have at least the right
big pharma comes and takes it
to come up with a cure, and then all of a sudden you have somebody saying, oh, you can't put that out. No,
not just
real,
that.
That's fake.
Big pharma companies will come and buy the rights to that cure, that drug, and they'll make not a cure, but a medication. Like so you take over and over again. Instead of getting one-time cure, it drags out, and you keep having to pay them more money to take the pill that's just going to suppress the things instead of cure them. Crap, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Oh, Tesla. You're talking about Tesla. You know, Tesla was Einstein, you know, Nikola Tesla, he invented like our current light bulbs and stuff like that, even though Edison gets a lot of credit for the, I forget which current, AC current, DC current, whatever. he had some crazy ideas. He had an idea to send energy through the airway, right? It's like send it somehow. He had Tesla coils, stuff like this. Einstein once said, like, someone asked Einstein, what's it like to be the smartest man on the world? He's like, I don't know, ask Tesla. So Tesla's a really smart dude. When Tesla died, the government rushed into his apartment and seized like everything he had in his apartment. So like, what if he had some crazy world-changing stuff that the government was just like, I'll take that and not give it away because we like the status quo. We're in charge and everybody else is under us, so we like that way. Tesla, AC, and Edison advocated for DC, and he ran a smear campaign against Tesla and the AC current. So that's why Edison is like, Edison stole a lot of stuff. Currently conspiracies. No, okay. My topic was just like, there was a global society that spanned the global society like 12,000 years ago, and it got wiped out. Next topic. Okay, we gotta move on. That was just a short topic. I put my tinfoil hat on. Next topic is we're gonna talk about relationship and dating advice. And people, I asked my Discord. I believe you guys asked your Discords if they had any questions. We gave them a form for dating and relationship advice. So take your tinfoil hats on and get your love hats on. This first question is really good. I actually really, really like it. It says,
don't have a love hat.
All right, it's ruined. I hate it here. Oh, look at you. He's so pretty.
Okay, there, I'm ready. Come on.
All right, okay. So
let's do this.
I really like this question. When should you look for love, if at all?
Never. Okay, next question. No, I'm playing. What?
When should you look for love, if at all? Dude, I love this question because I think we're talking about it earlier. I think people rush in to love. They rush in to things too fast. And I think they don't take their time. Like Nike said, they don't take their time to understand themselves.
Mm-hmm.
When should you look for love?
When you're happy with yourself. Like,
when
to sum it up.
Happy with yourself.
When you don't need somebody to enjoy life, when you are comfortable with yourself, when you've worked out, because I mean, we all work out our problems on a daily basis. It never ends. But when you're comfortable with yourself enough to say, okay, yeah, I don't need anybody, I think that's when you can look for love. In Soviet Russia, love looks for you. Love grabs you by the cojones, brother, in Soviet Russia.
So what do you say? Because what I'm about to say, I might be like the emo kid.
Nah, I want to... Oh, no, you can get in your feels? I want to know. Go ahead.
No, not in my feels.
Get in the feels. Let's go.
It's not in my feels. But go ahead.
I think you should be patient. I hate... Like I said, we were talking about it earlier, when people just rush into relationship after relationship and don't take the time to understand what went wrong, what they could work on for themselves, to appreciate themselves, to appreciate them as an individual and not in the relationship. I think you should do all that before you try and rush into love. So what if you were like that before a relationship but don't feel like that after it ends? Then I think you need to like self-reflect and reflect on that relationship. Why do you feel that way? What are like, it's like, I use this quote from The Matrix all the time. It's like causality. We're all victims of causality, cause and effect. So what caused that effect? Like, there's always, it's even like training your dog. Like, you teach him to sit because he gets a treat. I don't know. It's just like you can look into it and kind of be your own detective and see what happened, what went wrong, and not blame, because I think blame gets you in trouble. Blame worsens the situation. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing at magic.
It's like wiping your ass with silk. Dude,
silk.
See, Raymond understands. Magic understands where I was quoting. He's like, that's what he says. It's like, I love the French language. It's like wiping your arse with silk.
In my opinion.
Correct.
I feel like a lot of times, why is it that we have to look for love?
Well, that's the point of the question. It's like, when, if at all?
Why can't love just like find you? You know
exactly. Or why can't
fucking
you
cheesy
just love yourself? Why do you have to be with another individual?
I agree. I think we all look for companionship.
I can see that, but I feel like our society focused so much on like
It's a cultural thing.
You have to be with someone. But I think that if you are meant to be with a significant other, I would say don't search for it. Just
Let it happen.
live your life, because if you're continuing to live your life the way that you enjoy it, you're going to meet somebody that's going to enjoy their life the way they do, and you guys can coexist.
Coexist as individuals, but in a relationship, you don't lose your sense of self or lose each other, but you exist with each other, but still separate. I don't know. It's together, but separate.
Okay, it's one of those things where someone in one of these people's chat that I watch, they actually found their wife in that chat just by socializing and just enjoying the person's content that they watch.
Did they go out of their way where they're like pursuing this person immediately and stuff like that?
So no. Exactly. So the thing is they were conversating, you know, as friends, as regular, just we both enjoy this person, not me, but they just enjoy this person's content so much. And then it was like they realized that they had a lot of similarities because of the person, you know, maybe same thing how we're dishing out questions or we're playing a video game, and then you're getting to know this person, then you transfer over to like Discord where you guys are socializing and you notice that you guys have a lot of similarities. And then after that, and it's like kind of feeling each other, one person might say, hey, you want to play video games or you want to, you know, do something. And then it just evolves into something that's natural instead of you going on a dating website or Tinder or I don't know, like other places and trying to look for a partner. I feel like some people rush it even when they are or they think that they are happy with themselves. I feel like people rush it too much.
Yeah, I
feel like with those dating apps, like I feel like everything is just forced. Like people are just pressuring you to get in relationships when.
I'm sorry, but Tinder, listen, it may work sometimes. There's always like, you know, outliers.
I just said Tinder, I wasn't.
Okay, but like, okay, dating apps, you know, dating apps and stuff like that. Listen, if you're trying to find a relationship in a dating app, trust me, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to work out. I'm going to be real with you. Tinder's not for that. Tinder's for other things. Like, I'm going to be real. I'm going to be honest with you.
It started off a dating app and turned to something else, just like Snapchat. Exactly. Let's put that out
What's
there.
easier, dating or a hookup? A hookup. So people are gonna go for a hookup because it's easier because they're lazy and they don't want to put in effort. And and Tinder is just the easy way to do that. So like it's an express route to doing that. Like
one of my friends had a girlfriend for 3 years from Tinder.
I mean, like I said, there's always outliers. I stipulated that there's always outliers.
That's the one.
There's 9 times out of 10. That's the one.
That's the one.
It's it's also
advertised on all their platform too. Like, oh, these people are so happy.
I don't know. I don't do.
But Mubler and I think Jenko are kind of echoing the same thing about like the whole like waiting and stuff. Mubler said, but what if that kind of thought becomes what if scenario in some cases? And then Jenko said, this is making me want a girlfriend right now. I don't know how this advice isn't working.
Don't do it.
Yeah, girls are a pain.
Buy a puppy.
Puppies are great, dude. Buy a cat, even less maintenance. I'm just saying. Like,
my cat's evil, so I wouldn't suggest.
I love evil cats.
You can have mine. She's 17 years old.
It didn't work in the end. Well, I mean, a lot of relationships don't work regardless of where they start. But I don't know. I just think patience is important.
So why do y'all feel? Wait, whoa. Why do y'all feel like girls are a pain? I hear that a lot, and I really want to know. Why?
To me, that's just a meme.
Especially from a guy's perspective.
For me, that's just a meme. I think people are a pain. Like, moreover, to be honest with you, I think people are a pain.
Agree. I would go with people.
And again, our generation is a pain in the ass, dude. Like, I don't freaking. Our generation pisses me off as far as like dating and culture and stuff like that. Boinky gets it.
But why do you feel like most times? I know a lot of guys hear the whole like, oh, this guy doesn't understand me, like I don't understand what's going on, he feels like he's not interested, or
honesty.
I've heard that a lot.
Honesty. People aren't honest with themselves. People aren't honest with what they feel, what they expect. They don't honestly express themselves. They don't like, you know, convey what they want in an upfront manner, and I think that creates confusion. playing games. There's like people don't half the time people don't even understand when they're playing games, and like a lot of things are games. Like they're just like they don't realize like just to get attention to play games instead of like outright saying what they want. I think is playing a game, and
Yeah, I just feel like people aren't 100% honest with each other, and that's what hurts a lot.
you know what I hate about like
relationships and
rom-coms? Like remember Everybody Loves Raymond? He's always getting into hijinks with his damn wife and his damn mom because he's not fucking like honest. And it's so annoying. And then like they play it for laughs, but the wife has to be the angry wife. It's like, well, she wouldn't be the angry wife if you just be honest, you dick. I don't know. Like that's the type of like it's over dramatized in those things, but it happens real life to a degree where people aren't honest and they play games and they don't outright say what they want or what's bothering them, and I think that's a big problem. Hey Wolfie, good morning. Sitcom. No, I'm just saying. No, like I said, it's over dramatized, but like I think a lot of that happens in real life.
Sorry, I had cars going by. It was me and my mic.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, like I
people drive
I think a lot happens because people aren't honest, or like honest. Even that's the thing when you do, like we're talking about getting to know yourselves. It's like you're not honest with yourself, and that's going to create problems.
So what if you are honest with yourself and you just
I feel like
don't want to be? Well, excuse me. What if you are honest with yourself and honest? You can be honest with the other person, but you just don't want to be.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Then that's kind of.
I don't know. You answered the question.
Okay.
But why wouldn't you be like? You're a coward, or like?
Let's say you don't like the person.
Okay.
Then
But
are you
don't,
on?
like, you don't want to hurt their feelings.
That's not being honest with yourself or them. Motherfuckers say I don't like you, and honestly I don't want to be with you. I'm sorry, but like that's just how I feel. Like it's mean, but at least you're not. If you drag it on, it's gonna hurt more, or it's gonna be more dry. It's like pulling off a band-aid, I guess.
Dragging it on never is like it's terrible because it makes the other person feel so bad in the end, and it's like
it's so much stress for a longer period of time, and then you delay the healing process. You delay it. One thing I don't like when people do is they don't they don't work on themselves, and they're just like, oh, I'm gonna be bitter, I'm gonna be cold, I'm not gonna like find love, or I'm gonna just be cold-blooded and shit like that. That's more high school stuff, like, but like people still do that.
You know what I noticed? Like after I broke up with my ex-boyfriend, it was a year ago. After I broke up with my ex-boyfriend, I was like, I have to get into another relationship or at least like socialize with somebody else in order to get over him. And then me doing that, I thought it was helping, but it was just a temporary pain reliever. I didn't fully recover from just everything that I've dealt with until I was alone. Like the time that I was alone made me reflect on who I was as an individual. And then I realized I don't want to be in a relationship right now.
Right.
But then what I find funny is like as soon as I don't want to be in a relationship, it's like everybody's, oh, let me talk to you. Oh, I'm like, no.
And hear me out. We all have those moments where we feel alone and we're like, oh man, I could use somebody. But then like once you kind of get over like feeling sorry for yourself, you're like, you realize you're like, nah, that ain't for me right now. I don't need anybody right now. I'm too busy. I'm working on myself. Yeah, like I said, everybody has those moments. Like, and you know, some of you guys saying that you want a girlfriend and stuff like that. Everybody has those moments where you feel alone and shit. But
you want a girlfriend, so you actually have a girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like
exactly. Yeah.
It's I don't know, and it's funny because like you're talking about a rebound, and you said that like after you did your thing with your rebound, it's like you realize you just want to be single. Is it weird that like that's like a common experience, and that's why we have the phrase rebound? Because like I've done that before, where like I go through a phase where I do this with a rebound person, and then I'm like, oh, just kidding, I didn't want to do this. You know what I mean? So why is that? Why do we go through like a rebound phase?
I don't know.
I was gonna say I think it has to do with kind of trying to patch up those parts that were broken with whoever you were with. So like let's say I don't know. You guys broke up because you argued too much, and then you found this girl that you just click so well with, no arguments, everything's cotton candies and rainbows. Um,
I see.
if you're so used to what would have been a toxic relationship if you would have stayed there, and now you're getting the thing that you think that you want, you're just gonna automatically go to that. And
Mm.
then once you're, it's like one of those things. You think you want all of this candy, all this candy, all this candy, and then as soon as you get the cavity, it's like, I don't think I want candy anymore. Like
You
it
get the
takes for
tummy ache,
you,
and then you realize
yeah,
that like eating candy that late at night was a bad idea.
that's like the only example that I can give. It's like
Okay.
you think you want something until you actually have it, and then you realize that you really don't want it.
Okay. Okay. It's kind of like, I don't know about you guys, but like sometimes, like, and I go through this and I realize that this is happening when it is happening at this point, but like you feel lonely at night, but then you wake up and you're like, it was just the nighttime. I was just kind of lonely. I think that's more like an instinctual thing. Like,
Yeah.
we want to,
I don't feel that way anymore. I
we
watch
huddle
anime.
together. Sometimes anime makes you feel that way though. What do you mean? What
No,
kind of
it
anime is
don't.
you? You watching some
Only
One Piece?
anime.
All right, I gotta start
Nah,
watching
nah,
One
nah.
Piece. I gotta
I be
start watching One
watching. I
Piece.
be watching Food Wars, and all the thing that I think about is I'm hungry.
Food Wars. I would not watch that because I would be so hungry, and I stop eating like at 6 o'clock.
That's why I'll never turn on the Food Network or whatever, just because I know.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna get so
gosh.
hungry watching
Yeah.
anything.
I was watching
Anything
a
related to
stream
food makes
the
me
other
hungry.
night, and someone just like they got a bowl of food from like their family member or whatever. They showed it on screen. It looked so good, and I was mad. I was like, fuck.
Like, can you pass
Starving.
that through the screen,
Dude,
to
my
me, please?
stomach
Like,
literally like started hurting. I was like, oh, damn, why'd you do that to me?
Hungry and horny. Oh,
hungry and horny. Yeah.
Talking about Food Wars.
Listen,
yeah.
everybody horny on their main on Twitter, okay, dude? It's okay. It's all right. And hey, listen, everybody gets horny. It's okay. It happens all the time.
Buy a toy next.
Pornhub.
Yeah. Link, buy a toy.
Okay. Maybe.
Maybe. Like, maybe.
Like,
Detoxing.
alright,
Okay,
let's
so
do it.
if you're gonna think of it as a drug, because it does release neurotransmitters and chemicals in your brain, it is hard to break the habit, and it's hard. There's a phrase called relapsing. So that actually kind of makes sense too, because it is kind of a drug. You get those neurotransmitters that feel good in your system with a relationship, with even just physical contact and stuff like that. So it could be viewed as a drug, and that's why you have this relapse, and you go through that relapse, and then you realize, oh, then shit, I gotta get that out of my system, or you get that out of your system, and you're like, all right, let's. I don't know. Man. Fuck it. Stay single. Learn about yourself. Learn about yourself. Learn about what your interests are. And then once you're having a good time, you're feeling yourself, you don't even gotta look for love. Maybe shit, love will find you.
Oh, I'm telling you, don't look for love, because what you think that you're gonna like is something that you're probably not gonna like.
You know where we're saying this from, though? We're saying this from a place of experience, I think, in my mind. And I think a lot of the times, especially on Twitch, again, people don't have this experience, so they look for love, and especially like the whole simp thing. Simps look for love on Twitch because, again, they get that interaction from that person that normally maybe won't talk to them in person, or they wouldn't go up to that person and talk to them in person. So it's kind of like their high school experience. They're some people don't learn, but I think Twitch culture is a little backwards, or a little bit behind the times, because people on Twitch generally don't have a lot of experience.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh, pretty male dominated too. So.
And a lot of these males, again, wouldn't normally go up to a girl in person, but they have that, not even confidence, but it's not a lot of pressure for them to talk to them in a Twitch chat.
Nope.
So.
I
don't know. I wouldn't be talking about this stuff from a place of experience if I didn't do stuff like, experience this stuff on my own. So can you fault them? Should you fault them? If people don't learn their lesson, I always fault people if they don't learn their lesson, to be honest with you. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Or like,
I think that's when ignorance turns stupid.
What's it like?
Like,
There's like a difference between ignorance and stupidity. It's like ignorance
yes,
can be fixed, stupidity can't. I think something like that.
correct. You're very, very correct. I don't mind somebody that's ignorant. I mind somebody that's stupid.
Mm. Mm.
That's how I feel.
People need to learn how much of a slave we are to brain chemistry. Learning about how the brain and it turns emotions will work. Yeah, totally, dude. Totally. That's why, like, man, even some like addicts can't realize that they are an addict. Like, dude, I'll be honest with you. My dad is an alcoholic, and he does not, literally to this day, he is 67 years old. He does not realize that he's an alcoholic. He like doesn't. He just doesn't think it. Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy how he doesn't realize it.
Mom's a hoarder, and it took for my stepdad to tell her to knock it out in order for her to realize she had a problem. And I've been telling her that she was a hoarder for years. Like, I've always cleaned the house, threw stuff away, or put stuff away, and then she would go right back and put it everywhere. I'm like,
It's
Mom,
hard,
come
dude.
on.
It's
I think
hard.
it takes that person to like just tell you like, hey, like you have a problem. Stop.
Sometimes that doesn't even help. Like, I mean, dude, even if you think about this, so we have a culture over here that like we eat the regular meal and then like we immediately have something sweet, right? I don't know if that's just the like, you know, culture here or just like family here or whatever it may be, but I notice when I eat my meal, I immediately start craving something sweet because, you know, your brain is you know, conditioned to get something sweet after after my meal. So like again, like Raymond said, brain chemistry is important. Conditioning, humans are just, we're big dumb animals. We still get conditioned. You know, you can teach a dog to sit and do tricks. You can still teach a human to do stuff like that, like to an extent. Like, it's, yeah. Poodle hair trains. Yeah, her hair is flowers now. She's what's that goddess from Moana? Tefiti. No, that Tefiti's the bad one. What's the other one that has flowers on her hair?
I'm the grassy chick from Moana.
She grassy for sure. But then she angy when she hungry.
Oh my God.
I do get hangry.
I do
get
too.
very, very hangry.
Oh,
I
do
don't
too.
like
I do
don't
too.
like starving.
But then, like, so I watch a lot of like Joe Rogan clips on YouTube. It's just like when you watch one clip and then like all of a sudden you get recommended. I don't know if you guys see YouTube stuff, but like you watch one thing on one topic and then your recommended is like 5 different videos on that same topic.
That's
So like
YouTube's algorithm.
I got into a rabbit hole of Joe Rogan, and this one dude was saying, he was talking about, hey, listen, our ancestors had to function. Our ancestors had to function when they were hungry. All right, so you can probably function when you're hungry. So I stopped, like, I don't know. I've been kind of getting out of my own head with that. Like, shit, I'm hungry, but I'm still gonna perform in this video game and shit. It's in
I'm
your
not
head.
Gandhi. I need to eat.
In your
Sorry. I need
head.
to eat.
In your head. All right. What else? What other question we got? Okay. How do you escape the friend zone?
Oh God.
That
that's
is
fucking-
an interesting
that is-
question. That's a loaded question.
That's like almost impossible, though. Like that's a really hard question to answer.
Shit, dude. Okay. First of all, I don't know if this is you guys, but don't you want to be friends with the person before you date them? Because you get to know what they're like, and you want to be friends with your significant other. That way, y'all get along. Unrequited love. I agree. Dude, shit. Raymond dropping facts right now, dude. There's a thing called reciprocation, right? So like, if she don't like you, she don't like you. I don't know, dude. It's like, people are always like, Twitch is not a dating site. Yeah, but if two people find each other attractive and they get along and they start dating, like, it's a social network. So people are gonna be social, and sometimes when you're social, you get into relationships. Like, it's just about mutual attraction, and attraction can mean everything from physical to personality.
I mean, I can speak on the friend zone part from like any of our perspective. Once, like, especially in my mindset, with any girl, like I didn't think of more than a friend. That it just didn't like you weren't gonna get out of that probably. Like no matter how much you tried. Like, and I know especially with some girls that I've been friends with, like it's like impossible to get out of there. And if you get out of there, sometimes it's probably not a good experience because it's like you pressured to get out of the friend zone.
I
I don't know.
I at least I can't remember. Probably in high school, because again, like you have to learn your lessons at some point. But I don't get into friend zones, I guess you could say, because if someone's not like, if I express something to someone and they're it isn't reciprocated, then I don't pursue them in that way. I can still be friends with them, but I'm not going to pursue them in that way anymore. I'm just gonna, because I feel like expectations are a big thing. Like, you like expect, well, what if we're friends, and what if, like, we're talking about what if questions, what if, like, we're friends, and then I don't think that's a good thing. That's kind of like you're being friends with somebody for the wrong reason. So if you're in the friend zone and you're wanting to get out, I think you're being friends and being in the friend zone for the wrong reasons.
Exactly. That's true.
You guys are coming from. My personal experience was that my ex was actually my friend since 2009. So it's funny that you guys are talking about like the friend zone, because technically he got out the friend zone, but the friend zone doesn't exist. Let's just make it clear. The friend zone doesn't exist because, and if it does, you put yourself in there at the end of the day. You weren't put in there by the girl or the guy. You put yourself there because you made yourself too comfortable to the point where you actually thought that you had a chance. And as mean as that sounds, it's real, because it's like you need to be friends with that person, and even if you maybe like them a little bit, it's one of those things where maybe you should suppress your feelings to see if it's something that you really want. And it goes back to not rushing it and not going forward and trying to force a relationship and just letting it happen naturally. My ex, we were friends for a long time. He never expressed that he liked me, up until I think like it was one time, it was my birthday, and we were just having a casual conversation, and then that's how it came out that we found out that he liked me, and I was like, I'd be interested to try it. So I think that the friend zone doesn't exist, and if you feel like it does, get yourself out. And that doesn't mean stop being friends with that person. That just means maybe the things that you were doing before because you were trying to get in a relationship with them, just back off on it and just be their actual friend, be their true friend.
Yeah, like I
That's
don't
just
think
my
you're
opinion.
being a genuine friend if you're trying to get with them and they don't want any but that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're just being their
Yeah.
friend for the possibility of being in a relationship with them, you're not their friend. That's
I
the
think
wrong reasons.
you're doing things not out of friendship but out of lust. And I feel like that's unfair to not only your mental but also the person that you're supposed to be friends with.
Yeah.
Because they're seeing you as a friend, they're seeing you as a,
It's
like
kind of like
somebody
breaking
that
their
they can
trust.
trust.
Yeah, it's kind of like breaking their trust because they're seeing you as a friend that they trust, and you're doing it for nefarious reasons. You're being their friend for nefarious reasons or alternate motive. So
Right.
it's kind of like I don't know, breaking their trust is the way I can say it.
It basically is, because you're being deceitful. You're having other you're not doing the things because you're their friend. You're not doing things out of like the kindness of your heart. You're doing it because you really like this person, and you think that you doing these things is going to make them like you. It's the same thing as if you're on Twitch and you're not even just guys and girls, cuz girls can do it too. But like, let's say you see a girl streamer and you're dishing out all these like gifted subs and donations and bits and all this other stuff because you think it's going to get you closer to that actual streamer, when in reality it's not. I've actually seen somebody like basically get mad at a streamer because they found out that the streamer was married and they didn't support them.
I see that
they
a
didn't
lot.
support
Yeah.
they didn't support them afterwards, even though that streamer in particular made it clear that they were married, but the person didn't want to believe that they were, even after they were dishing out like all of this money. It just baffles me that like people think that way. People
Yeah,
are not
people
sorry.
go and set no people just go in debt on Twitch just because of that, and it's stupid. I
Dude,
think, but
Link's married. I didn't know Link was married.
Shit, dude, I'm a catch.
Congratulations.
Somebody had to scoop me up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Especially for Twitch, I think it's kind of crazy because again, you learn your lumps in high school. Shit, I learned some shit in middle school. That doing that, being real clingy and weird like that, gets you the opposite direction of what you want, where you want to go. Like, just be like Fonzie, dude. Be cool. I don't know, like you being all clingy and being like, "Oh my god, I love you," is gonna get you the opposite of what you want. You know, I don't put it plainly.
They're gonna look at you as a fan instead of a friend. Just
To
know
put
that.
it nicely, a fan.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
like the nicest way. You're a fan.
Yeah.
You're a stan. You're a simp.
Simp.
You're not a friend. So stop doing it. Whoever you are.
Tweet. Preach. Yeah, Twitch stresses me out because there's a lot of weird culture. I would call it nerd culture, but a lot of like just inexperienced culture. I don't know, man. It's all, and people learn from your experience. They learn from others' experience. They learn faster. It's just a lot of it is experience, but kind of common sense too. I think friend zone is a weird situation. It doesn't exist, but it is for perspective of your mindset. Like, are you someone asking this likes like whoever asked this likes that person, right? But they're friends. But and again, it boils down to honesty. Like, have you fully expressed that you like this person? Like, bluntly said, "Hey, I like you in that way." To be honest with you, and they declined you, then get over it. Be their friend, genuine friend, without expecting anything, and move on. There's plenty of other people, and again, focus on yourself, dude. Focus on your life, getting your shit together, doing what you want to do, pursuing your career, get in shape. You know, be healthy, love life, live life. You know, it's all about like, you know, there's the saying, a means to an end, right? The ends justify the means, all that stuff. But also it's about the journey. It's about, you know, having fun along the way. So you want success, you want to be this person someday, but you also don't want to miss out on the fun you can have right now.
So to answer Mr. Moobler's question or statement, I feel like it's one of those things where you can clarify with that person that, like, hey, I like you. If you don't like me back, I just want you to know that we're still going to be friends. I'm going to respect your boundaries. It's all about communication. I think that's what we're lacking, even with all this access of social media. People don't know how to be clear with their feelings and actually express themselves correctly. Like, you can tell your friend that you like them, and if they don't like you back, you can clarify, like, hey, I don't want to stop being friends with you. I'm not going to make it weird. We're still going to be cool. I just wanted to express myself because I think our form of communication is very important. And I think you just go from there. Your dog is so adorable.
I know, I saw him. It's okay. Yeah, again, that's what I'm talking about. Being honest and properly expressing yourself, dude. That's 100% important. So you can stipulate, hey, I if you don't, that's fine. We can still be friends. You know, it might hurt, but you can always take a step back, work on it, and then come back and be like, hey, what's up? What's good? How are you guys doing? I don't know. Let's see the next question besides the weird questions. Someone asked, I don't know if they asked me or one of you guys, but they said, want to go out?
What?
Sorry, I'm married apparently. What is a woo man? I don't know if this is a legit question, so I saved it. What is a woo man?
What?
All right, so that was a stupid ass question. Anyways,
wait.
I think they're asking what's a woman, but they're being a meme about it.
All right,
is this a woman?
Why did I read that? God damn it.
It popped up Woodman.
I hate it here. All right, anyways. Okay.
The only thing I can say is like a woo.
Legitimate
like, when you try to woo somebody, that's the only thing I can think of if they're being serious.
I don't think they're being serious.
I think it's a joke.
I think it's a meme and we're too old to understand it. So anyways, do you think there is a right age time to date someone? College or after college?
Do you think it's a wait? What? is the right time
Well,
to?
they said
Oh wait,
right
I mean,
time, right age slash time to date someone. So if we're talking age, listen, the way I went through high school, and I, for the most part, don't regret it. I knew that high school wasn't serious. If I got into a relationship in high school, it probably wasn't going to be serious.
well,
So I kind of just had fun.
to counter that, dude, I mean, I have one of my best friends. They were high school sweethearts, and they're married now. So it's like,
Outlier, I would say outlier.
If I had to suggest an age for people to date, I would say after college. And the
I
only
would
reason
say
why
during or after.
yeah, because
I
it's rare. It's rare that you have that high school relationship like my friends did.
It's
where
rare that it
it's gonna
lasts.
Go,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna go like 10 years after high school ends, and they're gonna get married, kind of thing. So
I mean, you have those rare gems, in my opinion, that are similar to like Steph Curry and his wife, where they got married. They were together since they were 14, and they're still together.
yeah,
But I think as far as like somebody basically mentally getting to know themselves, if we're talking about like the average individual, I would say after college.
yeah,
Like after you get all of your freak ons out the
Fun.
way,
Okay,
if
there you
you
go. I
have
said
it.
fun, but all right, that
Um,
works too.
after you get all of those out the way, you'll kind of realize what it is that you want instead of doing something where, like in their, not saying their situation, like I said, they're rare gems, but where you're high school sweethearts and you have no experience with anybody but that person because, like, that's all you're going to be around the
Yeah.
entire time. That's all you know. You don't know anything else.
Yeah.
It's like that movie, Temptation. You ever heard
Temptation.
of Temptation? The girl married her high school sweetheart and then she got tempted to basically sleep with this guy that was like a millionaire and then he ended up giving her AIDS. Yeah, it's a crazy movie.
What a
It's a
twist!
crazy
I was
movie.
not expecting that. Okay.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what, like, it just reminds me of that. Like anytime somebody,
So
not, that's why I said like some people they will be together. I'm not saying that it won't happen, but I'm just worried that some people's situation when they do become like high school sweethearts, marry and live this long luscious life until some
luscious.
shit breaks the fan. I'm just like, do
Luscious.
it after college.
Joe, that's kind of like crazy to think about too. Is like those people that do that, and then like high school, college, later in life. Then what if like they get divorced, they break up, whatever? What do they do? That's got to be like a weird feeling for them because they've never
they never
known
socialized.
they've never
done
known
anything.
anything else other than that person. That's kind of
Especially
crazy.
if they have kids, then it's like it's really bad. Oh my gosh.
That's kind of nutty to think about. But yeah, I don't know.
Gosh.
After college, time to date somebody, when you're getting to know them, like after you get to know them, I guess, for the most part, because people rush into relationships and then they don't realize who they're getting into a relationship with, because it's like the lust part, it's just the physical attractive part, and they don't know fully what that person is about, and then they realize, oh shit, compatibility, it ain't gonna work out, or maybe there's just something that they don't like about the person, and you could have figured that out and not been in a relationship with them, and it would have been easier to move on from said relationship.
So do you think relationships last a lot longer because back then they didn't have the same technology as us? So it took them a longer time to do things, or they only had resources that limited them from knowing
It's
getting
also
to
a
know each other?
cultural thing, because I
yeah.
mean, divorce was frowned upon, dating multiple people frowned upon. Everything was like, it's a cultural shift. So maybe technology had a part to do with it, but it's also like how people perceive things. Like it's a lot more lenient now as far as judgment. There's still judgment, but it's a lot less now, I think. Even
I feel like,
go ahead.
oh, sorry. No, I was gonna say I feel like back then I think it's like half and half, because if we look at history, divorce was bad, but it wasn't frowned upon if like somebody if the husband did like stepped out of the marriage. And now it's like you have the feminists movement that happened, and then people, women are like, we want the same rights. We don't have to deal with, the way that men treat us. And then divorce rates. It seemed like after that, divorce rates just skyrocketed. It was like, we don't have to be here. We're going to break up and do our own thing. So I understand what you're saying. Whereas I feel like it was more rules back then, like more strict rules. Because wasn't some of the states like,
Taboo. It was more taboo.
it's like one of the states, if you got a divorce, you got like arrested or something, or if you split up with your wife or something, you got arrested.
I think it was in Texas. I don't know when they abolished this law. I want to say it's in the 20th century that they abolished this law. If you walk in and find your spouse in bed with another person and you shoot and kill them, you will not
It's
face
legal.
charges
I was
because
gonna say
it's
legal.
some like heat of the moment rule or something like that. I don't know, something crazy like that.
What?
So there's a lot of Texas is weird, dude. Google weird Texas laws and you'll find some weird shit like crime of passion, something like that. There was a nice phrase that Texas had on it, but I can't remember it. But Raymond says back then they were raised better with more manners, respect. I don't think so. I think it was just more frowned upon and taboo to. It was like probably because of religion. It was like a sin to be lustful.
I would agree that it's more with the religion side of it.
Yeah.
Because
It's like
I feel like today, this day and age, you won't find as many people as religious, so it's not as like sinful as them to get a divorce.
and
you know,
and I mean even with like this like sleeping around thing, like everybody has desires. Everybody, as long as it's between two consenting adults, what's the big deal? But back then it was more like a man loves woman, and you can't break away from that because that's like a sacred bond of religion. You know what I mean? So it's definitely like more
They
of a
didn't even
religious.
sleep in the same beds unless they were trying to conceive a child. That's what's crazy.
How boring. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's just cultural changes, and a lot of things like religion can have effect on culture. Okay, so this question let's see. We out here doing it. Let's see. What is your biggest dating regret?
biggest dating regret. I don't know if I have a regret.
What kind of regrets we talking about?
But well, like, are they asking if we had like a regret dating a like certain person, or
I think in general. Bye,
because
Wolfie.
because like dating, you shouldn't really have a regret.
Oh, I have a regret.
Nah, you can have regrets as long as you learn from your mistakes. But I'm sure you can, regret dating someone, doing something during a date, something like that. I guess. I mean, like, can you generalize it for us? Like, can you You don't have to say it if you don't want to. It's good. You don't have to say.
It was just.
Is it dating someone or a situation?
It's both.
I see.
Gosh, I don't know if I should say it on stream.
It's all good. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm trying to think of mine. Like, I don't.
Basically, this was around the time where it's gonna get socially awkward. Just to give you guys a heads up, I was dating this guy. He was white, and he thought it was okay for him to say the N-word.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
So at first, because I think his friends that were also black allowed him to say it at that time, I was a little confused on how to feel.
I see.
Because that was my first relationship with a person that was white, and I really regret that relationship, because it was just like it got to the point where when he got around his parents, he was not the same way, and then his parents then really weren't feeling me when they met me, and it was all just super duper awkward, and I was just like, I'm never again, not never again that, but never again I would ever let somebody put me in an awkward situation like that, like ever again. So I guess that's my most awkward or regretful relationship that I had or situation.
I see. You know, again, even like culture, like I feel like when you get older and like the culture is changing, like a lot of people that shouldn't be saying that word said it a lot back in the day. It's weird.
Don't even say it. That's the crazy thing about it.
I don't, I don't, I don't know why
That's why I
anybody
said I
says
definitely
it,
regret
but
that one.
you know, people live their lives. So, but I don't know. I think again, culture changes and stuff like that. Like, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like when I used to play like Xbox 360 when I was a kid, like I said it a few times. This is like, I don't know. That was just kind of like everybody did it. It was weird. Like I feel bad now. Like I wouldn't say it now, but it was just like the thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I used to say it on when I used to play like Xbox 360 too, and I regret every time I said it. That's,
Yeah, like I mean, even like you know, I'm Hispanic. Sometimes you guys can't tell because I look pale, but I'm Hispanic, and and like all my friends were Hispanic and playing Xbox Live and shit like that. And even just in real life, we called each other some mean shit. Like I wouldn't even like
yeah,
say it here. Like we called each other some mean shit, and it was just like chill. It's like
It comes from, ignorance versus stupidity.
yeah,
Like, at least
again, and like
you admit it, you regret it, and then you learn from it, and then you move on. So, 'cause I definitely understand as far as like saying stuff when you were a kid or when you were younger versus now. I think that before, when I didn't know about the F word with the LGBTQ community, I used to say
right.
that all the time, but
yeah,
that
that
was
was
due
another
to
word.
ignorance.
That
Hmm.
was
That was
another
due to
word for
ignorance.
sure.
Yeah. And then now that the LGBTQ community is like speaking up and they're like, correcting people like, no, this is wrong. Well, not now, like a long time ago where I learned about like everything that's going on. I no longer say the word because it's like around that time I didn't know. Now I do. I corrected myself, apologized about it, and then I moved on.
Yeah,
So it's like as long as you learn, I think that's the biggest thing that a lot of people want from these minority communities is like just learn from your mistakes and try your hardest not to, let it happen again. That's all that we can do.
yeah. I
Hmm.
I like that you know people do have these shared experiences as long as they like grow up from them and realize that they're wrong and they don't do it anymore. That's I think that's where you know you learning from your mistakes comes from. But there's so many people that don't learn from their mistakes, just like in life in general, and they don't learn, they don't grow, and that's a lot of the times is where we have issues. Like especially in today's like society and politics and shit.
What your worst or
Huh?
regretful experience?
So I was thinking about that. I don't think I have one, but this one time, I guess I could say it involves alcohol. I blacked out, and then I woke up next to somebody that I wouldn't have otherwise woke up next to. And it's like I've kind of like it's. I've always thought of it like I was kind of taken advantage of, but
Was it Reggie?
what? Reggie's
Who's
my
Reggie?
best friend. What the fuck? Raymond, shut up. No, it
You're
was.
married to Reggie. We get it now.
There you go. Reggie's my
Boo.
wife, or I'm his wife. I don't know, whichever works out. Whatever floats our boats. Anyways, yeah, it was just like one of those things where I personally felt taken advantage of, and I know like a lot of people like you know don't think that dudes can get taken advantage of, but I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember like you know the outcome of it. So I don't know how intoxicated like she was when it happened, but I know like I wouldn't have consented to that before. So that's I guess that can be my biggest regret. Other than that, I don't have any regrets. I've been a hoe for a
Still
lot of my
friends with
life.
that person?
No, I mean I wasn't friends with them to begin with, but yeah, yeah. That's why I don't like spiced rum at all. Literally don't like spiced rum. I just no, thank you. Nyquist, what about you? Do you have a regret?
I
Come on
mean,
with
I,
that stuff.
I
What?
guess the only regret I would have is, kind of, me and this girl, we started dating. We were friends before, And after we started, we were dating for maybe like 3 or 4 months, and it didn't go very well after that. So I guess my only regret would be like all these people that claim that they're in the friend zone. You know, if you want to, if you don't like being in the friend zone, but at least be a part of their life, you know, because after me and her started dating, it didn't work out. We literally haven't talked since,
Hmm.
and it's been probably about 3 years, and it kind of sucks because we were friends for like 8 or 9 years before that.
I,
So
hmm. I actually
mean,
have a similar experience to that. Like, I dated one of my best friends like right out of high school, and then it didn't work out, and I haven't talked to her in shit, dude. How fucking what's it, like 7 years, 8 years? So it kind of sucks because yeah, you do lose out on your friend, but
yeah, I mean that's exactly what they're saying right now in the chat. Is like, you know, we took that risk, but sometimes if you take that risk, then it gets, I guess it gets awkward if it doesn't work out, and then it
hmm.
like hard to go back to being friends. Sometimes, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not hard to going back to friends. Like
I
I've
have
done that
I
before.
have friends that like I've not necessarily dated, but I've.
Right.
What did you say? Get your
I
freak
have
on
slept
with
with my
them?
best friend, and we're still friends.
Yeah, like I
I
mean,
can't.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't
yeah,
really say.
no.
that
Sometimes it's fine. But sometimes it's awkward. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes you can go back to being friends. Sometimes you can't.
yeah, it just I think it depends on like your maturity and your willingness to get over it. You know what I mean? But like sometimes
Communication, it's literally communication.
I think it's different for relationships depending on how long they last and like what occurred during the relationship. It's harder to just go back to friends like that. Like that's a lot harder.
Yeah, I think that could be placed in consideration, like the reason why they broke up. Because, like I said, my ex, I was with him. Um, I was with him for a year. We've known each other since 2009. He's blocked on all social media because of the bullshit that he pulled.
See, the thing is, I broke up with my ex because she was constantly talking to other people, and I just didn't feel comfortable with it. Like I felt I felt like I didn't trust her, right? And I didn't like the way that made me feel. It made me feel paranoid, like I felt a need to like check her phone and shit like that, and I didn't like that. I didn't like feeling like that, so I broke up with her, and I told her like I just don't trust you, and I didn't like say like I didn't become hateful or bitter. I just wanted to work on myself and not feel that way anymore. I don't want to feel paranoid of having to constantly check my significant other's phone or some shit like that. So like I didn't even block her on Facebook. Like I think we're still friends on Facebook. So at this point
that's why I say it depends on the situation, though, because I'm still friends with Facebook friends with like 2 or 3 of my exes because we didn't really end on like a horrible note. But the people that are blocked or I just don't want them in is because of the way that it ended. So I think it depends on one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
it depends like the situation, the context, the severity, or of the breakup, all that stuff. You live, you learn, dude. There's lots of lessons. Okay, last question. Besides the does owning a Wii U get you more sex? Because we're not going to answer that question. What do you look?
Wait, what was that? What was that question?
Does owning a Wii U get you more sex?
No. What?
It depends on what games you got. But anyways, what did you look to gain in a relationship? What do you look to gain in a relationship?
Yeah, okay, wait. Answer Day's question first.
Dude, okay, Day Drinker apparently thinks that
I already
69
asked this earlier.
is a waste of time. I disagree.
No,
like,
okay, he says I wanted that to him. No, he asked that.
69 is a great time for everybody, dude. You're giving, you're receiving. You can't just always receive, dude. That's unfair, and you're not having the other person
why does
enjoy.
it have to be a 69?
It's just the thing. I don't know. The way Nike was said earlier is that Day Drinker said that 69 is a waste of time.
69 is a waste of time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not that person's kink.
Everybody likes what
Move
they
on.
like, man, but like, you gotta do it to know if you like it or
She likes
not.
to balance yin yang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
but sometimes you don't, depending on which way it is, you don't want a butt cheek in your face. So I think it depends on like the person or what it is. Or what you guys I don't know. We're getting explicit now.
True. All I'll say is you don't know. Like, try it before you knock it. I guess that's all I'll say.
I mean, I'm not.
You gotta experience life to know what you like. Okay.
I didn't know it was gonna be this kind of journey. All I'm saying is, I think it depends on the person. Sometimes positions that people. I'm not saying me. I'm just saying I'm speaking for just broad.
Go ahead.
Shut
Sure.
up. I feel like some positions people just don't like. Like some people might not like.
Also, it depends with what person, like you said, like who you're doing it with. Like, I don't know what the hand movement was, but I'm concerned.
I was trying to. I don't know if I can do it on stream. I'm just like I'm trying to keep my hands together.
All right,
Okay,
we're gonna move on from that.
Some people don't like London bridges. Some people don't like doggy. Some people don't like hammer points. Some people don't like all those weird positions. Like it's just not the position for you.
Listen, people like what they like, all right? Opinions vary. If you've tried it and it's not for you, then it's not for you. Hey.
And then sometimes people are stinky. I don't think I want somebody laying on me or me laying on somebody and they're stinky.
Hygiene is very, very important, and sometimes you don't want to give an oral presentation because
they smell like moldy cheese.
Or something worse. But yeah, anyways.
Anyways, moving on.
Next question. What do you look to gain in a relationship? I think we've touched on it a little bit, but just
honestly, probably just like a good friend, like somebody you really connect with.
A best friend that you can do stuff with.
I guess that'd be like a short answer to that.
I just want to find somebody that's gonna leave me alone. Honestly,
yo, for real, like you just ever get tired of like interacting with people and like you just don't want to talk sometimes. You just like I don't want to talk sometimes. Like without.
That's literally what I would love.
I think you want to retain your individuality with somebody. I think is what you want to gain.
Yes. Like my ideal like relationship or life is I'm gonna have a house and it's gonna have 4 rooms. One of those rooms is gonna be mine. One of the rooms gonna be theirs. Then we have our bedroom, and then the other one can either be the guest room, or if we do have kids, it can be the kids' room. I want us to have our individual space, but at the same time, we can coexist.
And I think that's like important for probably most relationships is having personal space.
Yep.
Because then you're probably gonna get tired of that person's shit faster, quicker.
Oh, yeah.
I think before I used to be super clingy because I thought that's what you did in relationships. So I always wanted to be like up under my partner. But the older I've gotten, the more I've realized, especially being with guys that did it in reverse where they were all up under me, I've realized I don't like that, like at all. I would prefer you do your own thing and I do my own thing, and maybe like we can meet each other in the kitchen or something.
Plan something, have like a date night or something. Yeah.
Well, what about you guys? Like, what?
I don't like clingy. I like being affectionate. I like affection, but like clingy just is a quick put off. Like it's a quick turn off, and it just like annoys me. Because again, like
clingy though. I wonder like what individuals actually like people that are.
Well, I mean, some people are really needy, and
like
I also want somebody to not be
like,
needy. Yeah, I want somebody to not be needy. Like they can do their own thing, and I'll be here if they need me, but like I'm not gonna be up your butt 24/7.
Exactly. That's really annoying if somebody really needs to know exactly what you're doing every 5 minutes. What's
And also, again, I'm bad. Like we're talking about earlier. Like I don't like texting, so I'm probably gonna suck ass at holding decent conversation every single time. Like I can do it, but not like every time.
So
Like,
would you
through
guys
text.
ever date like another streamer?
Sure, if the like, you know,
Yeah.
if the feeling is there, if the attraction's there, if, you know, stuff like that. But
The reason why I asked is because like I notice sometimes, well, maybe like in the NBA, like an NBA player might date like a WNBA player because they'll actually get and understand like what it is that that person's going through, or same thing like a doctor or a lawyer or whatever it is. Like when you share the same profession, you kind of understand a lot better than somebody that.
that's that common interest. So yeah, I mean, like, because they can understand what you're going through, they can understand like what you're dealing with a little bit better. um I don't know. I don't have a problem with streamers dating other streamers. I don't have a problem with streamers dating viewers as long as the attraction's there, you know, boundaries are maintained. I have a problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it, honestly, as long as they're the other person, say she was a streamer, she didn't demand like I play with her every single time, you know.
Yeah. So like,
Like, we
yeah,
need our
that's
space.
so. Janko says, would you guys date a viewer though, or a mod or a sub? Again, if it works out, yeah. But
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't. Mm.
I guess I mean that it all depends. Obviously,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think I would.
No,
Might.
I mean you say that, but again, like Twitch is
I
a
don't-
social network, and when people
Yeah.
are social, sometimes they become friends, sometimes they become more. So I think you can't really say for sure. You can't have like a
But they-
strict policy on no dating viewers.
But remember, I said it's the difference between a fan and a friend, and I feel like it's one of those things like we legit have to be friends in order for me to
True,
even consider
100%.
it.
Yeah,
So I
for
think
sure.
it depends.
But like a lot of the times, you know, viewers become friends. You know, they become mods, they become friends. You get close with your homies in streaming. You know what I mean? So, I think it's a social network, and you're being social, so it can happen. Obviously, like the attraction has to be there on both sides, but I totally could see it happening to any of us. I think it's pretty plausible. I see it happening all the time too. Like I see all these stories about people that are in relationship with their viewers, and it really worked out and it's going great, or even like other streamers dating another streamer. I see it all the time. So I definitely could see it. I'm not opposed to it, you know. Also, this is probably the place I interact the most with people on a regular basis, since it is so like regimented and scheduled. So hey man, when you interact with people, shit happens.
Yeah, I think it would be more closer to like I'd probably date another streamer instead of a viewer or a mod. It all depends, like, too, like how long have I like known this person that's a mod slash viewer too.
How long
Like,
have you known him? How well do you know him?
Yeah, exactly. Because you never know, they could be lying to you.
I think the reason why I said maybe not a mod or a viewer or subscriber is because if they continue to do the same things that they've been doing, or if they've been like they start acting different where they're like in chat more, or they're trying to engage more, or they want my attention more, or if people find out that that's like the person that I'm dating, they might think that I'm showing them more attention because we are in a relationship. I think that that would just be awkward, and I don't want that. And I think that dating a streamer would be better because they have their own community to worry about, so they don't
Right.
have to worry about me. Well, while they're streaming, they don't have to worry about me. Let me say that.
I guess, but like, I don't know. You can just get close to people, and then, you know, if you find that person attractive, and you know you connect on some sort of level, and what would you do with that? How would you balance that if that actually happens? Like if you had a strict no dating. I think mod's a little bit different. That's a little bit more murky, but like if it's just a viewer.
I don't know.
You guys both did the like the same.
Mods
like,
are no.
Y'all did the
it's
same, like,
Mods are
headset.
definitely no. I'm saying no. I'm automatically saying no because my thing is not only are you modding my chat, trying to figure out what's going on, but the thing is I talk to my mods after I get off stream. So if I'm
Yeah.
dating you, it's like I'm streaming, you're there. after I'm off stream, we're discussing everything that's going on. You're there, and then after that, you're gonna want alone time with me. That means I'm constantly seeing you, and I don't like that at all.
And it's called. It's
Even
like
the thought of that
the-
is gonna be
the-
annoying.
If you put it that way, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
and it's just
So,
like you don't shit where you eat.
yeah.
You know.
What?
You never heard that before?
I've heard that
Sure.
before, but
You just don't shit where you eat. It's like I have like any place that I worked, I tried my best not to date or do stuff with any coworkers
yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah,
because then it gets weird. Like no matter what
Right.
you do, it is weird, and like I don't want part of that. Like I'm there to not make it weird. I just want to get paid. That's it.
Rip 2 girls in a certain kitchen utensil.
Oh
God.
my, holy shit!
Jake, no.
Damn,
Ew.
Magic's been into some weird shit.
I already know what he's talking about. That's disgusting.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You don't want to know.
2 girls in it. Certain
No,
certain
just
I
don't
think
even
I'm-
say it.
Is it a cup?
No.
Is
Oh,
Not a cup.
the cup?
Is it a cup? That's not a kitchen utensil. A spatula.
A
What?
cup? A cup?
A rolling
could
pin.
be.
it could be
A
a
rolling
kitchen
pin.
utensil,
A rolling pin. No, what else?
Where are you
because
going?
you
Okay.
said don't
Why-
shit where you
alright, alright,
eat, and he
alright.
All right,
brought
dude.
up-
No, that's it.
Alright,
That's a good time.
Look.
Now we're talking about rolling
Link,
stuff, dude.
it's
like-
your fault because you brought it.
Yeah, that's not what I meant about. None of that. No.
I need to watch cartoons tonight now.
Yeah, I think. Well, that was it for the questions. Damn, we did a 5-hour podcast. Damn.
Long podcast.
Because
Yeah.
I talk a lot.
Hey, yo, thank you guys once again for coming over here and doing this with me. This is pretty fun.
Thank
This is
you.
pretty insightful. I hope you
Get
guys
to
had a
know
good
more about
time.
you.
I hope it didn't drag on for too long, but this was pretty cool. Final thoughts? What do you guys think?
Keep doing them. I might sign up for another one.
Oh shit! All right, bet, dude. Yeah, it was fun having you guys. You guys are actually really great. The hosts or guests, I guess. It's pretty cool. This was sort of my first time, but I've done similar things. But this was like my first time in this format, so thank you guys for being my first. Sort of.
You're welcome.
Popping cherries.
You got a lot of cherries on you. Interesting shirt. All right, but thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. Once again, guys, !mark iNightQuest and !Tatted Poodle. Please go check them out. This is a long podcast, but I loved it. I'm gonna throw it up on YouTube. I might do segments because it's so long, but this was cool. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
That's fun. That's fun.
I hope to see you guys maybe in future podcasts.
What
Yeah.
are you talking about? Sure, definitely the enemy one.
Alright, well,
Enemy.
maybe we could have a podcast talking about anime. That would be dope. We'll get like Nyquist the first time he views an anime, and then we'll talk to him
You
about
gotta
it.
do a reaction
That would be
video.
kind of nutty. Oh my god, do you do a reaction video? You get mad
Want me
views
to
on
do a
YouTube.
You want me to do a reaction video on an anime?
You do.
Definitely.
You'd
You
get
do the first
mad
episode.
views, bro. You get mad views on YouTube. People like reaction videos.
I'll think about it.
You should, like, you know, if you're gonna watch, what anime are you gonna watch? I forget. Oh,
Is it
Parasite,
Yeah.
Maxim.
Parasite
Like,
Maxim.
which
yeah.
one are you watching?
You gotta watch 100 episodes of it, right?
Hokage Agents.
Don't play with me.
All right, One Piece. I'll watch One Piece. Maybe I'll do it tonight. Who knows?
I gotta watch
Like-
the rest of the Mob Psych. If you actually finish your 100 episodes, I'll start JoJo again.
Fucking 100 episodes. That's okay. All right, I'll do my
That's
best.
nothing. That is
The thing
nothing.
is, I'll watch it within a week, and that's 100 episodes within a week. I just wasted all that time.
Be okay. I binged One Piece. I finished it in a month and a half. You'll be fine.
Bro, how many? Okay, so that's 30 minutes an episode, right?
You can skip the beginning because it's just a recap.
Wow.
I'm gonna send you a list of like.
You're the type of
Episodes you
person
can
to
skip.
skip anime intros, and
No.
it shows.
Well, hello. If I'm binging it, yes, I am. If it's a weekly thing, I listen to the
If it's
song.
1,000 episodes, yeah.
With any show, you do not want to sit there and watch the intro over and over again if you're trying to binge it. It's so
If you're
annoying.
exactly
Okay, but Game of Thrones, I watched the intro a lot.
Okay, yeah, because that song gets
That's
you
what
hyped
the
up. That's a once a week show, and that song gets you hyped up.
Nobody wants to listen to an anime intro.
Unless it slaps. When an anime intro slaps, I like to listen to that shit.
Even
all
when
the
it slaps,
time.
I'm skipping it if I'm watching 100 plus episodes. I can't.
I'm not saying I'll watch it all the time, but like, well, I did say that, didn't I?
But I'm not talking about the intro song. I'm talking about like literally the intro is just a recap. So
No.
most
I'm
of the
talking
time
about the
you
intro
skip it.
song. I'm talking about the intro song.
A One Piece intro song slap too, so you might like it.
We'll see how it goes. I'll do it. I'll watch it and I'll let you know. First 100 episodes. If I'm watching 100 episodes, I'm probably gonna be invested in it. So I'll probably have to watch the rest of it, which that's a commitment. I'm out here single. I've been single for 8 years. I don't like commitment, man.
Be committed.
You gotta commit.
Like a relationship.
Well,
Langsta
it
Gangsta,
basically
you
is
gotta
a
commit,
relationship.
dude.
I gotta put
Yes,
in the
Langsta
hours.
Gangsta.
All right, Langsta Gangsta
I'm
is
gonna-
leaving now.
I'm gonna call you that all the time now.
Listen, dude. Throwback. It's okay. I'm down with it. I'm with it. All right, you guys have a great evening again. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Chat. Say bye to them. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Arigato.
Oh,
Bye.
weeb. Okay. Bye, guys.